That's right, folks. Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. We're listening to Ratchet's rendition of Slob on My Knob, that classic 3/6 track. Welcome back. First in the chat, Zeoduke. Good to see you. We were watching a clip from a movie called The Prophet from 1968. As you can see, OnlyFans is not exactly a new thing. How's it going, gays? Homosexuals are truly the treasure of the earth. We need to protect the homosexuals at all costs. I was going to be starting with UK news, but horrible, fresh news out of Ukraine. Horrible terrorist attack in Kharkiv. So unfortunately, I do have to cover that first. Mine got your computer really suffering. Oh, this isn't even close. I mean, you know, the groups, if I opened up all the groups, I'd probably have quadruple the amount. I swear to God, I'm going to get to these groups whenever there's a slow news day. I wanted to do some news yesterday, but I really did have to focus on myself. Unfortunately, had to take a me day, so I'm sorry about that. That was selfish of me, and I'm sorry. But no, folks, unfortunately, we will be covering Ukraine, the terrorist attack, as well as just, you know, we're going to cover the rest of the Ukraine news I had lined up for the day. Some good news, you know, definitely some good news in there. Unequivocally good news. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Unlike endemic. Oh my God. Can you people correct me? Okay. It's like, if you don't correct me on the words that I use, it's like letting me have a booger hang from my nose. And you're just watching me with the fucking dangler, you know? Anyway, we'll be covering Ukraine first and then getting into UK news. And I have more than a few clips, Leon, so you might want to stick around because I would love to have your opinion on it. Of course, I know you're a busy guy. But if you could stick around, I have at least 6 or 7 UK clips lined up, including a really interesting debate. We're not going to be watching the whole half-hour debate, but we will be dipping our toes into this debate and hearing what smart people have to say. Folks, we do have yet another update to Boeing Watch, so look forward to that. We have some Boeing news. Thankfully, no one has died in this one. Update on the killer whales. Apparently, the killer whales are just playing around, just having some fun. So we'll be getting some news on that. We got our little Trump update, as well as direct support for insurrectionists from Alito, as well as Mike Johnson. We're also going to hear from Whoopi Goldberg, which I know everybody loves. Everyone wants to hear from Whoopi, so don't worry. We're going to get to Whoopi Goldberg's opinion on things, as well as Joe Rogan. I know you're chomping at the bit to get Joe's opinion on things, so don't worry. We're going to get a little Elon news, so prepare your butthole. U.S. news, you know, just usual U.S. tomfuckery, hypocrisy, just the usual with that. And then, of course, the horror show that is the Gaza Strip. So that's kind of the general outlook of the stream. Hopefully, we'll be able to get to Gaza Strip at the end there, and we'll see. The horror. I'll leave the horror till the end, like some bad dream where you don't get to the end. It's just you're just running, but you're not making any progress. But no, unfortunately, folks, we do have to open up today's stream with... I love how the webcam's completely different size. Whatever. This show's a travesty. But no, unfortunately, we do have a terrorist attack in Kharkiv. Hundreds of people apparently inside of a market. Some kind of market of some sort, some kind of public building, not a military target. You know, once again, a massacre, a terrorism. You know, it'd be one thing. It'd be one thing to attack a military target within Kharkiv, but to intentionally kill civilians, and then they still act like they're, you know, above it all, and you know, and the sycophants and the defenders act like it's both sides. Oh yeah, well, Ukraine does horrific things too. No. Yeah, okay, bro. Sure, bro. Thanks, man. Like I would give a shit being big on Kick. Who fucking cares? Kick's where all the losers hang out. I just put my shit on Kick to shit on Kick. That's how it works. Fuck Kick. It's the home of the Nazis. Awful terrorist attack in Kharkiv. Hundreds of people inside. Here's some more footage here. Big explosion. You know, and I say it every time Russia does a terrorist attack, but terrorist attacks only work. Terrorism only works if it's consistent. You know, against the population. One off here or there, a Bucha here or there. I know, Leon. Well, they just scrubbed the whole, you know, the video. There's probably like 300 streams that got this message all at the same time, right? Probably pretty easy to do. Probably pretty easy to program a API or whatever to do that. Or script. Get Chat GPT to do it for you. Not yet, but soon. Oh boy, the mischief that we'll be getting up to when regular, you know, idiots, when regular idiots who don't know how to program can get access to advanced scripting tools and be able to actually use them. Oh, that'll be fun. Yeah, so I mean, fuck Russia, of course, fuck Putin. You know, this is once again, this doesn't change my opinion. You know, because I don't know, somehow, you know, for some lefties, for some people who believe in peace, they see this and they say, okay, guys, we should negotiate. It's time to stop the madness. You know, if there's anything I can do to stop this, then I'm going to do it, including giving up, including capitulating. And that is literally exactly what Putin wants with this. Generally, historically, seems pretty ineffective, perhaps more so in war. I mean, there are times where it has been effective, unfortunately. But yes, I think the grand majority of political violence does not work grand majority of the time. But there are examples of it resulting in some kind of victory, I guess you would say, for those who are perpetuating the violence. And of course, you have the famous examples of World War II and like, oh, well, is Dresden justified? It's like, well, no. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, no, not really. But we were the victors, so we don't see any analysis of our grand crimes. So we either justify them or we have to laboriously add context to a gray situation that bad actors desperately want to be black and white so that they can, further their political goals. So Kharkiv here, just more footage, just, people social media posting this stuff. I mean, just disgusting. Some grocery store, we strike oil facilities, we strike, airfields. We strike bases and military training targets. Oh, can't show that. Better not show that. Sorry. Let me get my blur filter going here. But we attack military targets. They attack human beings in an attempt to scare people into accepting I don't know if you call it slavery, but it's like accepting assimilation. You're Russian whether you like it or not. You don't have a choice. And do we honestly believe that Russia would, so say Russia takes over Ukraine. Okay, and then fucking, I don't know, the Taliban attacks Ukraine. Is Russia, or not the Taliban, let's say China attacks Ukraine. Is Russia going to come to the defense of Ukraine to protect it, or would they just use Ukraine as a pawn to protect areas that they actually consider vital? Some kind of buffer. I'm just saying, like, Russia doesn't take care of its vassal states. There's actually evidence of Russia, kind of intentionally depressing the areas that they have control over. Blurred out, but could be better blurred. Who put the damn shopping cart next to his body? Jesus. Bad taste. But this is what Putin wants. This is supposed to, scare us into submission, scare the Ukrainians into submission. If anything, I bet the recruiting offices will see a bump after this. They're gonna, because if anything, this reminds people how real this is. If we let this get, if we let this fester and continue to continue. Sorry. Footage is so shocking. Losing my train of thought. Okay, I don't know what she's saying. Terrible shit. But here we go. Statements from Zelensky on the terrorist attack. Let's get this, and then we'll move on to the rest of our Ukrainian coverage. Obviously, it's horrific. Like I said, if anything, it's going to remind people why they need to get over to the recruiting office if they are of able body, of fighting age, man or woman. This is not going to make the Ukrainians bend the knee. Not from my observation, at least. These people are not ready to give up. And this only reminds them of, why they're fighting so goddamn hard. These are supposed to be liberators, attacking civilians. Welcome back, Kissing Gonzo.
Щодо Харкова, удари по місту. По очевидному цивільному об'єкту, по торговельному центру, будівельному гіпермаркету. Субота – день, один з найбільших центрів. Всередині були, багато було працівників та відвідувачі були. Зараз пожежа на всій
we must show
території, туди
respect
прибули усі
by
необхідні
winning.
служби ДСНС України, медичні служби, місцева влада, поліція. Всі борються за кожне життя. Цей удар по Харкову – черговий прояв російського божевілля. Ніяк інакше це назвати просто не можна. Тільки такі божевільні, як Путін, здатні вбивати і тероризувати людей так підло. Вже відомо, що є поранені, є загиблі. Мої співчуття рідним та близьким. Кожному, хто постраждав, буде надана необхідна допомога. Коли ми говоримо лідерам світу, що Україні потрібно достатньо захисту ППО, коли ми говоримо, що потрібна реальна рішучість для дозволу захищати життя наших людей, саме так, як це буде ефективно, щоб російські терористи не могли навіть наблизитись до наших кордонів. Ми говоримо про те, як буквально не допустити подібних терористичних ударів. Я дякую лідерам, які нас дійсно підтримують. Дійсно бачать, що кожне рішення на підтримку України є рішенням на захист і порятунок життів. Сьогодні у наших воїнів на Донеччині є результат, який є необхідним на всіх напрямках, в усіх тих районах, де російські удари загрожують нашим позиціям, нашим містам і громадам. Воїни нашої 110-ї окремої механізованої бригади, які збили сьогодні черговий російський Су-25. Звичайно, якби у нас було більше адекватних, сучасних систем ППО та авіації, то російський повітряний флот вже зазнав би такого ж краху.
What's the difference between this and Bucha? What?
Як їхній Чорноморський флот. І російський терор став би просто неможливим. Збивати російську бойову авіацію, російські ракети, їхні дрони – це реально миротворчі заходи.
And it's defense. I mean, we're not even talking about weapons that will be fired into Russia. I mean, what are we waiting for?
Дякую всім світі, хто допомагає нам зброєю. Дякую кожному і кожній, хто працює в нашому оборонному комплексі та виробляє для України захист. Дякую усім, хто воює заради України і наших людей. І вічна світла пам'ять усім, чиї життя забрали російські вбивці. Слава Україні!
Man, I don't know how he does it, dude. You know, I don't know how he even, gets in front of a damn camera and does it without, turning into Alex Jones. He just starts eating his microphone. Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. And, I'm glad we got Zelensky and not some fucking coward. I think Ukraine will be this generation that's never have owned so much to so few. I mean, the suffering of the Ukrainians is absolutely to be respected. And it's not really like it's a contest of suffering, but horrifically, there are other regions where more people are suffering even more than the Ukrainians. Yeah, Zeoduke. So thank you, Davey, for this link. Davey I don't think he's in the chat quite yet, but this was a link from Davey showing how Russia is utilizing civilian-looking vehicles to do their drone operator, to hide their drone operators. So I don't know if this is how much this is propaganda and how much this is real, because I don't care if it's disguised like a civilian bus. This is something you would have way in the back. You would not have anywhere close, because if you're anywhere close to the front lines, you're going to be interesting. And it looks like they're flying drones in a harbor. But if you're going to be anywhere close to the front lines, you're going to be like in a dugout. You're going to want to be underground. You're not going to want to be even in a civilian-looking vehicle. And there's so many of them coming and going. Yeah, they're outside. It looks like this is a training. This looks like this is some kind of training thing. This might not even be inside Ukraine. But this just gives you an example. Russia's not. Russia's doing what it can to catch up in the drone race. And this is an example. Like I said, this looks more like training than this is like an offensive thing. And So they're loaded up in some kind of bus. So this is probably something that they can get somewhat closer to the front lines. But it's you know, it's something they probably have disguised amongst other civilian vehicles. Kolov rat patch on the guy's arm. This one right there. Yeah, I mean, this guy, look, they're going through an obstacle course. Yeah, this guy's flying through an obstacle course. This guy's flying through a hangar. No, the other one, the patch that was over on this guy's arm over here. Yeah, so this is training. This is a training thing. But, you know these, you know who these Russians were cheering on just a couple months ago? Mike fucking Johnson and the Republican Party in the United States, who bought Russia precious time to catch up in this fight. The longer we lollygag, the longer we wait, the more countermeasures they create, the more time they have to make up for their incredible their deficiencies on the front lines. Yeah, it's a converted civilian bus. Social media is saying, "Oh, look, they're hiding in civilian buses." It's like, no, they're not. They're not driving this fucking thing anywhere close to the front lines. This guy's over here doing fucking, he's going through loop-de-loops and shit. It's a training facility, but it's mobile. So it allows them to get closer. Would you consider that? No, we're not dealing with fucking Nazis. Okay? As horrific as what just happened today in Kharkiv, what has been happening throughout the war, it doesn't pale. It pales in comparison to the horrors of the Nazi regime. Do you understand? They created and ran death factories, 50, 60, 70,000 people a day at each one of these facilities were processed. That's the kind of horror that the Nazis brought upon the world. And we shouldn't diminish that by comparing petty Putin and his little and his fucking shitty intimidation tactics to the sheer horror of the Nazi regime. I mean, they tried to say NI or whatever it was, patch was Nazi. Everyone's trying to say Nazis. Talk about the patch on the guy's arm. Look, if that, if it only means Nazis if fucking Nazis wore that shit. You know what I mean? So yes, if there was a Nazi battalion that wore that shit, then yes, that's a Nazi symbol. I don't fucking know. I'm not an expert on all symbols. Kidding me? I'm not an expert at anything. The only thing I'm an expert at is running my fucking mouth. Moving on to the next clip. The wheel one, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. I don't know if it's a fascist symbol or not. It might be. It might be a fascist symbol. Dramatic footage shows Ukraine traitor, quote unquote, stealing tank and defecting to Russia. So this is, they're making a big hay out of this, as like, there's some truth. So I'm seeing, they're making a big deal. Ukraine's making a big deal. Oh, this guy's, was doing sabotage and everything. So they say he's been part of the, he's been on the front line for about 18 months. He's been in 3 different units. The Black Sun. Yeah. Well, there you go, Leon. Yeah. Okay. Looks like German symbol. Okay. Yeah. All right. But anyway, I mean, look what this guy tries to do. I mean, this isn't the work of some mastermind saboteur. This guy, he literally did this so that he could get out of the front line. That's why. He didn't want to surrender to the Russians. He couldn't figure out another way. He didn't have the balls to blow his own feet off or whatever. So no, this isn't some master saboteur. This is a guy that snapped, couldn't take it anymore. 18 months on the front line, 3 different units. And they're like, oh yeah, well all 3 of the units he was part of, had heavy casualties. So they think maybe he's part of the he was sabotaged. He was telling the enemy where they were. No, probably not. He's probably incredibly traumatized and he doesn't want to do this anymore. So he does this harebrained bullshit where he steals a tank. Yeah, right. Like, you're going to get away with that shit. And he doesn't shoot anybody in the tank. He does this shit, and then the soldiers stop him on feet. They don't stop him with another tank. They don't stop him with another machine. They stop him on foot. Okay. And he gets out. It's just a symbol they came up with, their weird pseudo religion. Well, okay, no, I mean, look, if it's that's a Nazi symbol, then yes, okay. You're right. It sounds like I was going from one platoon to the next. Oh yeah, is that in the movie Platoon where a guy who wants to get out of the front line, he pretends to do some shit? But I don't know. I'm seeing like their Ukrainian information to Ukrainian positions to Russia. I doubt it. I think this guy wasn't. I think the reason why he survived is that he wasn't fighting because he was scared out of his fucking mind. So that's probably why he survived all 3 times, because he's like cowering. All these other guys are fighting and getting overrun. That's probably what happened. I don't know. What do I know though? This guy, maybe he's a master saboteur and all that. So trigger warning: you don't see any bodies here, but this building doesn't blow up. Survival mode. Yeah, I mean, when you're at your wit's end and you don't want to die, human beings will do crazy things. They didn't come up with the swastika or the Kola rat either. Yeah, so I mean, that's really disgusting that, that a soldier, if I saw that in, if I was a commander, if I was running any kind of military and I saw my soldiers wearing any symbol that looked or was associated with Nazi Germany in any way, I would reprimand them and probably, remove them from my unit if possible. So it's disgusting that any kind of military would allow that. And, quite frankly, I've seen more evidence of it on the Russian side than I have of Ukraine. And maybe that's my own bias. But, the Azov Battalion. Yeah, 12, 15% of the Azov Battalion are, that kind of right-leaning. Quite frankly, I've just seen more of the proud Nazi symbolism on the Russian side. But, bias, it's my own bias. So in news that I thought I was going to be more stoked about, but turned out to be kind of disappointing. So it sounds good at first. The cabinet ministers excluded cannabis from a list of particularly dangerous drugs. This is in Ukraine. Turns out, though, so the Ministry of Health explained that the resolution also allows the cultivation of hemp plants. So now they're included in a list of plants containing narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, the circulation of which is allowed for use in educational purposes, scientific and technical activities, in the production of narcotic drugs, psychotropic substances, and medical products for further use in medical practice. So wait, maybe is this legalization of weed? So you can make in the product of narcotic drugs, so you can actually make. I thought it was just for hemp. I perused it very briefly, so maybe I read this wrong. Maybe this is good news. So cabinet ministers excluded cannabis, its resin, its extracts, and tinctures from the list of especially dangerous narcotic drugs, circulation of which is prohibited. So, tinctures, resin, the hash and stuff. This was reported by the representative of the government in Verkhovna Rada, Tara Izmailchuk. In addition, the tetrahydrocannabinol, cannabinoidal? No, it's cannabinol? No, come on. Hold on. I know I should know how to say this. Yeah. Here we go. Oh my God.
Tetrahydrocannabinol.
Cannabinol. That's what I was getting screwed up. Okay. Tetrahydrocannabinol. I'll let my editor fix that. The main psychoactive component of cannabis was removed from the list of especially dangerous psychotropic substances, circulation of which is prohibited. Okay, so no, weed is legal, dog. Does that mean weed is legal? I think that means weed is legal. Now they're included in the list of plants containing narcotic drugs. So this allows them also to make hemp. Then they just, in the law, they define what hemp is, because hemp for it to be legally defined as hemp, there needs to be a certain, you can't have as much THC in there. Of the hundreds of unique cannabinoids, the substances found in the cannabis plant, only tetrahydrocannabinol, damn it, I just listened to it, and its isomers have a psychoactive effect. department added. At the same time, other cannabinoids do not affect the mental state, but can have significant positive effects on the course of some diseases. Yes, you know, you drink it, you can eat it. There's all kinds of medicinal properties to it. You know, kind of, you know, not nothing miracle level, but you know, that's, you know, it's like aloe vera, you know. In addition, the use of non-psychoactive cannabinoids does not lead to addiction and is used in medicine. Oh my God. Might be wrong on that one. I'm addicted to Mary Jane. She's my main thing. Say that 4 times fast. Go. Cannabinoids, 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 cannabinoids. Oh, I got to say the other one fast. Tetrahydrocannabinol. Okay, I get to listen to it one more time. Hold on. I get to listen to it one more time, and then I'll do this. Here we go. One more time.
Tetrahydrocannabinol.
Tetrahydro... Damn it. Fails immediately. Fails immediately. Tetrahydrocannabinol... Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn you. Damn all of you. All right, one more try. Shut up, strategy.
Tetrahydrocannabinol.
Tetrahydrocannabinol. Tetrahydrocannabinol. Tetrahydrocannabinol. Tetrahydrocannabinol. He did. He did. He did. He did. I don't want to hear none of your shit. I'm good at this. I'm good at speaking words. Shut up. All right, that's good news. Yes, it's because I'm inherently sexist, kissing Gonzo. Now go faster. No, okay, no. The joke is over. We're moving on. You met the challenge. Joke is over. Everybody laugh. Now back to depression. Them's the rules. I don't make the rules. Here's another example. Fuck off the cabinol. It just says the word cannabis. No, tetrahydrocannabinol. Damn it! Damn it! God damn it! Moving on. So just another example of Ukrainian of Russian liberation of the Ukrainians. So I mean, this is what they fear. This is why Ukraine is fighting so hard to push Russia back, because this is how they liberate a region. It is systemic, epidemic, saying it finally correctly, destruction. It's no joke. You know, and this is the you wipe it all out. And that makes you, because obviously urban warfare is, you can get choked in, you can get slowed down. This is the only way to do it on a mass scale. And it's relentless. We've heard the eyewitness, we see the 1 minute video clip and we're like, oh, that's terrifying. Now imagine that 4 hours all night. Boom, one after the other, after the other, after the other. Fend back Guam for Taiwan. Free Taiwan from the grip of China. Taiwan won. Hey, look, Taiwan, the Taiwanese people had an opportunity at the most recent election to choose China. And they said, fuck that shit. They chose independence. That was the election. The Taiwanese people, it was on the ballot. The whole thing was about China. And the people chose independence. So suck it, China. Back to the video. This is Russian liberation. Yeah, imagine that being your life, not in the 5 minutes. No, I'm just saying, yeah, it's all night. All night. And this is what your homes, your schools, your institutions, your grocery stores. This is what a Russian liberation looks like. Yeah, not exactly. Russia is very thankful for China's help in its fight, but the moment, and I have proof, I have receipts, the moment Ukraine is resupplied, Russia starts pausing their offensives, starts taking steps backwards. Even though this is what they're doing to the Ukrainian people. And let me tell you, the Ukrainian heroes, the Ukrainian police officers who go into these areas and pull as many people as humanly possible out. Then, of course, the heroes that go back to pick up the animals and the pets that are left behind. Yeah, it looks so liberated, right? No, but this is what it is. Town after town after town. They'll do this all the way to Kyiv. They'll do this in like Godzilla, in a path of destruction all the way to Kyiv if they have to. And, you know, and their defenders and their sycophants on social media, even in the chat, proud to defend this. Meanwhile, Ukraine over here begging its allies, can I please use these fancy toys to blow up ammo factories and fuel depots that are across that are in Russian territory? Can I please attack the Russians that are building up their troops on the border before they push into the north? Apparently the Ukrainian military was aware of that. They saw that buildup. Joe Biden over here. I'm too much of a pussy. Oh, don't piss him off. Oh, I got an election to win. I don't know how to look like a leader. Oh, what if I kick Putin's ass too hard and then everyone doesn't like me anymore? Oh. Joe Biden, a real inspir-fucking-ration. How's that for enunciation? So this is just funny and embarrassing. During the Starlight Express musical, I've never seen it, but I've seen it parodied in South Park. But during the Starlight Express musical, the Russian train has the Russian flag rolled up and isn't waving it. Folks, it's official. Putin has lost the Starlight Express dancer guys. Look at that. That's embarrassing, man. When the okay, I can't okay, it's we'll just say it's sparkly. We'll just say it's very sparkly. But I find that very interesting. Has that shit rolled up. You know, it's all fun and games, right? It's all funny, but it does say that, you know, it tells you, you know, it's like they would rather do this than show the Russian flag and then receive a lot of hate. You know, so it's interesting how society kind of forces art to make political statements, you know, because I'm sure the creators of the Starlight Express musical don't necessarily want to make a political statement, but they kind of have to. I guess this is part of the show, you know. It's kind of like the Nutcracker where they, you know, they have those different segments. So it is kind of interesting how they kind of felt forced to do this. And it really does. It's good to me. I like, you know, I'm kind of a mix. It's kind of a mixed bag, but ultimately I think it's a good thing because the reason why people are standing up is because of the terror that we see just happening at, you know, just today, you know. So here is some video for the Battle of Kupiansk, Russia's attack, assault, and situation on the front line. So this is from United 24. So this is Ukrainian propaganda, but I wanted to show this because it isn't just a one-sided situation on the front line. Russia is being halted. Russia is being paused. So very good news. Yeah, kissing Gonzo, totally. I see your comments. Totally agree. Yeah. Oh well, Leon, it's already slowed down. So your hopes and desires have been achieved. It's already slow. It's basically halted. Their attack has not been successful. They have not taken Kharkiv or it's right on the tip of my tongue. Is it Kupiansk? Yeah, they haven't taken Kupiansk yet. They have not. And it doesn't look like they are going to be taking Kupiansk.
The situation at the Ukrainian front line remains very difficult at the moment.
All right.
The enemy is on the assault towards
Luchansk, maybe? I don't think so.
and Ocherets.
Maybe a part of it.
But this summer only more assaults are expected, and one of the possible directions for this is the city of Kupiansk-Kharkiv region. The past 5 days, the tension on the front lines here only rises,
That's
so
how you
we
do it.
wanted to meet
Kupiansk.
with the soldiers who fly over these areas to see what's going on.
It's pretty wild how they launch it over here. So it's on some kind of bungee. That's
we
cool.
arrived in this area relatively recently,
That's cool.
and now the active phase has begun. Our main focus is surveillance to monitor and prevent any sudden enemy breakthroughs. If we identify any valuable equipment, our guys will engage with the FPV drones.
Brought it up for you.
Realistically, drone strikes are more effective than artillery strikes, even financially speaking, because we're much more likely to hit the target with a drone.
Escobar is disappointed by the number of artillery shells fired by Ukrainian troops in his area. The unit uses Ukrainian-made Valkyria and Leleka winged UAVs to spot enemy troops and equipment.
Just snaps all
But
together,
what they
huh?
detect often remains untargeted for days. Massive offensives are being stopped north of Kharkiv and in the Donetsk region. That's why the
Jesus,
US
just like
military
that.
aid hasn't
Boom.
reached this area to the fullest extent. This section of the front features a large river, the Oskil. During the Kharkiv counteroffensive in 2022, Ukrainian troops quickly pushed the enemy back across the river and then even successfully crossed it. Currently, Oskil is rather playing into the hands of the occupants. They are destroying the crossings, which complicates the logistics for the Ukrainian army on the left bank. All across the front line, the Ukrainian forces are building second and third lines of defense that include such Dragon-Ts or trenches system. And Kupiansk's direction isn't an exception to that. If the worst-case scenario happens and the first line is breached, the troops know where to retreat.
I feel
To
like
get
those
the bigger
dragon teeth
picture,
are big
we
enough.
visited the
Dude.
command post of a battalion defending the front line around Kupiansk.
But what do I know?
When we go inside, we are greeted by laughter. Although there is nothing funny about what is happening. Since early morning, the battalion commander and his subordinates have been leading the repulsion of the Russian assault. For a week now, the enemy has been actively trying to break through the defense in this area.
Wow, so this is what it looks like, you know, the reconnaissance.
The enemy attempted to storm one of our positions with 6 soldiers. We repelled the assault with small arms fire and FPV drone strikes. The enemy suffered losses. 1 soldier retreated wounded, and the rest were killed in action. Over the past few days,
So these are kind of the nerve centers, right? So when you're calling in positions, when the drones are collecting data, you know, these are the locations closer to the front lines that are collecting that information. Then either I think they're making on the ground plans right here, but I'm sure that information is also being relayed to a larger office, which is saying, go attack this position, go prepare here, so it's amazing to see how it happens, because it seems like you would need something like this because of all the data coming in.
2 or 3 attacks daily from different directions, with enemy groupings ranging in size from 6 to 20 soldiers.
Oh my god.
A lot of things are happening. On the screen we see a group of Russians taking away a wounded man. An FPV drone flies right into them, but unfortunately the projectile does not explode. What a spectacle it would have been.
Lucky.
At the same time, the drone spots a group of enemy helicopters in the sky.
So he's telling those guys in the tree line, take cover.
Гроза, як прийняв прийом. Ні, 124, то мі 24, блядь.
From the sky, you can also see the results of the soldiers' work over the past week.
Wow.
The trenches are littered with bodies and their parts. We are told that in this short period, the enemy has lost at least 50 people.
And this is the trend
Then the
across
assault comes down, and
every
we can
front
ask
line
the
right now.
commander how he sees the situation developing in this area.
Тяжко щось сказати на майбутнє.
It's tough to predict what's going to happen next, but the enemy will keep trying. They have plenty of soldiers. They're practically being herded to the slaughter.
Yeah.
We're holding the line and inflicting as much damage as possible. We want to deplete their manpower. So far, we're managing.
Managing to slow them down
If
and
you
push
like
them
what
back,
they're
but not
doing,
deplete
please
their
consider
manpower.
supporting the units in the video by following the QR on the screen or in the description to the video. Thanks.
I see strategy, right? So they're okay. I see. So it's not strategy over here, just giving us a little bit of information why the dragon's teeth are that size, and you know you're not there. They're not there to stop them, just there to slow them down. Barbed wire dram won't do any ways of giving away position. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I see. All right. Yeah, I would never claim to be a military expert, but I do claim fascination with this world and I can see why people get super into it. Like I get it. Like it is, the weapons of war are utterly fascinating. How does that Leonard Cohen song go about, being awed by the beauty of our weapons or something? Is that thing that Brian Williams quoted? Ukrainian soldiers battle Russian forces in effort to halt their advance in Chasiv Yar. Okay, is this the footage where I have to... No, not this one. Okay, there's a clip coming up that I have to censor. Yeah, okay, so we just have a few more clips and then we're moving on to the UK. Sorry, Leon, if you've been sticking around this long. But it's important to show this stuff. Russia is being halted. They are absolutely being pushed back. Finally got some ammo for these freaking guns.
Якщо ми Часів Яр втратимо, наступний це населений пункт Константинівка. А там уже, скажімо так, на північ вже дуже багато від Константинівки, прилягаючих, так сказати, сел, які один.
And as I've shown you, it doesn't just mean the Russians are there. It means the Russians are bombarding it and destroying all those homes, and and it's like that must really hurt the Ukrainian, these frontline guys that are like, they're fighting and dying to prevent that from happening. And then they see it, in real time. They see the houses shattering. And they're like, God damn it, I wish there was more we could do,
Часів Яр це дуже важливий.
No, these guys are the police even.
Район, який може бути плацдармом для противника, для подальших дій.
Hard to tell the difference because the police wear the army shit too. Of course they would. I would. I'd be fully kitted up. Russians don't give a shit whether you got a badge or a military fatigues on, boy. They'll shoot you down. Interesting. The police were a big part of why Kharkiv still stands. So I can see why they're considered such an essential part of this military effort.
Якщо дивитися з тої сторони, де я стою, що вони з лівого боку на мене заходять, хочеться чогось кращого, якогось покращення. Все одно ми в це віримо. Не то, що надіємося, ми віримо, що буде все добре. Де знаходжу мотивацію? В своїх дітях. Хочеться, щоб коли вони підростуть, їм прийшлося також йти воювати.
Pretty damn simple, but it's everything.
Краще це ми зробимо, переможемо у цих покидьків.
Pretty goddamn simple. And it's like it's easy to kind of be flippant about it, about having a future for your kids and all that when you have it, when it's secure, but when it's being stolen from you, when it's being ripped away from you, it's one of those things where it's like it feels like a piece of you is missing, and then it becomes all the more clear why people are willing to fight and die. Okay, so here's the clip. I can't show you the beginning, so but I have to. So we showed this footage a couple days ago. This was the Russians. I think it was Dennis showing this. He showed a couple screenshots from this footage. So I can't show you the money shot, unfortunately, because you do see bodies flying. But if you want to see it yourself, it's right there. Whoops, sorry about that. That's my fault. I wanted to open up this, and I opened up the wrong thing. 1 second here, folks. Let me just get my blur ready. There we go. And let me just do this and do this. So yeah, I can't show you the part where the bodies are flying. But you can get an idea. I can show you the part right before that, and you can get an idea of the situation. Okay, thanks for the music. Really, really great. This is the sun, of course, which is, got their own problem. They got this boat here carrying all these dudes, 7 of them. blasting down the river. Let's see here and get to the part. Yeah, so right there. So just a couple more seconds I could show this. Blasting down the river, and then they just get completely creamed. Just devastatingly creamed. Okay, so yeah, I could have showed all that. Sorry. Okay, so I could show. Let me just a little bit here. Let's see. So cruising along, going as fast as they can, I'm sure, blasting that motor, and direct hit, and you just see him. You know, like one guy's in like the sitting position. He still isn't even reacting to what's happening in midair. You know, it's like, and then it just shows, and then it shows these guys swimming in. But it's holy shit, man. And I'm not sure if there's any dead bodies in this water, so I better not show it to you. But then it just shows a bunch of them swimming back to shore. I don't know if all of them made it. Because then it was hit by Ukrainian artillery, so they hit that spot that they're trying to recover from. So just complete assed up operation, and we have seen that go tits up for the Ukrainians as well. The river crossings, it is dangerous. It is so dangerous because it looks like you're hauling ass, but you're actually not going nearly as fast as you should be to be able to avoid being hit accurately. So yeah, well, that would take a lot of time. But yeah, just more footage of Russians getting their ass kicked, resupplied Ukrainians coming in nice and strong. And, Russians really haven't changed anything. That's not fair. I mean, they have started to implement more jamming technology. They've, their strategies have changed somewhat here and there, but it's really still about the overwhelming force. That's still the big tool in the toolbox. Just wave after wave after wave. Doesn't even matter if we're driving up to the front line on a golf cart. We might get lucky, might catch them off guard. Now, the strategy works really well when your enemy, when the Ukrainians are undersupplied, and they can't, and there's a wave will eventually slip through. But if your enemy, the Ukrainians, are well supplied, and they're able to come, and respond to every one of these waves, that strategy, the losses pile up, and that strategy, I would assume, doesn't work nearly as well. Which is probably why we've seen the Russians being pushed back on almost every front. Land vehicle river crossings are also the most risky military maneuvers you can pull as a leader. That's why I do feel Putin did mess up by removing his first general. Not that I support Russia, but it's a ridiculous move to remove such a capable general. Well, it seems to be a history for for Russia doing that. Stalin with his oh so successful purges. Oh, it protected him so much from assassination, surrounding himself with bootlicking idiots. I think this is our last video. Yep, before we get to the UK stuff. UN top court orders... wait a minute, what the hell? What the hell? This has nothing to do with... Hold on. This is Gaza news. I brought one along, sorry. Okay, hold on. All right, that's the end of our Ukraine coverage. Once again, power to the Ukrainian democracy. Keep fighting, boys. We're gonna see an end to this. All right, let's. You know what? Hold on. I did promise a video. Let's get just a quick little frontline update from reporting from Ukraine here, real quick, and then we'll move on because I feel like I don't have enough information yet.
Today there are a lot of developments in the Avdiivka direction.
Yeah, UK news has been really great.
Here,
so I want to get to it.
Ukrainians have halted the Russian breakthrough
real quick.
And commenced counterattacks to regain lost positions. The main Russian objective to the west of Avdiivka is to take control over the Ukrainian city and headquarters of Pokrovsk. Ukrainians have established numerous defensive lines to defend the city. As Russians had taken huge losses in attacking the Ukrainian lines head-on, they attempted to utilize their breakthrough near Okaratin to outflank the Ukrainian defenses and collapse the front line. Over the past month, Russian forces have leveraged their breakthrough near Okharatyn to take control over as many settlements as possible. Ukrainians, initially still suffering from a significant shortage of artillery shells, utilized intense drone strikes to hold the Russian momentum.
This is kind of a recap.
At the same time, the Russian offensive effort near Chasiv Yar and Kharkiv limited the Russian ability to reinforce their losses in the salient adequately.
This is the latest video.
With insufficient reinforcements and a high rate of losses, the Russian offensive is quickly stalling.
Yes.
Despite their quickly draining combat capabilities, Russians continue to attempt localized attacks to improve their tactical situation and consolidate their gains. In particular, Russians try to increase their buffer zone southwest of Okharatyn by attacking toward the settlements of Sokil and Novopokrovsk. Towards Novopokrovsk, Russian infantry assault groups advanced through the tree lines with the support of numerous tanks. Drone operators from the 47th Mechanized Brigade released geolocated footage of a Russian assault consisting of 2 armored personnel carriers and a T-90M tank. Interestingly, the Russian tank was not leading the assault group and was instead held back for support.
The T-90? They didn't want to lose another one.
The first armored personnel carrier then promptly drove over an anti-tank mine and was destroyed on impact. Russian infantry on the second armored transport then
so
quickly dismounted
times.
and attempted to take cover while Ukrainian artillery opened fire on their position.
And they opened fire with the fucking Bradley, which is just hell. Okay, whatever you're shooting at with that Bradley, it's just shit's flying everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're in cover, dude. It's like total bedlam. Whatever that gun is pointed at.
The Russian assault quickly devolved into chaos as the supporting tank turned around to escape from the Ukrainian artillery barrage. During its retreat, the tank was hit by an FPV drone, disabling it as the crew fled to safety. Footage from a second observation drone shows how another Russian tank was sent into the settlement to support the Russian infantry. This tank was hit by an FPV drone as well, but managed to make it out of the settlement, where it was later abandoned. Astonishingly, Russia sent a third tank into the village, which also quickly turned around as soon as Ukrainian artillery shells started exploding near it. Ukrainian drone operators later shared footage
Maybe that's why he was doing that, was to draw fire.
of how they finished off both disabled Russian tanks with FPV kamikaze drones.
Wow.
The Russian attacks
I'm still shocked at how effective these drones are. One drone and the tank's got to turn around.
towards Sokil went similarly. Russian assault groups transported by armored personnel carriers attacked the settlement of Sokil. The armored transports drove over mines, whereafter the infantry dismounted and were engaged by Ukrainian artillery. However, here Russian assault groups managed to take up positions in the clearing halfway down the road. Another failed Russian assault was also halted halfway, but this time with an FPV kamikaze drone. Ukrainian artillery crews then opened fire on the remaining Russian infantry with cluster munitions. Ukrainians also deployed a Bradley infantry fighting vehicle to finish off the Russian vehicle together with the infantry. After the attacks, Ukrainians decided to degrade the Russian infantry, not only in their newly established positions, but also in the settlements themselves. Geolocated footage shows how Ukrainian drone operators intensely targeted Russian infantry with FPV kamikaze drones during the day and drone-dropped grenades at night. Ukrainians also detected a large group of infantry moving into one of the houses to take shelter there.
We showed this
Ukrainians later detected many more of these shelters and equipped their FPV drones with heavy explosives to effectively collapse and
You know, the drone grenades into the buildings wouldn't be so effective if the Russians didn't severely weaken these structures before they actually invade. You know, it'd be better cover for the Russians if they didn't, if the Russians didn't come through. And because look at these buildings are barely holding up because of the Russians' artillery barrages.
Destroyed these buildings.
Take one
Besides
grenade, the whole
all
fucking
Russian
thing
infantry
collapses.
inside, collapsing the building itself also denies Russian soldiers the ability to use this for shelter in the future. Ukrainians also released footage showing the extent of the Russian losses towards Novopokrovsk, as the video showed close to 50 Russian personnel losses in a tree line of under 100 meters.
You know, I wasn't able to show this on stream, but in the Discord, I mean, you know, there's footage. Davey posted footage of a Russian just casually walking, you know, pointing the camera at every one of his fallen comrades. Just dozens and dozens of bodies everywhere. He's joking and laughing, you know. It's like, I guess you're going to need gallows humor for it, but, you know, there's footage of, you know, what that looks like walking through, and it's horrific. How do you even continue? Like, okay, on my way to the front line to join the pile of bodies, you know, it's, I don't get it. I don't get Russians. I really don't.
With their losses quickly mounting, Russian forces in
Value your
Solovyev
lives,
desperately needed
please.
reinforcements. They sent forward multiple armored personnel carriers filled with infantry to the settlement, but were all destroyed by FPV drones and artillery. After Russian forces in the area were severely weakened, Ukrainians started carefully probing the Russian defenses for weak spots. Ukrainians attacked with Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, opening fire on and destroying Russian positions in front of Solovyev.
It's a nasty, nasty gun.
These probing attacks went exceedingly well, as Russian military bloggers confirmed that Ukrainians had retaken numerous tree lines and trench networks around Solovyev. Overall, Ukrainian forces have severely depleted the Russian breakthrough near Okeratine, to the point where Russians are unable to execute any large-scale maneuvers. Russians carried out a series of costly attacks, receiving only marginal gains in return.
Yeah.
Ukrainians have taken advantage of these high Russian losses by unleashing intense drone strikes, targeting Russian infantry, shelters, and...
It's the gains that they have are just the schmucks that somehow survived, that are still hanging around waiting for orders, right?
Reinforcements around Solovyev. This caused Ukrainians to be in a position to be able to carry out localized counterattacks, retaking control over several trenches and tree lines. Maintaining control over these positions creates a tactical advantage for the Ukrainians, as it prevents Russian assault groups from directly attacking the settlements of Sokil and Novopokrovsk. As Russians continue to suffer from a lack of reinforcements, Ukrainians will be able to regain the initiative and force the Russians back before they can dig in. If you're against the invasion of Ukraine...
reporting from Ukraine. Folks, making sure you are supporting this guy, putting in the work. He really is putting in the work, getting us that frontline information. If you do have any money or time, go ahead and like and subscribe to Reporting from Ukraine. Hold on to the new territories they annex at the very least. Yeah, I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong on that one. But we shall see. We shall see. All right. Moving on now to UK news. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Dig these choppers. These choppers can't be beat. Let's see. Is this in here? Corn on the cob is one of my favorite things to eat. No. Oh, that's a shame. I wish that clip was isolated in YouTube from C-Lab. I'll have to pull that up. The C-Lab clip. All right. Do you see Ukraine being able to restore their... I don't know about that one. Pravda. Now, I don't see that happening without Joe Biden growing a pair and you know, stop all this pussyfooting around, worrying about escalation. I don't see Crimea happening without real leadership in the West. But we'll see. All right, so let's move on here. Ukraine news. Sorry, UK news. And yeah, if you're not sure what's going on, the Tories, Rishi Sunak, called the election early, July 4th. The 4th of July. Yep. Oh, Chem Goblin. International law. Come on. International law enforced. Ooh. I don't know. No, I wouldn't say that either, though, Chem Goblin. Because you know the big factor that changes the whole calculation is the bravery of the Ukrainian soldiers. Their unbelievable desire for liberating Ukraine is one of the deciding factors here. So that's why I'm hesitant to say, you know, anything for certain. I've never seen bravery, you know, since World War II, you know, from from soldiers than I have in this in the Ukrainian fight here. So this was a link here from Leon. Labor Party, Keir Starmer. This is the prediction, I guess. Let's not get a little. Let's. Can we take it down a notch? Labor Party lovers, Keir Starmer, you're doing the Joe Biden thing? No, man. He reeks of neoliberalism. He reeks of, I'm not going to actually do anything about Brexit when I get into power. And look, that doesn't mean you shouldn't, vote for him, but it's this lack of mandate. Where's the mandate, man? It's really bad. You get a neoliberal in there with no mandate, you're like, oh, he's not a neoliberal. He's not a neoliberal. He's walking like a duck and talking like a duck. Wanted to talk about Jeremy Corbyn here. Let's get a little bit of UK news in here real quick, though. Not just UK news, but Keir Starmer related news. Yeah, okay, let's start with this one then we'll get into the rest of the UK stuff. So this is a really interesting debate. We're not going to do the whole 30 minutes. Brit poll, yeah. Yeah, Chem Goblin, wasn't that great? That video was great. That Ahoy video about cannon fodder doesn't mention the song the whole review, but plays like a remixed, down tempo version of it throughout the whole review. Ahoy is a legend, man. Ahoy is such a good video game content creator. Holy shit. If you don't know what I'm talking about, type Ahoy Poppy into Google and it'll come right up. But he just did a review for Cannon Fodder. And wow, what a review. But anyway, back to the UK here. Not a fan of Corbyn personally. Bad on foreign policy and unrealistic. Good anti-poverty campaigner, though. He was a good activist, bad leader. So there's, to me, when it comes to, and we're going to get back to Jeremy Corbyn here, but I wanted to stay focused on Rishi, Rishi Sunak, Keir Starmer, early elections. Want to get that discussion taken care of, and then we'll dive into this a little bit. But the reason why I'm showing this is because Owen Jones kind of goes over because here's the fact about Jeremy Corbyn. He was basically right about Israel, and his career was partially destroyed because of his calls for humanity for the Palestinian people. And I think especially now he's, people are seeing that he was retroactively correct, because he was smeared as an anti-Semite. Even today, Keir Starmer, Keir Starmer saying, I purged the party of anti-Semites. I purged the party of anti-Semites. Pretty ridiculous, because Jeremy Corbyn was basically seen retroactively correct. He's not an anti-Semitic by criticizing the Israeli government. So Owen Jones does a good job breaking down the lies, how he has been retroactively correct. And then, of course, he's throwing his support into him. And this is the way you get a mandate. This is the way you get a mandate, though, especially in a parliamentary system where it's not exactly first past the post. It's, all or nothing. But this is a great way to get a mandate, because if you get enough people supporting this smaller party, they can get enough seats to actually force Keir Starmer to be the liberal that he's kind of hinting that maybe he'll be. It's a very similar dynamic happening here in Canada with Justin Trudeau and the NDP, which is the New Democrat Party. They have just enough control, they have just enough seats to force Justin Trudeau to follow through on his own fucking manifesto. That's how these neoliberals work. By hook or by crook, you gotta make them submit. So I might be a kind of person who supports a Corbyn candidacy if I lived in that area. I didn't think he was an anti-Semite before, because I was, of course, my principles have been pretty clear from the very beginning. I've been criticizing Bibi Netanyahu since way before October 7th. People calling me anti-Semite for years. So when I saw Corbyn's career getting nuked, I was like, well, I know what's happening here. Needs to be deal with the media against them. Corbyn was particularly bad dealing with it. Doesn't matter if slander was justified, but he still was a bad leader. I think those criticisms seem to be more accurate because I've seen Mr. Sexy from that new news organization. What's it called? You know, the bald, sexy son of a bitch there. I've heard him say similar things where it was like, yeah, I mean, the smears were unfounded, but his political strategy, you know, his ability to actually do politics was dismal. And it reminds me of a character like Cornel West in the United States, where it's like, I love his books. He's so eloquent. His interviews, he's on point. You know, we're in line with his principles. And then he gets out to the campaign trail and shits his pants. And like, whoa, your political instincts blow. Holy shit. So, you know, I think that's the case with Jeremy Corbyn. So anyway, we had that little micro discussion. Let's get back to Rishi Sunak. Let's get back to Keir Starmer. Early elections have been called. What do people think about it? You know, why was it done? Interesting to me how my layman's take was kind of in line with the consensus here, which is that this is the best chance he's going to get. There's some positive economic numbers coming out. It's better to do it now than to let it linger. You know, so like apparently he was hovering over the button. Rishi Sunak was hovering over the button, you know, even in the last moments of making the decision. But you know, it's a political calculation, right? Let me see if I can lie and cheat and steal my way to getting just enough people convinced that, you know, hey, the economy's actually getting better and you just need to give us a chance and whatnot. Seems highly unlikely. But it's seemingly the best shot that they have. So let's listen to what actual experts, what actual people who know what they're talking about have to say. Like I said, we're not going to do the whole 30 minutes, but it's a fascinating conversation. I'll give you the link after this here, and you can watch the rest if you'd like. But we're going to watch the first bit of it here.
This is extraordinarily stupid, and I think there were a lot of angry and irritated Tory MPs.
You would like to think there is a mastermind plan and suddenly we're going to get this incredible manifesto, but I don't see it.
There was never going to be a Goldilocks moment.
Kem Goblin, yes. In a democracy, there are lots of levers to punish against that, yes.
This government to go to the polls, but I actually think it might be as good as it's going to get.
There's also this rumour going around that some of your colleagues are trying to get rid of him in order to stop an election going ahead. Any truth?
I gotta say, this woman actually is like a Tory supporter or defender or whatever, but I really freaking love her candor. I wish more conservatives were like her, quite frankly. And obviously, I don't think she's in office, which is probably why she can speak so clear, you know, so freely. But I gotta say, I was really impressed with, you know, I just want to call out anytime I see literally anything positive from a conservative, I just want to call it out and be like, okay, that's a debate I'm willing to have. I'm Russian in spite of the entire world. Oh, fuck off. Cry me a fucking river. Look, if you don't want to get your nuts blown off, get the fuck out of Ukraine, dumbass. Bitch. Cry me a fucking river. Get the fuck out of Ukraine, you fucking terrorist. What do you have to say about the terrorist actions of your country that was committed just today in Kharkiv, you son of a bitch? You used military resources to attack civilians at a fucking grocery market. Cry me a fucking river.
Get this incredible manifesto, but I don't see it.
There was never going to be a Goldilocks moment for this government to go to the polls, but I actually think it might be as good as it's going to get.
There's also this rumour going around that some of your colleagues are trying to get rid of him in order to stop an election going ahead. Any truth? Hello and welcome to the Political Forecast. So it's begun. Rishi Sunak has called an election for July the 4th, and all the parties, perhaps including his own, are scrambling to launch their campaigns. The Conservatives are 20 points behind in the polls, and even the Prime Minister recently admitted he's unlikely to win. So why go now? Why in the rain? Does he have something up his sleeve, or does he just fancy a summer in the Californian sun? He says Labour don't have a plan. Do they? What are the issues and who are the people that will decide this election? Joining me to discuss all of this is the Conservative MP and former Levelling Up Minister, Deanna Davison, Labour's former Culture Secretary, Ben Bradshaw, both are standing down at this election, and pollster Luke Trill. Look, first of all, first reactions. How shocked?
You can probably see it in my face, can't you? I'm still not quite over the shell shock of yesterday. You know, we all knew it was coming at some point, but I think having got through most of May, most of us anticipated it was coming in the autumn. And I wouldn't say foot was off the pedal, but the emotional foot was off the pedal, thinking we're going to say all our goodbyes in the autumn, wind up, say goodbye to our staff and all of that. So I think that's the shock for me more than anything, is actually the kind of emotional side of it. And the politics is over there, but that was a shock as well.
But a lot of your colleagues are more than shocked, aren't they? They're angry.
There is a lot of confusion, frustration, and anger from some quarters about kind of why now? You know, I suppose wondering, would things have improved by the autumn? Why on earth would you ever go into an election 20 points behind? I guess maybe there was a calculation that things might only get worse in the autumn, so press the button now and get on with it. But a lot of colleagues are not too pleased today.
Ben, I mean, nobody believed it. I was bumping into Labour shadow cabinet ministers yesterday who were saying, "Oh, he's not going to call an election. Don't be so silly. Why are you here?" They were saying, you know.
Right. Yes, although I was
so Leon, our colleague from the UK, and also a person who is currently successfully following my 3-step program to create political change. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, put your name down, and step 3, put in the work. So congratulations, Leon, on achieving my 3-step program. His comment here, reasons why Rishi called the election. Number 1, reform caught off guard, not flank from the right. Number 2, economy may be shit now, but won't get any better. Better call it now instead of winter, I see. 3, if they can cause labor infighting, I see. Which is what, so Jeremy Corbyn kind of, you know, I mean, that's always the charge against, you know, parties that are challenging corporate left, from the left, is that, oh, well, you're helping the right. You're helping the right. But that is not the case in a parliamentary system. So that's good. But I guess they would bad actors would classify what Jeremy Corbyn is doing as infighting. Would that be fair, Leon? That there are Labor partisans that are not very happy with Jeremy Corbyn? Do you follow the 4th step? I forgot what that is. What is a Coogan suit? Yeah, okay. Fucking Kim Goblin. We're trying to make Coogan suit happen. keep trying to make Coogan suit a thing.
In Prime Minister's questions in the chamber yesterday, and I was looking very carefully at Sunak's body language, and it struck me as completely different from normal. He was almost Zen-like in his posture and his behaviour. And that was just after the rumours started, bubbling up. And I posted on the Labour MP's WhatsApp group. I think this is going to happen. And it was strange. It's as if a huge weight had lifted from his shoulders.
Yeah, he doesn't want this. Are you kidding me? This rich, pampered bitch. You know, he would like to be king, right? He'd like to be in passing edicts and people being his yes man. But that's not a democracy. You know, like rich fuckers hate democracies. They're so used, just sitting in their little throne in their fucking mansion somewhere, every little whim, attended to. But in a democracy, when they actually get into power, oh, now they have to listen to people and pretend to care, and it's a lot of energy and burden for for a rich person to deal with, and his heart has never been in it,
Made a decision, or at least
like that Vivek Ramaswamy guy.
And what sort of reactions were you hearing from colleagues at the other side?
I overheard a senior Conservative cabinet minister say to a Conservative colleague in the corridor, "This is extraordinarily stupid." And I think there were a lot of that insight, angry
Leon.
And irritated.
So Leon, answering my question, Labour is mostly rallied around Starmer, as most of us just want to win. Corbyn and a ton of his allies have fled to party and joined the Greens. A lot of people are still sympathetic to him, though. Corbyn himself is not a part of the Greens, just some of his aides like Owen Jones. Interesting. Pravda, what are you doing? Is this a joke? Is this some fucking comedy that you're doing, man? Truth and honor? Have the Russians told the truth? at all? A single time since the start of this special military operation? Has a single shred of truth been uttered by a Russian individual? It's lie first and then figure it out later. I mean, to be fair, that's all the empires, though. That's exactly what the United States does as well. You know, oh, what's the spin? Got to conceal the reality.
Tory MPs. Personally,
right.
I'm elated. I'm getting 5 months of my future back, which I didn't think I would have. So I've been going around with a big smile on my face. Not just because I think Labour's got the best chance of getting back into government since 2005, but for me personally too.
Yeah, I mean, Deanna, how do you feel about leaving even earlier than you thought?
Even earlier. It's a strange one. I mean, you know, mentally I've been ready to leave since I kind of announced it, which was, 18 months ago, I think I said I wasn't standing. So that part isn't new, but I suppose it sounds really silly, but we'd sort of expected that we would have the summer and early autumn to kind of wrap up some of the constituency work we're doing, wrap up some of the campaigns we're working on in Parliament. I just secured a load of concessions from the government around my One Punch awareness stuff, which I was literally this week about to get into with them. So I'm hoping that Labour will carry that work over, and I'm sure that they will. So in that sense, it's just very odd. I mean,
what is the necklace? What the hell is this? It's like, look, I don't want to say it's some Nazi shit, but is that some Nazi shit? What the fuck is that necklace? What the fuck is that, dude? I don't know. It's not, it ain't no Christian cross. It's a fucking lightning bolt or some shit. What is that? Fuck is that? All right, I'm not saying it's some Nazi shit. I'm just saying, what the fuck is that? Never mind. It's a lightning sign. There ain't no cross. I know a Christian cross when I see one. She just likes Harry Potter. Okay, all right. Okay, Gorps. Welcome back, Gorps, by the way. It's good to see you. Thank you so much. Hopefully your streams are successful as well. So thank you so much. I'm honored to have such a popular young Zoomer in my chat. You can just on a whim, you can just send your little horde of demons into my chat and completely ruin my day. I think it's really adorable how you can do that. You're like, you know, some evil villain with this horde of you know, everyone's wearing the same uniform. Henchman. Welcome back, ROB. Okay, so she's just a Harry Potter fan. Let's get back to it. Last time I paused. Let's get back to it.
I mean, you know, ready to leave, ready to get out, ready to not have the colossal pressure that Ben will recognise you do have as an MP kind of on my shoulders anymore. But just, as I say, it's that emotional impact of the people I've worked with, the team, my team, who now in 6 weeks are faced with the prospect of no job, which is, you know, quite a daunting thing given that they've basically become like my second family. Very strange feeling, but I'm sure in a couple of days, once the shock has kind of worn off, I'll probably be feeling like Ben, if I'm honest.
I mean, the really interesting thing about yesterday, for me as well, was also the scarcity of people wanting to talk about it. You know, there were not Conservatives all over the airwaves. Conservative Central Office were not providing senior interviewees. You know, you were ringing around trying to get people. But the line that Conservatives were coming out with, Luke, was, well, the poll lead isn't hard. You know, it's a soft poll lead and it can be eroded. Is that true?
Well, look, I mean, it's a poll lead of 20 points on average at the moment. You know, that is significant. And I think the more interesting thing is we've kept on waiting for that moment when it started to narrow. We sort of thought, would it narrow in the autumn, after the budget, when the tax cuts came in, after the local elections? So far, it's proved quite impervious as a poll lead. And I think the calculation actually was slightly the other way.
Yeah,
it's starting to look like nothing we can do is budging the poll lead. There's more of a risk if we're seen to be clinging on that the public go, we just
I see. So it's okay. Thank you. So strategy over here doing research on the jewelry. So it's some kind of brand called Karma. It's for higher class people, but recently they went online and make cheaper stuff for the more normal audience, which is something a lot of high-end brands have been doing. Gucci, you know, has a whole brand for the poor fucks too. Anyway, Leon's comment here. My honest thoughts on Labor, Starmer's traditional labor right, which has accepted high tax, high spend, isn't a winning strategy. He is a good public speaker and especially good one-on-one, but lacks experience for the camera. He has some radical past, but is mostly moderated. Has some degree limited the left wing's influence after they attack him. All right, yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know if I necessarily. I mean, you're more plugged in. You have a better observation of this than I do, Leon. But I gotta say, yeah, he really does not. I don't know, man. I want to see before I make ultimate judgments about this guy. It's like we got no choice. He's the guy that's going to be put in there. Unless something crazy happens, unless these labor politicians completely drop the ball. So let's see how he actually governs, because he's really safe. He's really, really, really safe. And I understand maybe that's just how you win. That's the only way to get left politics done. I just don't think that's the case, though. For me, it feels like he doesn't want to make promises that he knows he's not going to keep. Which is exactly what neoliberals do. He isn't a Blairite. He talks about class. He likes the state and the economy. He's very moderate and cautious, but firmly in the social democratic roots rather than liberal ones. Just very moderated. I mean, that's what I need proof on. Because I've heard some of that. I've heard some of that talk. The very, very inspiring class, identifying class inequities, that kind of language from Keir. So I've definitely heard that. But that's what I'm worried about. Is that because like neoliberals, they use the language of progressives, and it sounds so good. It's like honey on your toast, right? It sounds so good, and then they get in there and they're like, "Oh, we tried so hard. Oh, we just couldn't do it. Had to give tax cuts to the rich. Sorry, baby. Oh." So I want to be wrong, but man, this guy's giving me weird, Justin Trudeau vibes, dog. Pravda, this is pathetic. I'm well past the Ukrainian section. Can you go fuck off? I mean, I'm so embarrassed by you. I don't even want to ban you. You're just pathetic. Please move on, honey. This is sad.
Towards quite a perilous summer. If they got a flight off to Rwanda and it didn't stop the boats over the summer, I think that would turbocharge reform in the autumn. And so, there was never going to be a Goldilocks moment for this government to go to the polls, but I actually think it might be as good as it's going to get. Inflation is lower. There hasn't been a rate cut, but it looks like they might be pushed back. So they can sort of say, we're turning the corner, we're getting there, but without having to actually prove, I guess, that the plan is working.
Yes, I mean, they're pinning a lot on the economics of this, aren't they? They're saying inflation's...
Yeah, so it was like I'm saying, though, right? Because it's the lie is more effective before, like the promise that things will get better, the lie is more effective to do it, in the pre-stage than the post-stage. When everyone's like, well, no, you're just like with Brexit, right? Like like we know your Brexit promises don't work. Here we are in the time that you predicted, and things have not gotten better. In fact, they've gotten worse. So that's okay. So there you go. That's just a little bit from that debate. Really lovely stuff. And it doesn't look like the conservative is wearing some kind of like lightning bolt thing, SS kind of thing. It's bro, please, I'm tired of videos. Can we talk on Discord? What? About what? What do you want to talk about, sweetie? What in the world do you want to talk about? We're not done with videos. I got more UK stuff here. Fuel poverty. Can Tories hang on to seats as energy bills fall? Biden versus Trump. We'll get to. I got a couple little videos on Trump. We'll get to that. Importance of bricks, huh? That's adorable. Look, you missed your opportunity there for Ukraine-Russia propaganda there. Just asking questions. No, Manar. Thank you so much, but no. No thanks. So this is a really interesting interview with a lifelong Tory voter who is no longer interested in the Tory party. To be honest with you, though, these people are quite fickle, and they're quite nostalgic. And as we saw with with this Trump stuff and this these never Trumpers, and they're very eager to go right back to it. They're very eager. My God, this is pathetic. That is pathetic, dog. Bye. Yeah, go ahead and go to his stream if you want fucking pathetic, mediocre, standard talking point takes from a fucking child. By the way, that nihilist, anti-nihilist, you look forward to the Canadian coverage where the election occurs. I'm sure you have great insights. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about great insights, but I'll definitely be covering it. Once it happens. Justin Trudeau, I don't think he's going to be calling an early election. He's going to be riding this out to the very end. That's my prediction. Oh, I know strategy. It's kind of adorable. I mean, hell, if you want that fucking crap, you want that pro-Russian, just asking questions, debate bro in your face, posing bullshit, then by all means. But anyway, like I said, this is a really cool video. This, like I said, lifelong Tory voter saying, I'm done. I've had enough of this. Let's hear what her insight is. Oh, come on, strategy. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. He believes all the right-wing takes, whatever it is he believes, uncritically. Everybody's a cuck. I don't believe in free speech because I banned him.
I'm in debt with my gas and electric company. Okay. And I need advice, basically, because I don't know where to go.
Like 2 million others, Rachel, an NHS receptionist, is in debt to her energy supplier.
They have tried to...
Let me guess, Leon, Tories privatized it? Is that what happened? It used to be more socialized and subsidized, and the Tories privatized it? Is that what's going on here?
Increase our direct debit to stupid amounts, as in £500 to £600 a month.
£500 to £600
is he? Fuck you, bitch.
And we basically told them we can't feed our children if you do that. Even with 2 young children in the house, they didn't care. No. And yeah, I could get upset thinking about it.
Yeah, look, I ban punk ass bitches. I don't waste my time with trash. I take it to the curb and then I move on with my day. That's how the news underground does it. I don't have time for fools. Bye, bitch.
Yeah, they just aren't bothered.
This woman's in
The
debt.
advice
She can't
centre
even
at this
heat her
food bank in
house.
Stoke-on-Trent has seen its need double over the past year, driven mostly by
Look at that
those who can
toilet
no longer
paper.
keep up with their bills or top up their prepayment meter.
So we were able
Tories
to refer
private.
the
I
lady
knew it.
who got 50p left to...
Listen to that. So Leon over here answering my question. Tories privatized it, talking about the energy company. Of course, that would be the big reason why prices would be skyrocketing. Privatized our steel, our water, our energy, our social homes. What, the console houses? They privatized the console houses? Our mail service, our buses, our rail. They've stolen a generation. Homie, okay, look. Jesus fucking Christ. Look, I'm timing you out because I like to abuse you. You're my new favorite punching bag. So come on back in 30 minutes so we can continue to fucking laugh at you. Okay? Thank you, Bozo the Clown. See you in 30. Oh, strategy. He can suck my entire chode, and he knows it.
Organisation that we work with at the food bank, and so she was that grateful that she cried. This is the 21st century. We are going back to how my mum and dad grew up.
Yeah.
Today,
Exactly.
the energy price cap has gone down by 7% per unit, meaning the average bill will be £1,568, the lowest level since the war in Ukraine began, but still £400 higher than 3 years ago.
He was a Labour guy.
It's this dip in
Right.
energy costs that has driven that drop in inflation the Prime Minister had so been waiting for to call this election. But people's bills are still expensive and energy debt is at record highs. Instead of feeling economic stability, a lot of people are feeling simply fed up.
Yeah.
Stoke-on-Trent North is one of the Labour heartlands snatched by the Conservatives in 2019.
So Zia Duke answering my question about console houses. Not only did they allow people to buy their console house, but they banned consoles from replacing them. What? So you made a law to intentionally make sure the problem gets worse? Boy, that does sound like conservative policy. Holy shit. That's Did they get a red hot poker in the ass on their way out of the eviction as well? Mandated.
19. Its voters, like others in the Red Wall, thanked by Boris Johnson for lending their support.
Sorry.
The dissatisfaction
I'm a
around
Yankee.
here. Most people won't even vote.
My experience with console houses is the young ones. Okay, that's how like these rat box fucking unmaintained shit houses. That's my understanding of what a console house is. Council house. All right.
Thanked by Boris Johnson for lending their support.
House of the Young Ones
The
was massive.
dissatisfaction
It
around
was
here.
huge, yeah.
Most people won't even vote. It's normally Labour.
So this is the exact dynamic that I'm expecting with the people that are disgusted with Trump. They're not going to go, and like this is why I criticize Joe Biden, and the Democratic Party and the DNC for thinking that these people are convertible. They're, the best you're going to get is them not showing up. They're not going to, a lot of these folks are not going to vote. They've been doing it their whole life. Okay, it's some kind of like marathon. I don't know. It's like they're like the kids in class that are happy about their attendance report, right? Their politics is tattooed into their soul. It's not about what who's going to help me and who's going to help society and who's going to help my kids. It's some track record. It's some fucking thing. That's something that they keep going. Now I'm simplifying it, of course, but there's a lot of people that what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of people that are just not going to let it go. Their political identity, that I'm a Tory for life. My dad was Tory and everyone's Tory and I've been voting it. Same shit we see in the United States over here with Republican nonsense. The reason why it's so prevalent is because it's weaponized. It's actually encouraged and weaponized. It used to be kind of laughed off. Come on, this is politics. You're taking it too seriously. I mean, I guess this has always kind of been an element because it's always mixed in with nationalism. Anyway, I'm babbling. Let's get back to it. It's just very interesting that that's what we're going to see with a lot of Republicans that are disgusted with Trump, and quite frankly, a lot of lefties that are disgusted with Biden. They're just not going to show up. They're just not going to vote.
Lending their support.
The dissatisfaction around here. Most people won't even vote. It's normally Labour.
What do you think about next time?
It'll be Labour. 2 seconds, go.
So you're not going to vote this time?
I don't think it's going to alter anything. It'll just carry on the way it is.
The Prime Minister launched an
Political
election because he
nihilism.
said that there
Derived
was
from
economic
cynicism.
stability. What do you think?
Definitely not.
I'm having to cut out on, doing anything for myself just to afford making sure they've got clothes, they've got food, they've got everything they need. So it's literally pinching pennies.
And let me tell you, man, a lot of this shit happened after a really seminal and important Davos conference. The famous one telling you how you're going to rent everything and enjoy it. Did anyone else notice that? Maybe it's just a coincidence. And of course, COVID, really allowed for them to shift some pieces of the chessboard. But does anyone notice that? That big Davos thing, they're all talking about this is the new paradigm shift. This is the new way to go. Then all of a sudden, the economy is just slowly constricting like a boa constrictor around our neck. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it.
I'm counting literally down to pounds each payday.
Labour will focus considerable
Not loyal for the sake
firepower
of it,
here
but
over the
genuine love for the whole
campaign,
party.
though it's not.
Yeah, Leon, we got to break through that. We need to destroy that. Personally, I think we need to destroy that. We need to be 100% totally selfish and self-serving and fickle when it comes to political parties. We shouldn't be nostalgic for them and hold them close. It should be about, what are you doing for me right now? What are you doing for my kids? What are you doing for society right now? And if you're not providing what I demand, welcome to the dumpster, bitch. This is politics. I think we need to break free of that. And you know what? The founding fathers in the United States were worried about political parties. I think it was Jefferson who talked about how like all political parties should be disbanded every 4 years or something. Like the entire thing should be flushed and nuked. Because of the danger that they saw in political parties. But I think we need to have the exact opposite mentality. We need to just like ask ourselves, what is this political party doing for us as a society and my principles and what I believe in? If it's not providing, then who is providing? And have no qualms and have no problem whatsoever shifting over and pivoting to different parties that actually represent you. I think that's how democracy is most effective, especially in a system that is not first past the post, that is ranked choice voting, and is, I believe, in some way, some configuration of a parliamentary style system, so that multiple parties can gain power and control, and forcing coalitions and things like that. I think that's really you actually see democracy turbocharged. When parties that are reluctant have no choice but to work with parties that are pushing them further in one direction or the other. You see that on the right, of course, but I think the left needs to understand this dynamic better. What's the solution? I actually have a really simple solution for you. You want to help? It sounds like you want to change. Yeah. You want change? I have a very simple 3-step solution. You ready to listen? Because I hope you're ready to act. You got a smart fucking mouth. Hopefully you got that same kind of energy in your feet. Because here's the solution. Step 1, inform yourself. You seem like a smart ass, so maybe you actually know something. Step 2, put your name down. Sign up to a political organization, a union, a politician, something in your area. And step 3, put in the work. Show up for the protests. Donate the money. Put in the time. Put in the time. Well, you're the one with a smart fucking mouth. You think this is a one-way avenue? You think I'm one of those streamers that you can just come into my chat, talk shit, and not get pushback? You asked for an answer, and I just gave it to you. Now quit your jabber-jacking and get to the fucking streets, biatch. Why aren't you? You're not? You're not angry? Elon Musk takes a piss in your fucking cornflakes every single fucking day. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Jeff Bezos thinks you're a fucking moron. What the fuck are you going to do? That's exactly what you need to do, bitch. You need to get extremely angry and remember that your future is being stolen by assholes. Get out of my fucking chat, you fucking defeatist. Getting upset won't solve anything. What an absolute ridiculous defeatist attitude. Getting upset is what created America. Getting fed up, demanding change is what got women the right to vote. It's what created the civil rights movement. Saying I've had enough and this is where I stand. So you goddamn right, you better get angry. You better learn how to get angry. Enough of this diffusing the conversation. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Too awkward. You need to calm down, bro. Bitch, you need to calm up. You need to freak out because your fucking future is being stolen from you right now as we speak by millionaires, billionaires, oligarchs, psychopaths, and sociopaths. Get angry. Don't chill out. Get pissed.
Not just the Conservatives they're fighting in areas like these, but distrust and disillusionment.
I voted for Conservative last time, but I wish I didn't. Safe to say I won't be voting this year.
For anyone?
I've just lost all faith.
Yeah. So that's quite frankly, and I don't mean to make fun of this woman. I'm not trying to make fun of her weight, but that's lazy. That's how a lot of lazy people, because it's a cop out, right? Okay, I've had it up to here with this party. I don't want to really look into why I don't want to vote against them. I don't really want to look into alternatives. Both sides are bad. I'm not gonna look at any. Okay, it's not like okay, I've thrown away my identity as a Tory, and now I'm opening my mind to all the truth about the Tory party. No, she wants to hold on to those lies. She wants to hold on to those decisions that she made her entire life. You know, all those various times she voted for lower taxes or whatever she thought she was voting for, supported Brexit, right? She wants to believe that those decisions are still correct and that it's just an anomalous, one-time kind of thing. Quite frankly, this is the best you're going to get from conservative voters, is to demoralize them into not participating, right? Forcing them to acquiesce, and you'll never be able to convince them with truth and facts, okay? And they're too nostalgic for those feelings to let them go. The best you can do is to make them throw up their hands. Oh, both sides. Oh, the liberals are just as bad as my incredibly corrupt and atrocious party that even I can't vote for. Both sides. Greetings from south of Boston. It's your boy, Lenny. AccidentsWaitingToHappen.com. You better get with it. Like and subscribe to Lenny, only if you want to have a good time. Especially you hot ladies. By the way, abandon. Although I think you're right that blind trust is bad in politics, I think a certain amount of trust is necessary too. Trust is important for social cohesion, politics. It denies apathy. I think labor deserves such trust. I think you're wrong about deserves that trust. And I think, you know, Leon, and look, you have an open mind. You're an honest person. Time will tell. I hope I'm dead wrong. Keir Starmer smells like poopy. Smells like dookie doo. Something's up. He's doing that Hillary Clinton shit. Maybe you don't see it like I see it because all the liars, and maybe I'm not seeing it the way that you're seeing it because I'm cynical because of all the liars. But something stinks in Denmark, son. Something ain't right about this Keir Starmer fellow. Hillary Clinton, the Clinton clan. Hiles plays chess. Welcome back. I hope I'm wrong about it, but look, what I was getting at is that you're an honest person. You will admit if you're wrong. I will admit if I'm wrong because I'm wrong all the time. It's pretty easy when you do it all the time, right? You get used to it after a little while. About an expert on that. Seth Rogen looking ass motherfucker. I am not Seth Rogen, sir.
Promises
I am
keep
related
getting
to
made
Seth
and they
Rogen.
never get met, and I've got no faith in them at all.
Yeah, both
Faith
sides.
in
Both
promises
sides.
of levelling up, of lower bills,
Yeah, I'm Seth
of
Rogen's
change
cousin.
is in short supply. One each party will be battling over on July the 4th.
What's my name? It's Steve Rogen. Look, guys, we've been over this before, okay? I'm related to Seth Rogen. He's my buddy. He's my friend. People are hitting me up with messages. That's never good. I don't know what's going on. People sending me Twitter messages. Look, I got proof, okay? Look, I had to post it on Twitter recently, but look, we got proof right here, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm absolutely related to Hollywood mega superstar Seth Rogen. He's my cousin. Takes me to all of his... He's calling me up. I want to hang out. You're such a cool dude. Bro, I don't have any fucking time, okay? I got a family. I don't have time to hang out and smoke weed at your Hollywood parties. Have fun with Hollywood super celebrities and stuff. You know, I'm sick of it. It happens to me all the time. So, end of story there. I want to talk to Steve Rogen. Thank you. And yes, if this Labor government fails, I won't deny it, although I will certainly be in despair. Wait do you see the depths of despair the neoliberal party will take you into. But I hope I'm wrong, man. I want him to be the secret radical. Come on in. Gets in. He's like, oh, by the way, did you know I have a mandate to reverse Brexit? And he's just fucking Tory policies. Fucking. That's what I want to see. Yeah, politics is weird. Just like my Hollywood famous cousin Seth Rogen. Rogen? Yeah, my buddy Seth. Okay, so Jeremy Corbyn. This is the end. Is a great movie though. A fun movie. It's a lot of celebrities in there. I was hanging out on set talking to like Emma Roberts and Scarlett Johansson. And I was like, whatever, whatever, like Rihanna was on the set, like whatever, Anyway, so Jeremy Corbyn launched his campaign after Starmer purge. So I wanted to show this because I don't think I don't think Jeremy Corbyn has been able to truly say, oh, by the way, I don't think the media, no one's ever going to admit, oh, by the way, Jeremy Corbyn was 100% correct on Israel when destroyed. And I think I would like to this is my opportunity to do that right now. Owen Jones kind of goes through the lies, kind of points out, some of the big lies and some of the big, smears that was used. I do think the one thing that Owen Jones is, of course, he's connected with Jeremy Corbyn politically. They worked on the same campaign. I think they worked in the same party. Yada yada. So the one thing that he's not going to bring up is what Leon was pointing out, is that Jeremy Corbyn does seem to have, doesn't seem to have very good political instincts, which is different from having, good lefty principles. And the example that I used, of course, was Cornel West here in the United States, where it's like, yeah, you're great, amazing, I love your books, I love your interviews, Your political decisions were harebrained and stupid and short-sighted and a complete, failure. It was an embarrassing failure. I think Cornel West hasn't dropped out of the race, but let's be real. Like the whole fiasco was embarrassing. I won't get into it, but it was a fiasco, Cornel West. And it's like, what the fuck, man? You're supposed to be the chosen one. You got these instincts. So I think that's the case with Jeremy Corbyn as well. His heart's in the right place, whatnot, but doesn't really know how to play the game, maybe. And I don't think Owen Jones gets into that too much. But let's get into it. I'm not going to do the whole thing, whole 10 minutes here. We'll probably do 5 minutes of this. But this is a really good breakdown of Jeremy Corbyn, who has been retroactively proven correct about Israel. And just same as me, I've been talking about, like, this is really bad news. Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir, that's a match made in hell. Like, we don't want that. And sure enough.
Corbyn has just launched his bid to remain the Member of Parliament for Islington North, the North London constituency he's represented since before I was born, back in 1983, so over 4 decades ago. Now let's have a little look at his campaign launch video.
I was first elected to Parliament for Islington North in 1983. And in all those years, we, the community, have had many, many campaigns. We've defended and supported the Whittington Hospital. We've prevented the widening of Holloway Road and construction of a motorway through North London. We've achieved great things like Gillespie Park. We've had a lot of council housing built.
Oh, okay. Thank you for your input. Looks like new to the chat. Thank you for your input here. Corbyn has good political instincts as an MP responding to his community, but not as a national party political leader. Interesting. So that would explain maybe why he's able to be voted back in. He can find a constituency that he can inspire and he can deliver for. But yeah, maybe that's not the case though. But it sounds like Keir Starmer doesn't want to touch him with a 10-foot pole, and that doesn't seem like it's going to change. One thing you'll notice about neoliberals, Leon, is that they're horrid cowards who refuse to lead. They refuse to take a stance and say this is where we're going, and make any kind of real move, because it might be smart. It might be smart to talk to the guy who is retroactively correct about Israel. But no, that's a hot wire. That's bad politics. His career was thrown away and everyone forgets why. And, being associated with him is just bad news. Although seriously, I wish Corbyn was the leader of the Labour Party. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be happening. Like I said, Keir Starmer isn't going to let him anywhere near the party, and he's proud of it. He's bragging about it on media, which is a really bad sign.
Achieved some fantastic victories together, and that is what being the local MP is all about. I believe in democracy. I want our political parties to be democratic, but members of Islington North Labour have been denied the right to choose their own candidate, and alongside that, the community as a whole has been disempowered because of that. So we have to stand up. We have to stand up and say, we're not taking this anymore. We will assert our rights. That's why I'm standing to be an independent candidate for the people of Islington North.
Now, the former leader of the Labour Party was purged by the current leadership in an act of straightforward factional vengeance, spite, bitterness, whatever you want to call it. I didn't want to rehash this too much because it's really grubby, but let's talk about it. Suffice it to say, the frequently stated reasons for it are false, and that matters. Let's hear Keir Starmer discussing this today.
The first thing I said as Labour leader is that I would tear anti-Semitism out of our party by the roots.
See, I mean, that is really, really troubling, because it's like, he wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong. I'm tearing anti-Semitism. Keir Starmer over here, criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism, Keir Starmer. They want both. They're going to balance both. And when they get into power, one side is going to win, and that's going to be the pro-Israel side.
That was my first solemn promise, and I followed through on that. And that is why I took the decision that Jeremy Corbyn would not stand as a Labour candidate at this election. What's happened with Jeremy standing as independent, that's a matter for him.
Firstly, there's not even a pretense there's an independent disciplinary process here, which is frequently what's said. Keir Starmer's literally gone and said it was his personal decision there to block Corbyn. Now, after the Equalities and Human Rights Commission investigation into anti-Semitism and the Labour Party published its findings in October 2020, Jeremy Corbyn released a statement in which he described anti-Semitism as absolutely abhorrent, wrong, and responsible for some of humanity's greatest crimes, emphasised the party's failure at dealing with the problem when he took over, emphasised the changes made to speed up taking action when his ally Jenny Formby became General Secretary in 2018, rebutted those who claimed anti-Semitism didn't exist in Labour, and backed the implementation of the HRC's legally binding recommendations.
I'm not going to buy the bait. I'm just going to move on, okay, guys?
One of the instructions there, by the way, was for there to be an independent disciplinary process in Labour, which is a total joke, as I've outlined. Now, what Corbyn did say in that statement was that the scale of the problem was dramatically overstated by opponents. Now, given, just as one example, one right-wing columnist went on radio during the 2019 election and claimed Jeremy Corbyn wanted to reopen the gates of Auschwitz, deranged. Whatever you think about Corbyn's statement at the time, you can kind of see something of a point there, can't you? Just as that one example. I mean, which is different from their being or dismissing anti-Semitism existing, but his statement did deal with that. Now, frankly, Starmer went on to repeatedly take no action against MPs who supported him, who engaged in outright anti-Semitic tropes, and then, in fact, refused to take action against Labour's Rochdale by-election candidate who had condemned people in the media from certain Jewish quarters until there was enough outrage. Now, when Corbyn was purged, the leadership's allies went around telling everyone that it was a clause 4 moment. That is referring back to when Labour, under Tony Blair, ditched the party's commitment to public ownership in 1995. That is, in other words, proving Labour was no longer left-wing. Now, this is incredibly grubby because it shows they were looking for an excuse to purge Corbyn on political grounds and use the question of anti-Semitism to do it. Anyone who thinks that does anything other than undermine the fight against racism has no more compass.
It does. It undermines
now, there was supposed to be an independent process, but it was all clearly driven by...
It undermines the fight against actual anti-Semitism. It doesn't undermine anti-Semitism. But, you know, it's watering it down. You know, we can't allow these incredibly important topics to be weaponized by cynical bad actors and just let them get away with it. We've actually seen the damage of letting this anti-Semitic slur, I guess you want to call it, whatever better term for it. But you know, we've seen what happens when we allow it to get out of hand, and we allow Israel to get away with, you know, just waving the anti-Semitism wand and ruining people's careers. You know, it just it hasn't been good for us. No, I disagree with Blair removing common ownership. My vision of the party is a socialist one, so says so in our membership cards. It is a royal shame. Well, and this is what it goes back to what I was talking about at the very beginning, is that Keir Starmer doesn't have a mandate. You know, is he even promising to do anything about the consul houses, however you want to say it? You know, he doesn't really have to, right? It's just kind of fill in the blank. Anything, you know, that's the same exact thing with Barack Obama, man. It was a fill in the blank campaign. I'm not going to make any specific promises about anything, but you know, I'll do a speech that maybe mentions them, but I won't actually mention a policy, and my manifesto will be filled with vague language, and you know, you can just kind of fill in the blank about what you want. We do plan to build. Okay, excellent. All right, so I'm wrong on that one. So there's a concrete promise, 300,000 to 500,000. So these aren't going to be homes that are going to be offered to people, you know, at a discount. These are just regular private homes. Leon, are these consul houses? Are these homes that'll be provided to lower income people who can't afford it, to avoid you know, massive homelessness in the UK? That'd be pretty cool.
By the leadership, indeed, the party didn't purge Jeremy Corbyn's own membership of the party because there was no basis for doing so. So instead, they took away the Labour whip in Parliament, so he didn't sit as a Labour MP. Yeah. Now, the motion which was used to prevent Corbyn standing as a Labour MP had nothing to do with anti-Semitism. As Jess Barnard, who was a member of Labour's National Executive Committee at that meeting, says, as an NEC member present at that meeting,
what would the young ones do if they were in UK 2025? You know, they'd be homeless, right? There wouldn't be a consul house for the young one. You know, and it's like, yeah, well, they're bums. Fuck them. You know, Adrian was a maniac. He was always breaking the walls. But it's like, I don't know. You know, I mean, who knows what happened with the young ones? Maybe they turned themselves into, you know, careers of some sort. You know, and they just needed to, you know, a place to stay so that they could, you know, I don't know. I'm just worried about it, you know, because it's like there are people in society that are not profit makers, that are not revenue generators. And what are they going to do if they can't afford a home and they can't afford to rent? Because the private companies have bought up all the fucking rent, and they bought up all the homes for rent, and then they're raising the prices. Broad plan to solve the housing crisis in Jones. I don't know. The free console houses seemed like a pretty good idea. Last report in mid-level housing is $900K. It's just insane. Starmer also wants devaluation, which will give more power to local councils to manage and build. Really? So are you saying devolution or devaluation? Because devolution, what, like shooting like a de-evolution ray at a building, and it turns into like a early 19th century Oliver Twist looking building. Do you think Corbyn votes on July 4th will damage Starmer's election? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think what it might do, it might actually benefit the people who want Starmer to actually achieve his manifesto, because it could potentially, apply a little bit more pressure to Starmer to be like, look, if I don't want to continue to lose my constituents and my momentum to this anti-Semite, maybe I should start, fulfilling the promises I'm making in my manifesto. Are we not men? Yes, local autonomy. Okay. I find it very, very doubtful that devaluation of because look, who votes? It's all, homeowners vote. That's the time immemorial. Housing prices going down, the value of my house going down. Oh, I don't know about that one. He also wants to remove the House of Lords, but due to practical concerns, it will be the second parliament due to Tories stacking in the Lords. Another example of his caution of ideology. Well, I do like the sound of that. You like the sound of that? That's the Jacob Rees-Mogg monocle wearing motherfuckers, right, Leon? Yeah, they're not my cup of tea. Oh, get him! Oh, damn, Soundboard. Damn it.
To confirm, as I did at the time to members, Keir Starmer's motion to prevent Jeremy Corbyn returning as a Labour MP made zero mention of anti-Semitism. This kind of dishonesty undermines trust in our party and the fight against racism. Now, this whole saga is extremely revealing about who Keir Starmer is as a person, but more importantly as a politician. He had stood for the leadership of the party, rightly saying that it wasn't policies like taxing the rich, public investment, public ownership, scrapping tuition fees, reversing NHS privatisation, and so on, that had lost Labour the election. He promised to keep those policies, to build on them. He called them pledges. He then dishonestly went back on virtually all of them, not because circumstances in the country had changed, but because he no longer needed the support of Labour members to secure the leadership of the party, and therefore decided he didn't have to stick by policies he didn't believe in. Now, we know that because, for example, when he's standing to be leader of the Labour Party, he promised Andrew Neil that there would be nationalisation of utilities in the manifesto, the interview at Andrew Neil. Then after he became leader, told the BBC's Lord Kunnersberg that he had never committed to national...
Leon, oh my God. Leon, buddy. Okay. So, Leon, do you really believe Starmer is going to challenge these multi-billion-dollar profit-making entities? Do you really feel like he's going to remove their ability to extract the unbelievable amounts of wealth that they've been extracting so far? Is he really going to stop that? Since the July 4th announcements, I always feel bad about putting a cross and a bell out for someone who supports genocide, but now with Corbyn, on the other hand, it makes the decision a lot easier. Yeah, borderline. And look, it's a parliamentary system. I think it's great. Look, if Keir Starmer is worried about the support that Corbyn is getting, he's going to have to do a coalition. He's going to, if he wants those voters, he's going to have to actually be the lefty that he's promising to be. Yes, mostly because he has to. It's impossible for a Labour government to avoid it. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, Leon. We're just gonna, fucking man. I'm not gonna piss in your cornflakes, dude. I'm gonna leave those cornflakes nice and delicious looking. That's all I'm gonna say. Last little bit from
Owen. Just an example of a straightforward lie. Now, he repeatedly also said Corbyn was his friend, announced the media smear campaign against him when Starmer stood for leader, then later said Corbyn had never been his friend. You can see here in Starmer the Boris Johnson pattern of lying, lying both over the big picture and the petty. Now, Jeremy Corbyn has been...
All right, so there you go. If you want to see the rest of this, Owen Jones, it's really good. Just a 10-minute rant there in some his bedroom or apartment or something. But if you want to see the rest of it, it's right there. I like Owen Jones, but, look, man, he's got a side and he defends it, and I think he defends it well, and he does a really great job. All right, so okay, yeah, I don't have time to cover the post office scandal. Let's do the post office scandal real quick. Real quick update on the post office scandal. This is Leon, UK politics is getting silly with this shit, man. I can't believe she thought she was going to get away with this.
Public inquiry, but as ever, no response to inquiries in public. Did you mislead Parliament? Warned about self-incrimination by the chairman. Paula Venables, like all of them, apologised mostly for what happened, not for what she did.
Leon, it just doesn't work like that, man.
Whose name I noted, who said that...
Look at the so-called Democratic Party in Canada, the Justin Trudeau Liberals. They had a manifesto, that filled with all kinds of things, and they just, we deny the can't do this. It required a whole separate party to the left of them, the NDP, to get enough votes, to get enough power to force the Democrats to work with them, because they wouldn't be able to achieve anything without the NDP, and it's because of the NDP that we have eye care, something that Justin Trudeau promised, that we have dental care, something that Justin Trudeau promised. I mean, a bunch of different things in that manifesto. The NDP had to say, look, we're out of the coalition, we're out of this partnership if you don't make this announcement about the promises that you made. It's a common dynamic with neoliberals. It's with neoliberals, man. That's the thing. Is like it's like I hope I'm wrong about this about Keir Starmer. Look at the Blair Party. Regardless of how I dislike him, we did near all of his manifestos. Same with the Wilson-Attlee government in considering Starmer. So I mean, it was just pointed out a couple minutes ago that Blair helped privatize helped with the sale of console houses. Surely that wasn't part of the manifesto, right, Leon?
He would like somebody to go and stand outside his old post office with him so he could tell them exactly what he'd been through.
Embarrassing.
I would do that. I am very, very sorry.
Jason Beer, KC, for the inquiry began with a long litany of key problems, from computer bugs to the contract with
both Starmer and Corbyn are Arsenal
asking
fans.
Paula Venables again and again. You knew nothing?
Correct.
I don't know football.
Correct.
And yet, minutes later, this.
I was sometimes criticised for being too curious and stepping too much in.
Okay, Leon. All right. Look, I really like you and I respect you, but I gotta say you're working pretty hard to defend what is pretty obvious. But I mean, I don't know. You're telling me he campaigned on I'm going to privatize console houses and sell them. He campaigned on that, huh?
To people's territory.
But she later agreed she didn't know the notorious Post Office Investigations Team, 100 strong, portrayed here in the ITV drama, even existed.
You know why we're here, Alan.
Jason Beer then accused her of clearly remembering when others were to blame, forgetting when she was. She denied this. Paula Venables, Select Committee, 2015, where MPs accuse her of lying. Recently, the Royal Mail boss Moya Green.
I say, let's do an interview. July 4th or July 3rd or July 4th when we're covering the election. We can do a Discord interview. That'll be great.
Texted her saying,
"What I have learned from the inquiry, / parliamentary committee questions is very damaging. when it was clear the system was at fault, the post office should have raised a red flag, stopped all proceedings, given people back their money, and then tried to compensate them from the ruin this caused in their lives.
Oh my God, scandalous. They got the text messages and everything.
This exchange reveals that even the chief executive of the Royal Mail Group, who supported you over all those years, doesn't believe you, does she?
That's what this particular text says. Whether Moya still feels the same, I'm not sure, and you would have to ask her.
Then evidence of Paula Venables repeatedly stating that the post office won every case it took against the sub-postmasters. She was then confronted with case after case proving this was totally false.
Why were you telling these parliamentarians that every prosecution involving the Horizon system had been successful and had found in favour of the post office?
It was a straight up lie.
I fully accept now.
She's getting kickbacks or something, huh?
That the post office, excuse me.
Oh yeah, it sucks getting busted. Yeah, sucks getting stone cold busted.
The post office knew that. I completely accept it.
She's playing, dude. She's acting. She's not even really crying. She's not even drying up real tears, dog. It's a performance. Fake ass crying.
The post office knew that. I completely accepted. Personally, I didn't know that, and I'm incredibly sorry.
Liar.
That happened to those people and to so many others.
Liar.
Late in the morning, Jason Beer moved on to Martin Griffiths. Overcome by a false post office prosecution, he took his own life.
Voice wasn't quivering. The motions were very rehearsed, unnecessary.
The inquiry saw emails from Paula Venables apparently casting doubt on the post office being to blame.
I had a personal experience of a previous post office colleague who had took their own lives, and I phoned
Ms. Venables, just rather than trying to talk through your...
I beg your pardon.
Just pause.
Yes.
She denied it, but one of her subsequent emails appears to show her instructing her team to probe Mr. Griffith's family life and his mental health.
Let's smear him, smear him.
Can you let me know what background we have on Martin
that committed suicide,
and why this might have happened? And then you say this: I had heard, but have yet to see a formal report that there were previous mental health issues and potential family issues. Were you asking your team here to dig into Mr. Griffiths' records?
So first of all, I'm so sorry, because...
Does this look like a woman that was brought to tears just moments ago? Come on with this.
It doesn't matter. I simply should not have said it. I shouldn't have used these words.
Truth inside the inquiry, perhaps. News of justice, perhaps, outside from one Alan Bates.
I met with senior staff in the Metropolitan Police this morning, and they gave me these reassurances that...
So this is the guy that basically had his life ruined, maybe a whistleblower?
They are looking at it quite seriously now, and I am hoping that in the near future they'll be able to make quite a bit more of a statement to you about what is going on.
We can also reveal that on Friday MPs intend publishing a draft.
Oh man, she looks devastated. Oh man, she's absolutely devastated.
For a Hillsborough law compelling British officials
this was the UK Postal Service, I believe.
Be open and honest, following cover-up after cover-up after cover-up.
Yeah, so there's some ITV, kind of show that goes over this whole scandal and everything. So very interesting scandal here. I thought I'd cover just a little bit of it. Obviously, not even touching the full thing. And yeah, I guess ITV is doing the dramatization in real time. Is that what's happening? This is amazing stuff. So unfortunately, we don't have the time to listen to the entire 5 minutes of this amazing Maximilian Robespierre clip, but we'll show you a little bit of it because the footage is really quite shocking. A Sky News reporter who, I guess, Maximilian Robespierre says is left wing or is on the left. I don't know if that's true. Sky is centrist, right leaning, according to my understanding. But they're getting kicked out of a vote conservative.
Hi guys, I don't know which was.
This is from what, 10, 20 years ago? For real? Sunak announces general election on 4th of July.
Worse for Rishi Sunak. The fact that he stood.
No, this happened. This is yeah, 2 days ago. This isn't old news. Zeoduke. Sky News is center. In Australia, it's right. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
By our friend Steve Bray. It said you don't get a second chance to make a first impression.
Post office story.
But for some reason, Rishi Sunak and his team thought
it's that old, really. So it's taken them that long to do like real investigations and dig up the dirt, huh? Oh, that's very interesting, Zeoduke.
Later,
okay, thank you for that
of the
clarification.
Rain, but only pro-Tory media outlets were invited. Sky News obviously isn't pro-Tory. Have a look at what happened to one of their senior reporters.
Who was at the Exile Centre for us, waiting for the first campaign event.
At a Conservative Party launch, this is where the Prime Minister is going to speak in the next few minutes, and I'm being forcibly removed. We just simply wanted to have access tonight at Sky News, but unfortunately, we're told that because there are pool arrangements in place, we're not allowed to be here. This is, by the way, what we're trying to film is the
10, 20
campaign
years ago.
event where the Prime Minister is due to speak in the next couple of minutes. It's in front of Conservative activists. It's eventually trying to get across the message that we had in Downing Street today from the...
What? Borderline feline saying Rishi Sunak announces he wants national service for 18-year-olds? What is that? And that's something he's going to implement before the end of his term? No way. Or that he's running on it. He said that's what I'm going to promise to do that. Dude, that's not how you get votes. That's not how you get votes. Maybe some more boomers will vote for you. That's not going to help Rishi Sunak. What? What?
The Prime Minister talking about
Leon, it's great.
Stability. I'm sure he's going to talk about the decision he's made.
I love his,
but as you can see, we just don't have access to it. It's not entirely clear why we don't have access to it. But as I say, this was meant to be the campaign launch for the Prime Minister, for the Conservative leader, in front of party activists, in front of those loyalists.
You're asking.
Funny stuff. Folks, make sure you're liking and subscribing to Maximilian Robespierre. Once again, I'm sorry we have to cut you off, Maximilian. Obviously talented content creator. And one thing I really like about Maximilian is that he helps kind of translate some of this more esoteric stuff so that a Yankee can understand it better. This conservative government really trying to get me hate the old. Okay, hold on now. Okay. Rishi Sunak, national service. I mean, do we have anything in YouTube right now? Wow, okay. It's like literally the live news right now. It's like the live news headline. Sky News. Sunak says he will bring back national service if Tories win general election. Okay, hold on. We got to... What the hell? This is insane. No way, dude. No way. Hold on here. Okay, let's see here. See if we can find where are they actually talking about this? International news, Africa news. Okay, here we go. Maybe this guy right here. Yeah, okay, we got pictures of Rishi Sunak. Yep, okay. Here we go. Yep, talking about Keir Starmer. Okay, let's start right here. After the sports news.
Good evening. Young people have been put at the heart of the third day of general election campaigning.
No fucking way. No fucking way Rishi Sunak is doing... This is dumb. This is dumb, dog. What is he talking about? This is dumb.
The Conservatives have unveiled plans to introduce a year's compulsory national service for 18-year-olds, claiming it will foster a renewed sense of pride in the country. Meanwhile, Labour say they want to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote, arguing that people old enough to work and pay taxes should be given more of a say. Our political correspondent Rob Powell reports.
Saturday morning at the local Wetherspoons, Rishi Sunak in his Yorkshire constituency meeting
It's
veterans.
a conspiracy.
The Tory campaign now also adopting a wartime flavour, with plans for a new form of national service where 18-year-olds would be forced to volunteer or take a full-time military placement. But the topic of conversation here, the drenching the Prime Minister got on the steps of Downing Street, with one person asking if he caught pneumonia.
Look, this will get some of the boomers to be like, okay, sure, I'll come. I wasn't going to do it before, but I'll do it for this. This is not going to get young people to vote for you, bruh. What the fuck?
It was what? Actually, the amount of people that came in on
service. We can't pay our rent.
That's good.
After accusations of a less than busy campaign schedule today, Rishi Sunak later popped up in South London with flight logs showing a Tory donor's helicopter travelling from ground next to his Yorkshire home to the capital.
Some rich
Sources
fuck
insist
flying him
these
around
were
a bunch of
pre-planned
poor
visits.
neighborhoods.
Meanwhile, at a football ground in the Midlands, the Labour leader was pointing to the economy. Amid warning signs about
Unfortunately
the
true,
dire
Lenny.
state of public finances, the party denied they were
and compulsory service, it's not going to inspire the patriot in them, and if they're allowed to vote. And this is asinine. Who's in charge of this party? What is going on over here? Is this just like a harebrained thing that he came up with, and then there's just no one is like, yeah, whatever, dude, just say whatever the fuck you want. Like, it's already over. Like, is this just like total cynical defeatism? Like, I don't know, whatever. Who cares? Sure, throw it against the wall, man. Compulsory military service, bro. Go for it. Oh, that'll get them riled up. That'll get them coming to the Pokemon polls. Hell no, dude. Hell no.
planning any major tax rises.
This will inspire young people to vote for Keir.
The mission is to focus on the economy, to grow the economy, and the first step towards that is to stabilise the economy.
Held by Labour under Blair, it's no surprise Sir Keir Starmer is targeting Stafford. It's seats like this that could put him into power.
I don't trust any of them. I think they're all out for themselves.
So yeah, I don't trust anybody apart from the Tories. And I believe Labour have got a plan as well in place. Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer seem to have a plan in place.
Keir Starmer has been pushing that really hard in his messaging that, no, we have a plan. It's in the manifesto. This problem we're fixing, this problem we're fixing. He's been doing that really well.
I think politicians are out of touch with what real life is.
Conservatives hoping voters are swayed by their recent tax cuts.
How about also a kick in the nuts? That'll really get him riled up to get to the Pokemon polls? What the fuck, dude?
Now is the time, as we've proved in the last fiscal events, the budget and the autumn statement, cutting taxes on working people, taking a third off national insurance is about £900 to your average worker. That may not seem a lot to some people, but you know what? To most of my
isn't this the guy that took a big shit in an interview recently? He completely embarrassed himself in an interview recently.
Constituents, that's real money.
With the campaign cycle barely 3 days old, some themes have already emerged.
Optics, or what the voter can see, really matters in an election campaign, and in that respect it's been an unfortunate start for Rishi Sunak. But it'll be the economy that forms the substance of this race, and as both sides trade well-worn blows, economists warn that neither party is really being honest about the scale of the challenge ahead when it comes to tax and spend.
Totally true.
The Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, also out shopping for votes.
Shadow Chancellor, remember, is the person that would be in charge if the Labour government was in charge. Thank you, Leon, for telling me. I was like, Shadow, who are these shadow people? We got ninjas in the UK Parliament. No, I really like this concept, by the way, too. I think this is a really cool thing to do, to be like, no, this is the person that would be in charge. So they kind of speak, as if they're from that position. So I think that's really kind of a brilliant way to do it.
But Labour's plan for workers has been criticised by the country's largest trade union. The party maintains their now renamed package of reforms will protect employees, but Unite says it's in danger of becoming a bad boss's charter.
There's a kind of very conservative, small c conservative.
No, we don't need to go full commie, okay? I don't need the government to tell me when I can and can't live in a house or whatever the fuck. What we need is a healthy mix of socialism and capitalism, hopefully with socialism taking the reins over capitalism.
conservative-minded wing of Keir Starmer's sort of shadow cabinet at the moment. People like Rachel Reeves and Pat
They should have the right to vote, though.
who are very concerned that business approves of this, that they don't lose any consent from businesses.
No, that's, you know, Zio, it's exactly what I would like to see. Yeah, 16, 17-year-olds should be able to vote. And yeah, that should be like a mandatory kind of high school civics thing, you know, like sex ed, you know, one of those things where it's just like, yeah, this is a thing that you need to do as a citizen. But there's a big reason why there's certain things that are not taught in schools, because it's beneficial to those that run the fucking world. It's beneficial when people are ignorant about certain things, when they're ignorant about taxes, or when they're ignorant about voting and their ability to participate civically. It kind of, if they don't know they have this ability, and they don't know how easy it is or the process to do it, they won't participate, which makes it easier to push them around and have them just pay their taxes and not have any official opinion about anything.
There'll be many more handshakes for both party leaders before polling day is upon us, but photo ops only take you so far as voters focus in on who is fit for power.
I think communists have you talk about how you're more populist, but I think communists have, they don't have their ear to the ground when it comes to what normies actually want. Normies like capitalism. There's a lot of things capitalism provides that normies absolutely love. And socialists coming along and saying, we're gonna make the system more equitable, but then you can't be a selfish slob. You can't engorge yourself and because that's what it feels like when commies and socialists are coming through and saying, we're going to destroy capitalism. We're going to destroy capitalism. It's like, what, man? Is laser tag? How do commies do laser tag? Right? How is the state going to provide me with laser tag if no one's going to be really able to make any money off laser tag? Anyone think about that? The death of laser tag when it comes to communists? All right, last little bit of UK stuff, and then we're moving on. And we're not going to watch the whole 9 minutes here, but Politics Joe asking Tories in a very safe Tory neighborhood why they're going to continue to vote for Tory. And yeah, Leon, prepare for your blood to be boiling, buddy.
For the Conservatives.
Because I wouldn't ever vote for anybody else.
Welcome to Canvey Island. Canvey Island is a pocket of Castle Point constituency in Essex, which, for years...
I'm going to destroy the world and you can't stop me, bitch.
...has been one of the safest of Tory safe seats. The Conservative MP, Rebecca Harris, won 76.7% of the vote share in 2019. But like in other supposedly safe Tory seats all over the country, is not looking quite so rosy this time. A collapse in the Conservative vote at the local elections saw a coalition of independents take control of the local council.
Time to duck. I was just saying communists don't have a solution for state-run laser tag. They're ergo communism bad. That was my point. Look, we have this debate every single time, but look, I think what we need to do is lean on democracy and let the people decide about how much socialism versus how much capitalism they want. I think that's the real issue, is that there's a lot of things that socialism does really well that capitalism insists on doing because it's profitable. The medical industry is one. There's so many. And then there's a lot of things that there's really no good socialist solution for, like fucking mud wrestling contests. That's a capitalist kind of thing. I don't want to, and I think we can live in a world that has mud wrestling contests and also, socialized medicine and socialized, housing and et cetera, school and et cetera, et cetera. I think we can have both. It's really, we just got to have the voters informed. We have to have an informed democratic process, transparent checks and balances, democratic process. And that is being subverted and being destroyed, and the people really don't have the real democratic ability to vote for mud wrestling versus socialized healthcare, or to vote for both, right? Because there's anyway, we'll get into it. Mud wrestling, look it up, it's good stuff. Fun fact, I actually won in my youth. I won a mud wrestling contest. It's true. I was born and raised in a trailer park. We went to it was like a lumberjack competition, and they had mud wrestling for the kids, and I won. I won, dog. I won.
Making it one of just 2 councils in England to be made up entirely of independents.
Socialism?
And although the Conservatives are predicted to retain this seat, it is likely to be with a much smaller majority. Change is clearly in the air, so I've come to Canby to see if that will extend to the general election.
All right, just a couple
I'm a Tory. I'm proud of it.
Here's a really safe Tory area.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
The demographic, really. Sold money, kind of just entrenched system.
It's habit more than anything.
Yeah, yeah. No opportunity for youth or growth or, just a lack of imagination and inspiration, I think. Yeah.
What is it?
I bet that guy's a real treat in the coffee shops.
Why is it the Castle Point has such a strong Conservative base, do you think?
Because we're all sensible.
What issues matter to you?
You destroyed the fucking country. Brexit's a total fucking disaster. So sensible.
Because we're all sensible.
What issues matter to you?
Immigration.
Really?
Yeah, immigration. Well, I'm sure the tiny boats floating right into her backyard, right, Leon?
Immigration.
Well, I think it's just too many people coming into the country.
Yeah.
Our serving army people and that the immigrants get preferential treatment over.
So once again, VFRO over here perfectly exemplifying exactly what I'm talking about. VFRO, it's not about what you want. You say, I don't care about mud wrestling. I don't care about laser tag. The voters that you're trying to convince do. Okay, and those were merely examples of capitalist excess of luxuries and things that capitalism has given us that people are afraid of being taken away. It was just an example, right? You could replace that with Netflix and trampolines. It doesn't matter what the fuck you want. It's the communist obligation, if we're working within a democracy, which a lot of communists don't really like, do you? But it's the communist obligation within a democracy to convince the normies why they need to vote for them. And telling them that you're going to cut off their bread and circus is a good fucking way to be right where the communists are now. Totally irrelevant. So keep it up. Keep telling yourself things would be better if, and things would be better if, and that, and if this was that. Well, you don't get to play the game in your head. You got to play the game on the table. So come back to reality, commie. And drop the hammer and sickle shit. Can you do that for me as well? Can you just cut the Stalin and Mao and hammer and sickle shit out of the fucking message too, while we're at it?
And people on the housing list.
Leon, there you go.
They come into this country, they get free housing, free everything else, and people that have paid in all their life don't get anything.
It's quite damning. It's quite a damning statement.
It's a very damning society in Britain. I mean, I think if you, as a youngster, I think if I would have a good look around and exit.
Yeah. If Rishi Sunak or Keir Starmer or another leader was listening to you right now, what would you say?
I'd say just try and get it together as much as you can and actually be honest with people. Don't make us believe something that's not going to happen. The same with Brexit. They weren't honest with that.
What weren't they honest about, do you think?
All sorts of things that they promised that didn't happen. They didn't tell us certain things. If we came out of Brexit, what would happen? Like with the produce going up, everything's gone up. People that, like expats that live abroad, it's difficult for them. All sorts of things that we didn't realise.
Hedonism. Listen to you. You think you're gonna get votes shaming people? You're a heathen. You're bourgeoisie. But you're not a commie, huh? Holy shit, dude. Back to the chalkboard with you, man. Fucking toddler. Look, in a democracy, it's about getting the normies on your side. And being a fucking, shaming people as heathens and all that ain't gonna work. Okay? Holy shit. People like the bread and circuses. They like the fucking mud wrestling. If the socialists can't come up with a solution that allows you, it's a better way forward and people don't have to lose things that they love, then they're going to win. if commies continue to tell people, suck it up, things are going to get worse, but everything will be better somehow, you're never going to fucking win. You're never going to win that argument.
Were you in favour of Brexit?
I was.
And how do you feel about it now?
Wished I wasn't.
I will say they should never have got rid of Boris.
Really?
Oh, God, no.
Oh, yeah. Such a good leader.
When he won in 2019, I didn't think Labour would ever come back. And I think he did a good job in COVID, because nobody else has ever had to do that before.
Yeah, Leon, there you go.
I do think they did the dirty on him.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. He might have done the dirty on himself, you know, by cheating on his wife and, of course, lying to everybody about COVID and totally flaunting the laws that he forced other people to. Other people were not allowed to see their dying family members, you know, not allowed to kiss them goodbye or say goodbye. Boris Johnson was able to have full-blown alcohol parties, people puking in the hallways. And, you know, he was done dirty. He was done dirty. Lady, you're pathetic. I mean, straight up. You know, these are the folks that enable the tyrants that ruin our lives.
Definitely.
Yeah, borderline.
If Labour win as predicted, how would you feel about that?
Yeah, Estonian. We covered that, Estonian.
And sometimes there are hard decisions you have to make, so get on with it.
What are those hard decisions, do you think?
All sorts of hard decisions.
Kick out the brown people.
Is right. Councils are going broke. That's because they're paying out all this money in housing benefit. It needs someone needs to actually say, right, we've got to do something.
That's the only way. It's the only way to fix things is to make society demonstrably worse, right? It's not to change the tax ratio so that the rich have to pay their fair share. You know, it's not any of that. No, the only solution is to cut. That's the classic refrain, right? The conservatives get into government. They say government doesn't work. They get into government. They break government. They say, look, see, it doesn't work. And the only solution is to cut. And of course, that just so happens to benefit the rich and wealthy. You know, it makes people more desperate, makes people more willing to work for pennies.
Housing benefit. Someone needs to actually say, right, we've got to do something about it. I mean, I was reading in the paper one of the councils in the country are pulling a hold to right to buy. Not stopping it, but
Pausing it. Manchester, I think, was...
Yeah.
No, this person here, this me Dakar saying Hamas mentality, free Palestine, but no leftism. What? No, this whole isn't it funny? All the people that were defending Russia in their invasion of Ukraine now coming to the defense of the Palestinian people. I think it's actually rather hilarious seeing Max Blumenthal being interviewed by Polish right-wing media, you know, talking about the plight of the Palestinian people mere months ago, making excuses for Russian atrocities. Welcome back, Ribbons. So anyway, there you go. Right wing, a lot of right-wingers will never learn. Cheap viewers, hey, hook it up, man. Give me a free sample. Wolfie, give me a free sample, man. Show me what your service is capable of. No, come on. No, he's helping me out. Wolfie, he's my buddy. He's just trying to tell me about this great new deal about how to buy free viewers. Come on. Wolfie's just trying to help me out, dog. Thank you, Wolfie. Why don't you give me a free sample? Show me what your service can do, man. Folks, Boeing watch. Boeing watch time. Boeing watch. Boeing Starliner crew test flight delayed indefinitely, which is like, you know, I've been worrying, like, okay, yeah, they can't even get an airplane to you know, panel to stay onto a damn, you know, aircraft frame. Do we really want to risk our lives flying in their spacecraft? Turns out no. Boeing Starliner manned crew flight test has been indefinitely delayed after a string of issues, NASA officials said. The launch has been scheduled for no earlier than Saturday, and no new date has been announced. Yeah, because they probably started looking into it, and they're like, oh, yeah, this thing's actually a piece of crap. Quote, the team has been in meetings for 2 consecutive days, assessing flight rationale, system performance, and redundancy. There is still forward work in these areas, and the next possible launch opportunity is still being discussed. NASA, Boeing, and the United Launch Alliance said in a statement. So that's all I got today for Boeing Watch, but I'm watching you, Boeing. I'm watching you, Boeing. How about you don't get any more people killed? How about every Boeing aircraft that is currently being flown by every airline on the planet have a full up and down audit? How about that? How about I don't want to step into a Boeing 7 for the rest of my life? Goddamn things are falling apart like a Roblox creation, like it's fucking Kerbal Space Program over here. Good Morning America talking about, what is it, Memorial Day or whatever, the travel, historic travel. Good Morning America doing a whole thing about how Memorial Day travel is like crazy right now. Doesn't mention, the crisis happening with Boeing, not even once. I watched the whole 15-minute news package, bunch of fluff and crap about how, the sales numbers are really great for Boeing. Doesn't mention a single mention about these aircraft falling apart across the world. Brand new ones and old ones. Anyway, there's your Boeing watch for this week. Moving on. Keeping it snappy, folks. France news. Well, it's actually France and Catalonia here. Hold on one sec. Caledonia, sorry. Hold on. Caledonia. There we go. France and Caledonia. So it's kind of interesting to me because it's like the legacy of colonialism and this desire for these so-called democracies to hold on to these colonial gains, causing all kinds of trouble. The UK should give back the jewels from the crown. I don't care if it's in the crown. Find a replacement. What you out of jewels and rubies? So give the crown jewels back. Give Northern Ireland back to the people. Stop pretending like you're the sun never sets on the British Empire bullshit. It's the same thing with France. These colonial decisions made hundreds of years ago, and they're still like guarding them and protecting them. Ooh, my precious. Let's get into it here. France sends police and military reinforcements to riot-hit New Caledonia.
These French forces have been given a mission: clearing out roadblocks set up by New Caledonia's pro-independence rioters.
If they want it.
This neighborhood, located north of Nouméa, the capital, has been inaccessible for days. The easiest way to take down the burning barricade, running over it with an armored vehicle. Dozens of roadblocks have been removed, but pro-independence activists say this will not resolve the crisis. For now, though, they've called on protesters to ease their blockade of some of the roads.
Oh my God, pathetic. We got a fucking USSR sucking tanky in my fucking chat. Get this crap out of here. Might and Magic is a great game. Russian people don't deserve it.
We will travel to each neighborhood, every area, to meet with our people and ask to loosen the grip on the main roads. This way fuel can be brought to our people in all areas, and medicine too, so that people can be treated, get their medication and their dialysis.
Authorities have ordered pro-independence leaders to remain in their homes. But those leaders who have met with President Emmanuel Macron have asked for that order to be lifted so they can at least tell residents what they've heard from the French president. The crisis was triggered when the French government decided to move forward with voting reforms. It was also fueled by economic disparity.
I timed him out. You want me to untime him out? Let me see. It sounds like you were having fun arguing with him. He's still here. Here you go. All yours. All yours, Chem Goblin. You have fun. Take a dump on your favorite pro Soviet defending the Soviet Union. Oh yeah, Soviet Union defeated the Nazis. Last time I checked, Russia required an incredible amount of aid and assistance from the United States to complete its campaigns against the Germans in World War II. Am I wrong about that? This whole idea that Russia did it alone? Not at all. Weapon shipments up the wazoo from America.
Between the indigenous Kanak population and residents of Europe.
Look, I'm not saying the Russians didn't fight a heroic fight, in Stalingrad and all that, but this whole idea that it was the power of the Soviet Union that defeated the Nazis. If anything, one could say that Stalin was in his ridiculous paranoia and his purges and his Bolshevism was counterproductive. Was detrimental to the Soviet effort against the Nazis. This whole idea that it was the principles of the USSR that did it. Hell, it could have been the fucking Bolshevism, the Stalinism holding back the Russian military.
European descent. President Macron said he does not want to push the reform.
Good thing the United States was sending you a lot of weapons there. How come you're not thankful for all the support Uncle Sam sent you in fighting the Nazis? Not going to mention that part of history, are you?
By force, and now favors dialogue.
All right, so there we go. That was the France news, butchered a bit. Moving on to China, Taiwan. Let's do Taiwan first. Taiwan and China. China number one. China should be first. Yeah, uneducated takes. I know, buddy. I know. All man frontline, quote unquote, says Taiwan leader as China simulates attack. So, China just decides to encircle Taiwan and do a whole big-ass fucking military drill. Yeah, that's a great point, Chem Goblin. USSR was all happy and smiles working with the fascists until Hitler decided to, because his big dream from the very beginning was getting Russia. He as much as he was shitting on Britain and Winston Churchill, he actually hated Russia and wanted to conquer Russia more. Fascinating bit of history there. But yeah, let's not forget which side Stalin was, concentration camps, elimination of the Jews, that's fine. As long as Russia can get a big chunk of the world once Germany is done destroying it. Oh, you're attacking me? Oh, I'm going to run to my bunker and cry for 3 or 4 days. How many days was he silently crying in his little chateau when he received the news that Hitler was blitzkrieging him? The 2 or 3 days? He had to have a little private cry session when he learned the news that Hitler was storming through his lines. Please. Strength of the USSR. So yeah, Taiwan, they had a choice, between independence and, a China-friendly party. The Taiwanese people chose independence. Yeah, clutch cargo. Stalin's a terrible strategist. Sucked. He's lucky, Stalin, he's lucky he had people like Zhukov and other people that for one reason or another he didn't purge, that were able to win it for him. Because like I said, honestly, I feel like, the more I know about World War II, the more detrimental I feel like Stalin was to his own effort. With his ego and his brutality, and his paranoia.
今天，东部战区空军出动数十架次战机，成体系实施环台岛战巡、绕外岛巡航。抵达任务空域后，各型战机
Average Joe. Yeah, no, I'm not a Superman like Stalin was, who died in a puddle of piss because he couldn't have he refused to have a competent doctor more than 75 miles away. And listen to his doctors. If he had a legitimate doctor, he probably could have told him how to avoid that embarrassing little heart attack that he had all alone in his big cavernous office in a puddle of piss, dying and twitching on the floor like a real fucking strong man would, huh? Pathetic. Pathetic. He probably would have lived another 20 years if he, 20, 30 years if he just had medical advice and listened to it. No, I don't need you. I'm better. I'm smarter than doctors. I'm smarter than you. I'm smarter than everything. I'm the ultimate man. That's why I died early in a puddle of piss in my office. My guards too afraid to even open the door to check on me.
报支撑，邻国采取各类战术动作，抵近台岛周边战巡。在陆军和火箭军的支援掩护下
，That's the guy we're supposed to emulate.
548军舰，这里是中华民国海巡署宜兰舰广播，你的行动将严重破坏。
I didn't know that. Yeah, wait, no, Stalin was born in Georgia. That's right.
有造成事端。
It's funny.
增加维安及
Stalin's mother
请你立即调整航向。
wasn't really impressed with his politics.
24海里临街区。
Right. So back to the story here, though. Why do people watch the Telegraph? It's awful. Now, we watch all the news sources. We literally watch all of them. So, back to this story, though, really quick. This is, China does this all the time. Provoke, provoke, provoke. It's ours. It's already ours. What are you even talking about? It's insulting to say it's even not China. What are you talking about? It's done. The debate's over, right? That's how they want to treat it. So this kind of shit is actually not too outside of China's wheelhouse, I guess, or outside of China's bag of tricks. I will say though that it seems extremely provocative and it seems like larger than normal. I don't know if this is a normal thing for China to encircle Taiwan with its military and be this belligerent. I don't know if it does that too often. We'll have to dig into the history of it to know more, but definitely scary stuff. But ultimately, it's a lot of huffing and puffing because as long as the United States, it doesn't get a Donald Trump or some other weak conservative leader that China thinks that they can push around, as long as the leader from the United States makes it clear that we have Taiwan's back and we're going to keep sending them those weapons and we're going to keep training them, China isn't going to make a move. But if China senses weakness, they will go for it. I do believe, that this is not just bluster. There will be kind of like what we probably saw with Russia and Crimea or Russia and Georgia, some kind of rapid military action. But I think it's already well past the point of no return here. China, it's not going to be a quick 1 week operation. If China does want Taiwan, they're going to have to go in extremely hard, extremely fast. And the pushback is going to be immense from every angle. So if they do go after Taiwan, it would have to be, just massive, massive, overwhelming force. Wow, Decker, the quality of your trolling is really, dude. Can you just stop embarrassing yourself? Okay, we get it. It's kind of embarrassing. By kind of, I mean extremely. So Argentina news here. Wanted to get an update from everyone's favorite dictator in waiting, kind of dictator in formation. Kind of, it's forming right in front of us with this Milei dictatorship. So his economic reforms have, surprise, surprise, so far not resulted in massive economic success. He has not successfully converted his currency to the dollar. He has successfully destroyed his economy. But he has not so far not really followed through on the promises he made about things getting better and prices going down. Argentina, yeah, okay. And now it seems like he is now leaning into culture war stuff to try and keep his popularity up because his economic reforms are not really coming to fruition. Which is very frightening stuff because this tells me that, okay, that, when are we going to start talking about extending term limits or, because his whole thing is the left is destroying me. And, listen to the way he talks about the left. And it's not like the neoliberals in Argentina did the economy any favors. They were, abject failures. But listen to the way he's talking about it. Is this a man that is really going to allow himself to be voted out of power democratically? You tell me.
La batalla cultural hay que darla, tanto en las aulas como en la política y en todos lados. No la pueden dejar de dar en ningún lado, porque si no, los zurdos nos van a llevar puesto. Entonces, la única forma de defender las ideas de la libertad.
If we let the lefties congregate and talk and debate and have a discussion, you know, and allow them into the international conversation, they might defeat us. Which, you know, that should say a lot about your ideology, where if you know, if you're like, if other ideas are allowed to be discussed or talked about, then they would clearly see the deficiencies in mine.
Los zurdos nos van a llevar puesto. Entonces, la única forma de defender las ideas de la libertad.
The only way to defend the ideas of freedom is fighting for it every day, as in fighting, as in silencing the left, as in police state.
Peleando por ella día a día. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo! ¡Viva la libertad, carajo! ¡Viva la libertad, carajo!
He can't get into specifics. I've seen him push back on interviews.
Representaba toda la bronca que teníamos.
Like I said, the history of neoliberalism in Argentina is not a pretty one, right? There's a lot of examples. If you want to call neoliberalism leftism, right? But there's a lot of examples of the Argentinian government totally failing the people.
Los argentinos con respecto al kirchnerismo, al comunismo, a todas las posibilidades que nos quitaron.
Patriotically appeasing. Oh man, yeah. So this is not healthy. This is what we call not healthy stuff, folks. These are called red flags. Okay. Yeah. So it's getting more and more desperate. Like I said, the economic reforms are not coming through. He's receiving, his economic reforms are receiving resistance from internally from his own mechanisms. He's not allowed to just, wave his hand and change the currency of the country. So neoliberalism is right wing. It kind of, in a way, in its own way. Yeah, definitely. Certainly not fair to say it's left wing, because it certainly doesn't I mean, there's one thing neoliberalism has in terms of actual left wing bona fides is culture. Neoliberalism totally happy to let you be gay, to let you be yourself, and to let you love who you want to love. That's okay, as long as you are contributing to the capitalist backbone, right? So that's the big difference between a neoliberal and a conservative, really. But when it comes to policies about money and corporatism, things shit like that, no. So this one is from Strategy Member, and this is actually very interesting. And I guess it's official. We'll let it be known. Strategy Member, the official researcher of the News Underground. Congratulations. He didn't apply for this, and he didn't know he was getting this, but wow, he just got the job. Congratulations, Strategy Member. You are the official News Underground news researcher. Pulling this up here, Red Sea shipping is now divided down the lines of risk, appetite, and national security. So this is actually very interesting because this is about the Houthis and how successful they've been at hurting shipping lines and actually digging in and hurting them. Bab el Mandeb Transits, which is, I think, a large shipping logistics company, transits have plunged nearly 40% amid a Houthi threat that has continued to hit shipping despite U.S. and U.K. airstrikes. So we've been hitting Uncle Sam in the U.K. I didn't know the U.K. was doing this as well, but we've been hitting these pirates in their shanties, singing sea shanties. We've been hitting them with military ordnance, being like, see, there you go, you don't mess with us, we'll get you. And they're like, fuck off, bitch, you can't make my life any worse than what it is. I literally took your craft without shoes. Okay, the AK that I was carrying didn't even fire. It was rusted shut. Now I'm holding your ship for ransom, bitch. I got nothing to live for. You think an airstrike is going to scare me? An interesting chart here. The blue here is the shipping before the tonnage. This is the amount of tons that they've been transporting. You know, the blue is before attack. The yellow after the first Houthi ship seizure in the 19th on the 19th of November 2023. So that's these bars right here. We actually saw a slight increase. Business was booming even after that first attack in 2023. But then we got the orange here after naval protection operations started on the 18th. So just a month later. Look at that. Big drop right there. And then in the red here, after U.S.-UK attack on Yemeni mainline on January 12th of January 2024, right there. That is trillions of dollars, trillions of profit. That is huge. And what's happening is there's a point of no return where like it doesn't make sense for them to be sending ships out, right? It's like they can. It's this threshold where if they can't ship enough, the entire business falls apart. So they're about to hit that threshold right here, and it's because people, I guess it's because they're holding ships, or because the Houthis have been successfully going after them. The orders have been reduced terribly low, but 12% is also good in Africa. Sometimes the canal waiting time could be even less feasible to travel around Africa. No, the ships will still go. Houthis, look at me, I'm the captain now. Exactly. By the way, big props to all you viewers and lurkers who have been sticking around. We've been streaming for 3 hours now. Thank you for watching the News Underground. Hope you're enjoying it. So let's read the article a little bit before I spread any more misinformation. Lloyd's List intelligence vessel tracking data reveals that a tipping point, that's what I was talking about, has been reached in the Red Sea this week as ship owners and charterers started a second wave of diversions around the Cape of Good Hope on the assumption natives, I think, alone cannot curtail the danger. Or navies? Oh, navies. I'm sorry. I thought that was a misspelling. Cape of Good Hope on the assumption navies alone cannot curtail the danger. Thank you, Lenny. I know this is very hard to read on your end. Sorry about that. It's a very small text here. Tipping point has been reached this week in the Red Sea, while container ships have been diverting away from the Suez Canal since mid-December. Tankers and bulkers have finally made a call to follow them as U.S. and U.K. airstrikes against the Houthis failed to stem attacks. Insurance rates spiked in response. So there we go. It's getting too costly to insure these things because the Houthis have made it too dangerous. I gotta say, I mean, there's not a lot of Arab communities that have come to the defense of the Palestinians quite as effectively as the Houthis. And you would say, well, you know, this isn't all about the Palestinians. They're getting rich. You know, it's about their own wealth, you know, as well. With that said, they've made it very clear from the very beginning, this is about Palestine. We'll stop as soon as you stop what you're doing to Palestine. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that has been their stated, you know, goal, their stated effort from the very beginning. And I gotta say, I don't think there's any other entity that has been as effective as these total psychopaths. I mean, like I said, rusty AK, barefoot, you know, pulling up on a dinghy, you know, and, you know, I'm the captain now, son of a, you know, like, you know, get your ass into, you know, because I mean, like, if you're just a civilian crew, you maybe you're lucky you've hired a couple mercenaries, but best thing to do is to like lock yourself in and negotiate. It's also oil and gas supply from Saudi Arabia. Oh, interesting stuff. We got someone from Kick here contributing to the conversation. Industry is now divided between those who have called the Middle East security risk as a midterm diversion to be managed and those who are prepared to run the gauntlet of near daily attacks on the basis that the Houthis will only target ships with an Israel, UK, or US link. Maritime traffic through the danger zone is down significantly. Lloyd's List intelligence vessel tracking data recorded a 38% slump in cargo carrying traffic through the Bab el Mandeb Strait compared to early December. That's pretty effective. Look, I'm not going to sit here and applaud the Houthi rebels, the Houthi pirates. I'm not going to sit there and say this is a good thing. But I'm not exactly shedding a tear for multi-trillion-dollar multinational companies that a lot of them do support Israel, or they kind of acquiesce to the United States and the West's, abuse of power in so many different scenarios. You know, I do understand that these are products, and it might even be, you know, things that people really need, like medicines or something like that. I'm not even sure what's in these cargo ships. Probably everything under the sun. So I'm not denying that, you know, people are, you know, definitely going to be inconvenienced, or in some cases suffer because they won't get these various things that are being shipped. But at the same time, I can't help but think about the Palestinians and how the whole world doesn't give, you know, there's a big chunk of the Western world that does not give a crap. Yeah, happy birthday. But you know what I mean? There's a whole chunk of the world that doesn't give a crap about the Palestinians. And here we see pushback, successful pushback from an Arab entity that is explicitly saying we're doing this to defend the Palestinians. So on that level, it's like, yeah, we're fighting back. And hey, we're doing it without murdering, you know, a bunch of people. I don't know how many people are actually getting killed during these hijackings. Hopefully not too many. It's more valuable to keep them alive, I would assume. But yeah, it's not, you know, it's not massacre after massacre after massacre that is causing this consternation, that is causing this pain. So I'm kind of, you know, conflicted here. It's not like I don't want to pull a Hassan and be like, rah rah, go Houthi pirates. But at the same time, I also want to acknowledge the powerlessness of the Palestinians and how, you know, this is, you know, if this is a form of resistance, I would prefer this over October 7th. Kidnapping and murdering and doing God knows what to God knows who. Pirates use small boats with outboard engines to hijack giant cargo ships. Yeah. Even though these cargo ships are like hiring mercenaries and, you know, protection, and the Houthis are getting missile strike from the UK and the US, they've been effective at basically almost halting. This could lead to halting of shipping lanes in that area, which is going to change a lot of, you know, that changes logistics pretty big. The ship owners of the ships capsized and are struck detained were 100% Israel owned. Go away, Kick. We don't want you around here. No, that's not true, Sovereign. Anyone that's past Somalia, so most Suez transits, got some arms aboard, usually security people. Yeah. You can't track international trade, not a fan of Houthis. Yeah, I mean, it's... But at the same time, who else is coming to the Palestinians' defense? You know, outside of, like, food, you know. The whole reason why the West doesn't want to see a famine is because it's bad for politics. It's not because they care about human beings. So we can thank our democracies for the aid that the Palestinians are receiving. But it's not like the West actually cares about a Palestinian state. With that said, that is changing slightly. We did see, what was it, Spain and Ireland and one other country coming out and acknowledging the existence of Palestine, which is something. All right, we got some climate news next. Scientists, so this is a kind of a follow-up to the news that I was reporting on. You know, I was saying, you know, killer whales are attacking sinking boats, and I was saying I'm sure science has a logical explanation for this, but this is an opportunity for scientists to lie to everybody and say, no, it's quite obvious. It's about global warming. It's the animals. It's a Disney movie. You live in a Disney movie. These are the killer whales and the dolphins fighting back against man and attacking climate change. But no. So do they take that opportunity to lie to us and let us live in a Disney world so that we can, you know, it's Fern Gully and it's Mother Nature fighting back against man, so that we have ourselves a real narrative here, so we can really Greta Thunberg this and really, you know, get it out to the public? No, the scientists are just saying international group of orca experts met to determine why orcas are ramming boats. The leading theory, they're bored and playful, which is probably 100% true. Probably totally true. But here was your opportunity, scientists, to lie to us and tell us, no, this is Mother Nature. This is Gaia herself speaking through the fucking orcas, attacking humans because of their pollutioners. Like an episode of Captain Planet over here. But no. So I just like to remind the scientists that this is an emergency and it's, you know, lie to us. You can lie to us a little bit. You know, you don't even need to totally lie to us. They're like, well, we're looking into the theory that Gaia is talking through the killer whales to warn us all about climate change. We're looking into this. It's a serious theory. People thought it was crazy that plants are sentient, that plants are screaming, but now we have footage. There's literally footage of a plant breathing. Just thinking of Captain Planet. That's what I'm saying, man. Total missed opportunity for scientists. You could just flirt with it. Just lie to us. You know, just you don't have to like straight up lie. Just flirt with it. Flirt with the story. Oh yeah, you know, you know, it might be Gaia. Come on, man. This would get front page at Good Morning America and The View, you know, and the Drew Barrymore show. Orcas are speaking to humanity. Oh, the killer whales are speaking to humanity. But no, we're going to drop all that, huh? Because what? We want to be honest? Come on, scientists. I want to take this opportunity to apologize to, you know, I'm a Yankee. Look at me, white guy. I mean, look at this fucking, look what's going on over here. You know what I'm saying? I got a fucking spare tire, okay? I eat hot dogs and hamburgers. I eat at McDonald's sometimes. It's embarrassing. And so I'm pretty American, even though I'm trying to immigrate to Canada. I'm pretty American, a little Canadian, trying to learn how to be more Canadian. So I wanted to take this opportunity to show this clip and officially, you know, in my best capacity, apologize to the Japanese people, to the Japanese culture. This is not how we should be representing ourselves. And I just, total seriousness, this embarrasses me, and it shames me to see this behavior. And I'm just sorry. I'm just sorry to every Japanese person that's ever lived. I'm so sorry for this.
عشان كذي اليابانيين يتشكون من السياح.
You can't do that. You can't do that. Oh my goodness. That's so rude.
هذه كيوتو.
So Japan has been banning foreigners and tourists in certain locations because of actions like you see there. Yeah, okay, she's done up in the geisha stuff. You know, she's living her life, man. She's not a tourist attraction at all. And it's refreshing to hear other people calling this woman out, but it didn't stop her to try. And she doesn't, oh, whatever, who cares, whatever. I'm sorry to Japan. Look, I don't know what I'm trying my best to fix society, to fix culture. I'm trying my best to fix this, and I'm not having a lot of luck, and I apologize. I'll redouble my efforts, Japan. But please understand, you know, it's refreshing to hear that woman being shamed in the video in real time. We can be better, Japan. We can improve, and then we can fix this problem. But I am so sorry, Japan. So sorry. Okay, we have to do better. We have to do better. Okay, U.S. news, everybody. All right. So we're going to start off with this one here. Quite an image, right? Quite a striking image. Just take a look at this. What's happening here? Almost looks comical if you don't know the context, right? Like, wow, what the fuck? He's hulking out. You know? What the hell's the story here? Well, listen to this. Man mid-interrogation, he has won his case for psychological torture at the hands of police. Yeah, I'm sure there's a video of this as well. But listen to this. California City has agreed to pay $900,000, just short of $1 million, to a man who was subjected to, listen to this, a 17-hour police interrogation in which officers pressured him to falsely confess to murdering his father, who was still alive. So this is about, so 17 hours. This is the middle of the 17-hour interrogation, and this is what they do. I've seen lots of footage. There's a lot of legitimate interrogations of legitimate criminals and crooks, but there's a lot of this going on as well. Oh, but you killed your dad. Why'd you kill your dad? Why would you do such a thing? Why would you should just sign the paper. You should just sign the paper. Look, we got this evidence. They told this guy that his dog was going to get, euthanized. They told, all these different lies and all these different things to try and get him to sign a false confession that he murdered a man that wasn't even dead. And this is and this cherry on top, the court found the police department guilty of psychologically torturing this man. None of the cops were found guilty. All the cops who committed this torture were found innocent and not punished. This is what they do to you. This is not an isolated incident. This is police departments across the nation. And now imagine if you're a 19-year-old black kid. Okay, and they've tried the Burger King, and they've tried the, we're friends, and they've tried that. And they're about 11 hours into it, and they're just now saying, you're guilty. We know you're guilty. Sign this document. We're going to go after your friends. We're going to go after your family. We know you're guilty. We know you're guilty. And look at this image. Yeah, legally allowed to lie to you. Look at this image. Right? And it really says it all, man. What they can do to you. How far they can push you. And it's like they're probably laughing and chuckling. I think it's kind of funny. See how far they can push this guy. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Policing in the United States needs to be reformed from the top down, from the bottom up. There needs to be a complete reconfiguration of policing. I did not say defund. I said reconfiguration from the very top all the way down. Retraining. Complete paradigm shift in terms of policing, protecting, and serving. The whole thing needs to be brought back to the drawing board and reformed. Shocking stuff. And look, it's not even close to the first time. Not even close to the first time. If you would like more information about this, here is the Reddit link. Sort of well beyond generally saying policing needs to be reformed, policing needs to... No, we're not. No, because the alternative is cockamamie nonsense, which is, no more police. We either reform this institution because it's essential and necessary to a functioning society, police, or we entertain cockamamie fantasies from anarchists who think that they can live without police. I don't have time to get into... I have lots of solutions. I have lots of suggestions about how we can start with reform, but I will not entertain cockamamie fantasies about defunding the police and destroying police institutions and, and society living without police. Suck a dick, bitch. As you can see, 3 hours in covering dozens of topics, I don't have time to get into a back and forth about reform. I simply am saying generally, police absolutely need to be reformed from top down, bottom up. I don't need your fucking comments, you piece of shit. Enjoy this, bitch. I'm gonna enjoy this one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, that felt fucking good. Fuck out of my chat. May you never return. Oh, what are the solutions? Oh, you don't even want to talk about all the solutions? Bye. Yeah, bye, bitch. May you never return. Oh, you don't want my shitty opinion? Then I'm gonna leave. Thanks. So moving on, I think this one was from Kurt Cobain, maybe Strategy member. No, this one was from Strategy member. And it's kind of interesting how boomers from the 1950s, and no offense to, you know, to the legitimate intelligent boomers in the audience here, but this was interesting. Strategy members' comments were pointing out how the mentality, the paternal mentality is almost transactional in this case here. So I thought I would show this here. Strategy member posted it, and I thought it was kind of interesting. No, I don't mean to offend Lenny, because there's a lot of boomers, there's a lot of, you know, really, really intelligent elderly folks, and we do need to be listening to the ones that are telling the truth, even though it's so easy to become comfortably numb. So it's very important to listen to those wise folks like Lenny.
We found out in the 50s that if you got up in the morning and went to work and did a good day's work, that things got better. You got promoted, or you got more money. You were able to buy furniture. You could have more children.
Yeah, that was how things worked post World War II for you guys. Yeah, we're really jealous of you.
Children could have better clothes, and life just improved. We knew it was because you went to work, but I'm not sure our children realized.
No, it's not because you were dutiful and showed up to work every day. Okay, that the economy was so great.
That they saw simply that the clothes got better, the house got bigger, the neighborhood got nicer. And I have a strong suspicion that what happened in the late 60s was that the kids who rebelled took it for granted that life would improve automatically. We found out
Sound familiar? Sound familiar? Yeah, I mean, sure. Were there some delusional hippies that are like, oh, yeah, things are just going to get better with love, man. It's going to be great. It's just going to be groovy. Yeah, of course, there's some delusional idiots that were maybe like that. Grand majority of people, they want to work an 8-hour day. They want to make enough for a house, maybe a boat in the driveway, little retirement, you know, the ability to go on vacation. Grand majority of people want that. The problem is that the economy is no longer providing these things. It's no longer rewarding people who work hard. It's not, you can work 2 jobs, you can work 3 jobs, and you're still not going to make enough to retire on. Exactly, Evil Eric. It is not a lack of work ethic. It's, you know, people don't want to work anymore. Nonsense. It is a lack of a reward from the system that people are participating in. You know, and I see this all over Reddit right now. People posting memes of like, you know, what's the point of this? Is this the next 40, 50 years of my life? Showing up to work, barely paying my bills, you know, having to work overtime, just barely getting by, my rent through the roof, you know, food and essentials through the roof. I have no money for myself. Is this literally the future that I'm supposed to live in for the next 40, 50 years until I die, I guess? And I barely get time to retire with my crippled body. And yeah, the people that go to Davos, the oligarchs that go to Davos that tell you you're going to rent everything and you're going to love it, that's exactly what they want. Exactly what they want. So no, I'm sorry, you know, well-meaning boomer. It's not the fact that we don't want to show up to work. It's that when we show up to work, we're like, what's the point? It's literally a hamster wheel. Literally a hamster wheel. What's the point? Survival. It's like, oh, well, survival should be good enough. Survival was good enough for me. You had way more than survival, boomer. You had the wealth and the house and the retirement and the options to do what you want and go where you want and work however much you want. Did you know back in the 1950s you could work a part-time job and pay rent? Did you imagine? There were people who were like, yeah, I work like 20, 30 hours a week. I don't. It's not like full time, but pay the rent. I'm not looking to be a millionaire. Just looking to live. Do you imagine that nowadays? If you're not 40 plus hours a week grinding away, you're not paying rent, you're not saving money, you got nothing, you got no prospects, and you're likely going in reverse. That's the pressure that's on our generation. Yeah, clutch cargo, absolutely. All right. Keeping the shit train rolling. There's been a lot of talk over these flags from Alito and Mike Johnson, so I thought I would show you the pictures here and give you a little history lesson about what's happening here. So these Appeal for Heaven flags. This is a picture of Samuel Alito's boathouse. Rich guy shit. Rich millionaire shit. Right? Because he's Supreme Court Justice. Of course, he's a multimillionaire. Can afford multiple properties. So here he is, I guess in 2022, flying one of these Appeal for Heaven. Yeah, music, cruiser music, exactly. Look, social media is allowing the youth to express their frustration, and that's why we're seeing social media attacked the way it is. It's leaking out. The truth is leaking out into the zeitgeist. Oh no, people realize how miserable they are, and they're realizing it's a collective misery that's intentionally built for them. Almost like a cage, almost like a prison that they're kept inside. And they're demanding to be free. We can't have this. Democracy is leaking out. Someone stop TikTok. So no, back to this. It should frighten us that in the Supreme Court, we have not one, multiple pro-sedition, pro-January 6th, install an authoritarian tyrant to destroy our democracy, so-called justices that sit in the highest court of the land. Highest court. We've already seen them completely disregard precedent that, by the way, they promised that they wouldn't do. Every single one of these motherfuckers promised to not destroy abortion, and then voted for it when they had the majority, when they could do it. When the fleshy part of the neck was exposed, they sliced. So here is a member of SCOTUS. Yeah, Lenny, why indeed? So here's a member of SCOTUS flying a flag that was being flown by seditionists on January 6th. And basically what it is, it's a thinly veiled support for theocracy in the United States, the Christian theocracy. This idea that, God is a higher power than even the Constitution. God is more important than the law of the land. This is by a justice, Supreme Court justice, highest court in the land, supposed to be impartial, supposed to be reading the Constitution and being honest. Okay, this is what the founding fathers were. Obviously the founding fathers couldn't have imagined cell phones. So how do we deal with cell phones? They're supposed to be interpreting where the founding fathers wanted us to go in. And here they're saying something that would make the founding fathers puke. Oh, the word of God is more important than the word of the Constitution. Make our founding fathers gasp in shock if they were hearing that. So here's an example right here. Mike Johnson, who, by the way, totally unpunished seditionist, doesn't even get mentioned, by the way, on MSNBC and CNN and all ABC when he's interviewed by these hacks. Oh, by the way, didn't you fully support the January 6th insurrection? Isn't even brought up. You go, yeah, we're Republicans, we're against immigration, we're pro, destroy this, destroy that. Gets to go through all of his talking points. Nicole Wallace, pretending like this is a legitimate person. She's railing against the January 6th insurrectionists, too meek, too scared to bring up the fact that Mike Johnson was an architect for January 6th. Oh, well, then he might not come back and interview. He might not do another interview with me. Give an example of the cowardice on mainstream media when it comes to these treasonous seditionists. Speaker Mike Johnson has, quote, an appeal to heaven flag, the same one flown by Justice Alito and many January 6 insurrectionists outside of his office. The flag is a Christian nationalist symbol that signals a desire to reshape the U.S. into a Christian nationalist nation. If you've been following politics, you would know that this is a well-known vein that runs through the conservative Republican Party. Chris Hedges wrote a book called Christian Fascism, I believe, talking all about this. There's, and Mike Johnson absolutely on board for installing a theocratic authoritarian as long as he pretends he's pro-God. And, Mike Johnson, well, it's close enough. Trump, close enough. They're raging hypocrites. They don't believe any of the shit that they actually say, of course. But totally unpunished. Guilty as sin. Proud seditionist. Speaker of the fucking House. The law doesn't touch him. Who's to blame? The neoliberals. Merrick Garland. Joe Biden's intentional decision to put Merrick Garland in as the Attorney General. I'm not saying go after people for nothing, because, go after your political opponents because they're, and make up some shit and go after them. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Mike Johnson being guilty as fuck for sedition, which is one of the highest crimes, treason, one of the highest crimes in the land in the United States. It's murder and then treason in the hierarchy of crimes against, the fucking state. One of the highest crimes of the land. And the neoliberals treat him like a colleague. The mainstream media treats him like just a regular politician. Yeah, well, that's to be expected standing with Israel, of course. Not even going to talk about, his tacit support of barbarism. That comes with the package. But can we talk about his treason? Sure, let's talk about the fact that he wants a theocracy. But can we talk about his seditionist activity on a January 6th? Literally he helped plan it. Squeaky clean. Who's to blame? The only entity to blame is the ones that are in charge and not investigating and not going after. Oh, because they're you don't want to make us look like political partisans going after our enemies. I want you to go after criminals. I would like you to go after criminals who commit crimes. Oh, that's too much to ask. That would make us look partisan. That would make us look like, oh, we don't, we don't really stand for anything. Or if, you know what I'm saying. Make it look like they don't stand for just, It's just frustrating. There's only one entity that's in charge of this right now. There's one entity that put an AG in charge. Oh, they did everything they could. They did it. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. So yeah, Nikki Haley supports Donald Trump. A fucking course. I mean, it was, I said from the very beginning, it's only a matter of time. Oh no, oh no, she's gonna hold out. She's gonna be the ones for the Never Trumpers. She's gonna be the protest vote. The Never Trumpers gonna put Nikki Haley in there instead of Donald Trump and show that they want a real neocon, a real monster who hates labor. If you're a regular $50,000, $60,000 a year schmuck, Nikki Haley thinks you're a fucking moron, and she can't wait to rip you off. But somehow she's supposed to be a sensible alternative. Policies totally in line with Donald Trump. But yeah, no, of course she endorsed him. Of course she did. It's only a matter of time. Like I said, what she was trying to do in the back was negotiate with Donald. Hey, Donald, can I get a seat in your administration? What kind of, if I did do this, what kind of, position would you give me? So that's what was going on. And it probably took a little bit longer than normal because Trump has been so busy with his criminal trial. So he hasn't had time for Nikki Haley to kiss the ring. So Nikki Haley found time to kiss the ring, made an agreement, and here she is with her endorsement. And of course, there's already talk about oh, well, she might be part of the administration as this, or, you know, might be in the cabinet as that. Obvious. It was obvious from the very beginning. Nikki Haley, not, you know, this idea that she's somehow honorable, principled. She's a right-wing conservative, folks. So yeah, what incredible hypocrisy, but this was kind of funny. The reason why this is funny is because she's, you know, up until this very moment, she's been like, Donald Trump is a criminal. He doesn't represent our party. Oh, by the way, I'm still voting for him. Which, didn't she say that early in her campaign? Oh, yeah, I'd still support the Republican nominee. Anyway, there's my Nikki Haley news. This is far more frightening, actually, than the Nikki Haley stuff. So let me see if I can get this blown up for you here. No? Okay, 1 second here. Let me just do this. Will this blow it up? Yeah, okay, here we go. So this is kind of hard to see for you, so sorry about that. Let's see if I can get it any bigger. No, that's about as big as it gets. Okay. She said he was not fit to be... Oh, yeah, she said all kinds of, you know, stuff. Reddit moment. Yeah, VFro. She's not going to get VP, though. That's, you know, she didn't, you know, but she might get, you know, she can't kiss the ring, but maybe she can kiss the feet, or maybe she can, you know, kiss the coattails as the emperor walks by. Thank you for that follow. But yeah, I mean, it's of course she is. Of course she is. She's a right-wing conservative playing the right-wing conservative political game. I had no doubt whatsoever that she was going to put her support behind Donald Trump. Like I said, it was just about the backroom negotiating. Hey, okay, you know, I got this constituency. I'm going to support you, and, you know, what can you give me? What can you give me? But anyway, so this is the kind of dirty politics we can see. Is that what that was? Okay. Thank you, Chem Goblin. I wasn't quite sure. That's why I didn't say the name. But this is an example of the kind of dirty politics that we can expect this election season. This is in Texas, so I think this was posted. These were mailed out or left in people's mailboxes in Texas, but this is just frightening stuff. So listen to this. Voter alert. We see you haven't voted yet. Your voting record is public. Your neighbors are watching and will know if you miss this critical runoff election. We will notify President Trump if you don't vote. You can't afford to have that on your record. You didn't vote for Trump, did you? We have it here in the list, knocking down, you know, Trump MAGA supporters after Trump wins the election, knocking on people's doors. Looks here, you didn't vote for Trump. Is that true? Why didn't you vote for Trump? You know, he's our one true leader. You don't think they don't want to do that? They fantasize about it. Charlie Kirk's audience fantasizes about going door to door in liberal neighborhoods, doing God knows what. Intimidation at first, then physical violence, probably. Oh, thank you, Chem Goblin. Our Republican values are at stake in this election. Border security. All of a sudden, they give a shit about border security. Property taxes and parental empowerment. I guess this is Texas, so that's a hot issue. Vote early. Notice, listen to this. Notice, we will contact you after the election to make sure you voted. So that's one side. Imagine getting this in the mail. And you don't know how this works. Like, wait a minute, is there some kind of like MAGA vote security force that's going to be knocking on my door and tattling to Daddy Trump if I don't vote? Ooh, yikes. That's a nasty one. No problem. We'll get rid of it. And, of course, they got like a lolicon profile. No problem. There we go. The filth has been flushed. Chud alert. We got a chud alert. Chud alert. The filth has been flushed. So here's the other side of this notice. Please don't make us report you to President Trump. Are you fucking... They're not kidding. They're not kidding, dog. We are sending an official list of Republicans who failed to vote in the upcoming runoff to President Trump. You know, it's great. He might do something with that list. You know, it's like, oh, that's absurd. But no, President Trump is vindictive and vain. And you never know, man. I got a list here from a group of patriotic voters telling me about some unpatriotic voters. We'll see what the FB. We'll see what the what is it? I was going to say FBI, but no, I meant IRS. Well, we'll see what the IRS has to say about this. I sent that list over to the IRS to make sure that these liberals are paying their taxes. Should have voted for Trump. His audience would, oh my God, that's so awesome. Oh, that's so great. They'd love it. They wouldn't see a problem with it. President Trump will be very disappointed. You don't want to disappoint Trump pee pants. Yeah, Davey. Okay, I'm sorry. I take it back. I do have on top of the meme. I wanted to talk about America's preeminent soothsayers and truth tellers and opinion makers, taste makers. So, of course, we're going to talk about Whoopi Goldberg and The View. We're going to also talk about Joe Rogan. He, let me tell you, he's got a look. He's got that window into the zeitgeist, and he can tell us exactly how it is. We got news from everyone's favorite oligarch, Elon Musk. With this article, whoops, wrong button. This article is completely, this tab has completely nuked itself. So 1 second here while I close this tab and reopen it. Okay, there we go. There's our smiling oligarch. There we go. So we're gonna hear from Whoopi Goldberg. We're gonna hear from Joe Rogan. We're gonna hear from Elon Musk. Everyone loves these people. Well, let's get it. Clip from The View. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole thing, but I wanted to hear, because it's stupid Nikki Haley, stupid politics crap. I thought, what better show to talk about such meaningless bullshit than The View, right? No one does meaningless bullshit like The View. I mean, come on. They're experts.
So let's start with this. Former Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley built up a fan base.
So are they really going to pretend like Nick, like they are they going to? They are, aren't they? It's so funny. They're supposed to be politically savvy. They're supposed to be politically plugged in, and they're going to sit here and it's such a shock for Nikki Haley to do this. I thought she was going to be a never Trumper. Oh, Davey thought too, didn't he? I didn't bring it up, and I was hoping you'd come in. Davey thought, just for a little context, Davey voted for Nikki Haley in the local primaries as a protest vote against Trump. Davey actually thought that Nikki was going to not endorse Trump, right? Isn't that kind of what you thought, that Nikki wasn't going to do that? Davey, the conservative Republican Party doesn't deserve you. You know what I mean? They don't deserve your optimism. They don't deserve your hope. Okay? Throw this party away. Yeah, James Clown. We did a whole hour on UK politics, but yeah, the Tories are crying in their beer, definitely. 4 beers deep.
That took a chunk out of primary votes from
right,
you-know-who. For repeatedly her warning her party about what a danger he is to democracy. Take a look.
Chaos follows him. And we can't have a country in disarray and a world on fire and go through 4 more years of chaos. We won't survive it.
He is unhinged. He is more diminished. The most harm he's ever possibly had is getting hit by a golf ball when he's sitting in a golf cart. Donald Trump cannot win a general election. You've got Donald Trump, who put us $8 trillion in debt, more than any other president. The reason that America keeps losing is because of Donald Trump. Many of the same politicians who now publicly embrace Trump privately dread him. They're just too afraid to say it out loud.
And that's why I support Donald Trump. Look, I was surprised. The amount of time that Nikki Haley held on to this, because I thought the endorsement was going to come a couple weeks after. you know, when the news was hot, you know, when the iron was hot. But I honestly think Donald Trump was too busy to squeeze Nikki in to let her kiss the ring and make this announcement. I have a feeling that Nikki wanted to do this a lot sooner when the leverage was still, you know, more fresh. But now it's like an also ran. It's like, okay, well, can I still have political power, please, Donald? I know I'm irrelevant and people have basically forgotten my name by now, but I'll tell my people who pretended, I'll tell the people I lied to that they should support you now, even though I vociferously convinced them not to before. Please, can I have like Secretary of State or something, please?
So guess what happened yesterday?
Well, what happened, Whoopi?
She took a very sharp turn and made a shift. Check it out.
I put my priorities on a president who's going to have the backs of our allies.
James, the lie that the economy was better under Donald Trump is lazy at this point. Not only has it been completely debunked that Donald Trump was, quote unquote, better for the economy, not only has that been totally debunked, but it has also been proven that Joe Biden has leaps and bounds done better, even though I don't agree with a lot of the people a lot of people are making money under Joe Biden. It ain't us. But there is an objective difference between the economy under Trump and the economy under Biden. So Biden may steal. I don't understand the Biden may steal it comments. I don't even know really what that means, but I just wanted to lay it out there. It's a lie that the economy was better under Donald Trump. It's just a fucking lie.
And hold our enemies to account.
Yeah, Zeodude.
Who would secure the border. No more excuses. Biden has been a catastrophe. So I will be voting for Trump.
Biden, you know, Biden's a total catastrophe. So that's why I'm voting for a seditious criminal convicted of rape, right? Not just sexual assault now, actual convicted of rape now. Convicted rapist. Plan January 6th. Much better than Biden. Come on, guys.
Stand by what I said in my suspension speech. Trump would be smart to reach out to the
James,
millions of people
Biden's
who
not
voted
doing a great
for
job.
me
The
and
polls are still
continue to
basically
support me.
50-50. Yeah, sorry, I was talking during Nikki Haley's bootlicking session here, just so you can get a taste of it here.
Stand by what I said in my suspension speech. Trump would be smart to reach out to the millions of people who voted for me and continue to support me.
I don't know. Now, see, we're all saying, wow, ooh.
Wow, so this is the chicken red is the conservative. And she's like, my party's not a total fascistic disaster. I'm here to represent the right.
I don't know. Now, see, we're all saying, wow, ooh. But I don't know why anybody believed her when she said that that's what she was, because we've been saying this, she kind of does that thing when you pull in a fish, and the fish is like this trying to get something.
You mean like a flip-flop? Like a flip-flop?
Okay, in a funny way, yeah.
Flip-flop, 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 flip-flop.
I don't know why anybody listens anymore, because she's not consistent. None of them are, except you.
So I'll say
you're the only consistent.
Oh, wow. So people watch this for hours, huh? Every day they tune into this. They say, I want to watch this. I'm going to do this. Okay.
You're it.
Would you like to weigh in?
Thank you for acknowledging my
You're the only
consistency.
consistent person I know from the other side.
Wow.
I
Watch
am
some absolute
disappointed, but I'm
garbage
not
come out of her
surprised.
mouth.
I lost all faith in politicians quite some time ago.
Right, okay.
And listen, maybe I'm being petty, but if someone
is that all the conservatives have now? The conservatives that are too proud to admit that Trump is a complete disaster is just both sidesism? Is that all you have? Is the refuge of that? Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I totally acknowledge the crimes of my party, but both sides. I'm so disgusted with politics that I'm attributing, you know, both sides. It's just so lazy. It's so fucking lazy, man.
Person I know from the other side.
I am disappointed, but I'm not surprised. I lost all faith in politicians quite some time ago. And listen, maybe I'm being petty, but if someone attacked my intelligence, my family, my marriage, and American democracy, I probably wouldn't then go back and support them, and the military. Listen, Haley voters feel betrayed. Quick scan of her Instagram comments on this post itself, and it was just, we feel betrayed by you. You told us why we should be fearful of him, and now you flipped on it.
So it's not going to work. That doesn't matter. Haley doesn't care about these people that support her. They were all tools from the beginning. This is about Haley, getting a nice seat in the new administration. That's what this is.
Always believed that the Haley voters actually were with her more because she was an avatar for something other than Trump. I wasn't with Haley because I thought she was perfect. I was pretty critical of her a number of times on the show, but she gave us hope of a party that could start inching the right direction. I am not convinced these.
That's the thing. The only real difference between Nikki Haley and Donald Trump is the optics, is the theatrics. Nikki Haley 100% agrees with Donald Trump's agenda. Totally 100% agrees with Project 2025. Totally agrees with Mitch McConnell and the direction of the Republican Party. The fascistic and authoritarian direction of the Republican Party. She loves it. She loves it. All that she hates is that, Trump farts and poops his pants and, talks crazy shit. Which is crazy because her Nikki Haley's constituency, the people that Nikki Haley wants to actually vote for her, love Donald Trump's theatrics. They love his farty poopy pants theatrics. They think it's great. So these quite frankly, political dinosaurs, they don't know what to do anymore. They don't know what to do. They're not willing to lower themselves to the level that would get them the support that they need to stay relevant. But they pine and are nostalgic for a Republican Party that will never come back. This Bush era, neocon era, it'll never come back.
150,000 people who turned out in suburban Pennsylvania to cast a protest vote for her are going to go to Trump because she's supporting him. I think they were always more never Trump than she is. And
homie, if you're supporting fucking Vivek Ramaswamy, you're not really paying a lot of attention. If you honestly think Vivek Ramaswamy would be a good solution for this, my God, man, my God, you're the exact kind of sucker Vivek Ramaswamy would absolutely bankrupt. Wow, James. Okay, look, you seem like a nice clown. If I pull a candidate out of the hat who to replace Joe Biden, maybe AOC. If I'd want to win, maybe Gavin Newsom. If I wanted to do my morality and principles, maybe AOC. But if I actually wanted to win politically, maybe Gavin Newsom. Yeah, Davey, moderate. What is this guy talking about?
I think it's time for Biden to engage them. He did one ad, but he needs to be calling Adam Kinzinger, Liz Cheney. He needs to be running those ads in swing states saying, Donald Trump said he doesn't want Nikki Haley voters. I want Nikki Haley voters. And listen, this is political expediency. It's pathetic. It's cowardly. And she did more.
Really. This chick's going to even vote Joe Biden. I'd be shocked if she actually does. She's probably going to be like, oh, well, I thought about it and I prayed to my God. And I just don't think it's the right choice.
Because she's supporting him. I think they were always more never Trump than she is, and I think it's time for Biden to engage them. He did one ad, but he needs to be
that was Hillary Clinton's failed strategy, and she choked on it. This whole idea that you're going to convert moderate Republicans into Democrats, it doesn't fucking work. And like these, maybe she is, maybe she will vote for Biden, but political creatures like this woman are not the majority. Most people are going to be sitting out. Certainly people aren't going to watch an ad for Joe Biden and vote for them instead. It just doesn't happen.
Calling Adam Kinzinger, Liz Cheney. He needs to be running those ads in swing states saying, Donald Trump said he doesn't want Nikki Haley voters. I want Nikki Haley voters. And listen, this is political expediency. It's pathetic. It's cowardly. And she did more. She did not help Donald Trump, but she damaged herself, honestly, irreparably.
I think so.
You think irreparably?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so there you go. That's that's America's one of the most popular political talk shows in America, The View. There you go. That's a little sample of what you're missing. You're missing out, guys. You're missing out. You want to see the rest of that interview? It's right here. So speaking of geniuses and tastemakers, and people that are very smart and intelligent. Joe Rogan is not one of those people. He's also not a progressive. In fact, he is, further careening into his full-blown transformation into Rush Limbaugh. My cousin. Yeah, no, it's Seth. It's Seth. Yeah, no, it's Seth. Rogan. Rogan. But no, so now, to continue his slide, he is now, leaning into religion. He is now, falling back into that old, comfortable canard of, well, it's God's will and morality based off God. Pretty funny stuff for a womanizing, boozing, drugging, amoral comedian to be referencing the Bible and God. But here we are. This is predictable, and it's going to continue. It's going to be interesting in 10 years in Joe Rogan, it's going to be, wow, this guy is like neck and neck with Tucker Carlson. Yeah, we know Destiny.
The brakes, and we're just gonna slide into this genderless future. And some people are going to be really happy about it. And I think they wrote about it in the Bible when they said the meek will inherit the earth.
So that's a bad thing? One more time from the beginning here.
And we're not hitting the brakes, and we're just gonna slide into this genderless future. And some people are going to be really happy about it. And I think they wrote about it in the Bible when they said the meek will inherit the earth.
Wow. What a nightmare.
I think it's in the Bible. And I'm not kidding.
Oh, God. No.
I'm not.
Yeah, and his guess is like, oh, no, man. He's like, he can see it all. He can see it all.
Kidding. As more time goes on, I'm not kidding. I think the Bible got that one right.
Yeah.
I think they didn't. I think
the Bible got that one wrong. That's, really that is one of my biggest problems with this Sigma male, alpha male, Andrew Tate mentality, that men are somehow strong by keeping the weak and keeping those that they deem, lesser than beneath them. When men are strong and masculine when they're protecting society, when they're protecting the weak, not when they're abusing and holding them down. And these straight up toxic, that's the best way to describe them. Toxic alpha sigma male types think that the only way the world can work is when there's a strong patriarchy that they're firmly on top of. And they're so fucking mediocre. They don't earn it. Oh, I deserve it. I'm right on top. I'm the alpha. You're not a good leader. You don't do research on the things that you talk about. You're not an intelligent person. You don't try to better yourself. Mediocre. And you should be on top. You should be running things. Oh yeah, I should be on top because you're weak. You're the cuck. I'm the ultimate man. I have a big problem with this idea of masculinity. Oh, the Bible got it wrong. We should not protect the meek.
I think they didn't. I think, a lot got lost in translation. They forgot to mention plastics turning into a bitch. But that's what it is.
And that's why
So he's talking about microplastics reducing the amount of testosterone. Somehow that's connected. Mark my words, man. Joe Rogan, mark my words. He's 100% voting for Trump, right? Because both sides, but I can't do Biden, yada yada. I pretend to care about, certain things, but I don't really. What I really care about is my wealth. But no, 10 years in Joe Rogan, it's going to be disgusting. It's going to be him and Tucker Carlson neck and neck, man. Just a recent news thing. I don't know. So last little bit of our Dingleberry parade here. Elon Musk, showing himself to be a wild hypocrite, like we need more evidence, but here it is. The free speech absolutist, Elon Musk, suing Media Matters because they were critical of him. It's a pretty common tactic for billionaires. Quote unquote, sad day for free speech. Media Matters layoffs follow thermonuclear attack by Musk. So Musk, some critical article from Media Matters, came out. Whether I'm a free speech absolutist or not, Elon Musk is not a free speech absolutist. The whole concept is kind of flawed because even in America, by the definitions of American free speech, there is no such thing as absolute free speech. You can absolutely be punished for your speech in America. If I shout fire in a crowded theater, that's not free speech. A free speech absolutist would disagree, I guess. Oh, that free speech needs to be absolute. You have the right to stochastic terrorism. It's a term that idiots have come up with to describe an idiotic philosophy that they don't actually believe in. Free speech absolutism. Just months after mega billionaire Elon Musk launched what he termed a thermonuclear lawsuit against Media Matters for America, the nonprofit and media watchdog outfit announced a round of punishing layoffs Thursday, which in part attributed to the financial strain imposed by the legal battles it now faces. What triggered Musk's initial outrage in November was MMFA reporting about quote-unquote pro-Nazi content, which if you're on Twitter, you can see it. Depends on your moral code. Yeah, you are a fan. You are a fan of Destiny. You got it written all over you. Man, Destiny, the absolute definition of sophistry. What triggered Musk's initial outrage in November was MMFA reporting about pro-Nazi content on social media platform X, owned by Musk, appearing alongside ads by prominent corporations in the content stream shown to users. Absolutely provable, total fact, anti-Semitism, right-wing Nazism has increased across the board on Twitter. It's the struggle to find the truth. No, free speech absolutism is not the struggle to find the truth. It's a term made up by idiots who don't understand the definition of free speech even in America. Yeah, you're on that Destiny. I could tell. You're on that bullshit. I want to test my moral code. Then go fuck your sister. Who the fuck is this, man? We're talking about news. In his post threatening the lawsuit, which was later filed in Texas, Musk vowed to target Media Matters and all those who colluded on his fraudulent attack on our company. Noting that the scope of his retribution, Musk then added, their board, their donors, their network, all dark money, all of them would be included in the suit's scope. Yeah. So this is how they work. The same thing, Peter Thiel did it to Gawker. You know, they went after him, but I mean, it's not like Gawker deserved, you know, Gawker was kind of a trash mag to begin with, so it didn't really deserve to be protected. But in this case, you know, Media Matters is a wonderful organization following right-wing extremism. Anyway, you get the point. He sued them. They're in financial trouble now because they have to now pay for all these lawsuits. Will they recoup the costs? Probably not, because the justice system sides with rich people. But hey, maybe Media Matters will be lucky and they'll be able to countersue and you know, sue for the damages. Yeah, James, it's called the News Underground. Welcome. You're not looking for news. What sounds like you're looking for a daddy. You're looking for a cult of personality that you can nod to while you're playing video games. Okay? That's not the News Underground. I don't know. Ludwig. Don't make him your daddy. Proposal advances to surgically castrate sex offenders in Louisiana. So yeah, I mean, I hear a lot of people talk about, oh, this is going to be a good thing. This is going to be a good thing. Yeah, this is going to be a good thing, right? Well, what's wrong with sexually castrating, you know, pedophiles and rapists? How could that be a bad thing for society? Really? So you want a criminal who has raped somebody, you want to make them into a eunuch who can no longer derive pleasure from their kits and biddles, and that's somehow supposed to calm them down, right? This person who committed a heinous crime, who's been permanently scarred, that's supposed to prevent them from committing more crimes in the future. James Clown, I don't have time for you, buddy. Interesting comment about this. Here's the article. Legislature advances bill to allow surgical castration of some sex offenders. James, you're okay. Look, if you want real information, you found the right place. If you want drama and bullshit, then yeah, go ahead and find somebody similar to Destiny. That's all I got to say. Thank you for being here. Baton Rouge, on Tuesday, April 23rd, the Louisiana Senate greenlit a bill to allow for convicted sex offenders whose crime was against a victim under 13 to be surgically castrated by the state. Sounds pretty good, right? Well, I mean, hey, I don't like rapists. I don't like pedophiles. But according to the comment here, so this person, I was curious about the particulars of this bill, especially since sex offenders can be kind of a broad term that can encompass both violent rape of a minor and public urination. They're castrating Drake? But no, I mean, this is why we need to be concerned, because sexual offense can be, you know, raping a minor to public urination. The text of the bill narrows the offenses to only aggravated sex crimes under this statute. So I checked what that list was. So listen to this. Imagine getting castrated for some of these offenses. It's a lot of stuff that you would expect: rape, sexual battery, and the like. Okay, I mean, that's, you know, I don't morally agree with it, but I'm not going to lose sleep for a rapist who can no longer rape, you know, physically incapable of raping with their penis. But listen to this. But also includes simple kidnapping of a minor, which, yeah, I mean, that's not great. But this person points out a lot of kidnapping cases can involve disputes about custody between parents and family members, right? A fight between the husband and wife. The husband or the wife puts the kid in the car and drives away. Technically kidnapping, but it's like, you know, calmer heads prevail, and then, you know, eventually things are worked out. Well, now this person has chemical castration, potentially. Is that supposed to make that person less desperate? Well, I'm in over my head now. It's too late now. I'm going to be convicted of kidnapping. I'm going to get my penis cut off. Yes, borderline feline, yes. Which is ironic, right? Because a grand majority of pedophiles and rapists tend to be right-wing conservatives. Don't mean to be truthful about it, but that's the truth. Not that left-wingers are not capable and don't commit crimes like that, but look up the list of sex crimes in the United States, in the country, and tell me if it isn't majority. I need the list to feel more confident about what I'm saying right now, but I do feel very confident that if we had the list of sexual offenders and their political orientation, it would be right-wing conservative. I'm coping so hard. Okay. All right. Well, I'll remember that comment the next week when I show you the next list of right-wing pedophiles. I showed it last week. Was it 3 right-wing religious pastors guilty of pedophilia? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? That left-wing people can commit those crimes and do commit those crimes, but statistically, you're more likely to be diddled by your Trump-voting Republican uncle than you are your Barack Obama-supporting uncle. That's just a fact. I know right-wingers hate that truth, right? But why are the right-wingers hanging out with lolicon fans that believe the age of consent should be lowered and child labor laws should be laxed? Oh yeah, no, I think it's okay to marry a 14-year-old. Those policies aren't coming from Here we go. Lower. Let's see here. What are we looking for? What was the article I had just a couple weeks ago? Republican 14-year-old marriage, right? Yeah, so here we go from May 11th. Why are some Republican lawmakers hell-bent on preserving child marriage? Zero facts. I'm coping so hard. Wait 1 second. This is just big cope. This is big cope, guys. I have no proof whatsoever to prove that right-wing Republicans are pedophilic. Support marrying children and working children in the mines. Yeah, it's from the Rolling Stones. If it was from Fox, would you be okay with that? No problem, honey. No problem, dear. No problem. Do this all day. So here we go. Fox News. Fox News, we got to be fair here. Missouri Republican lawmaker clarifies comments about 12-year-olds getting married. Okay, so here we go, guys. We've got to clarify these statements, these pro-marriage statements, these pro-married to children statements. So here we go. A Missouri Republican state lawmaker on Tuesday said children as young as 12 years old should be able to get married as he defended a proposed bill banning gender-affirming care for minors. Is this source good enough for you, asshole? Should I try to find the one from News Nation? A Missouri Republican state lawmaker is armed with opinions already moving on. Are we already accepting defeat to this argument, moving on to a new one? Is that what we're doing? You partisan asshole. You pathetic piece of turd. So now we're talking about German left-wing crap, right? We're just cope and seethe, right? So let's hear how he clarified these statements. Senator Mike Moon, a Republican from Ash Grove, sat before a panel on Tuesday to defend and debate a bill that would ban all gender transition procedures for anyone under the age of 18. The bill passed. So I mean, this is, if it's against gay people, if it's against, trans kids and LGBTQ people, well, then maybe it's okay for men this old to marry 12-year-olds, right? I mean, if it hurts the gays. So during the questioning, Rep. Peter Meredith, a Democrat, called Moon out for his stance on marriage of 12-year-olds if parental consent was given. Quote, you voted no on making it illegal for kids to be married to adults at the age of 12 if their parents consented to it. So are you listening, armed with my opinions? Are you listening? Meredith said to Moon, you said actually that should be the law because it's the parents' right and the kid's right to decide what's best for them to be raped by an adult. Do you believe in this as well, armed with your opinions? You fucking pedophile. Do you agree with your party on this one? You only support this party with all of your might. You only do everything in your power to support and defend this party, Mr. Opinions. And by the way, you were asking for proof. Is this not good enough? I know, land of my lazy lounge lizard, but doesn't this guy, Rolling Stone? Oh my God, liberal. Oh my God, you have no proof. Could I get some proof, please? Oh my God. Presented with proof right in front of his face. Oh my God, Nazi Germany, and oh my God, it's all right, Armed. Well, we're done. I'm done proving you wrong once again. So go ahead and try again next time, buddy. You're an absolute loser. And you keep coming back to get your little hiney spanked. And I'm glad to do it. Moving on, you piece of trash. Moving on. So yeah, look, this is bad. Look, it's rapists and pedophiles are really, really bad. No doubt about it. But this is actually cruel and unusual punishment. This will not actually fix the problem. This will, in fact, make dangerous criminals even more dangerous. What is a psycho? And you can still, by the way, you can still violate and penetrate people against their will without a penis. And, sex psychologists will talk about how rape is often not even a sexual act by the rapist as much as it's an act of power. So it's not going to actually fix the problem. It's cruel and unusual, and this is what our authoritarian, theocratic, right-wing future looks like if jackasses like armed with his shitty opinions continues to be allowed in the fucking room, man. We got insurrectionists and seditionists running this party, talking about like our policies and our ideas and principles are illegitimate. And yeah, I stand by it. I don't have the facts in front of me. I'm eager to be proven wrong. But according to political affiliation, right-wing conservatives do more kitty diddling than the left. Prove it. I prove it. Oh yeah, well, there's something else in this. Yes, Chem Goblin. This is a little bit of climate news, just a touch of climate news. This is a prediction that this year's hurricane season is going to be really, really bad. So apparently this was the record water temperature anomalies in 2005 during Katrina, as you can see all the red here. And then this is what it's looking like in 2024, which apparently is really bad. It was arrested for sodomizing with a broom handle, no penis involved. Exactly, Bifro. I remember that case. Yeah, El Nino, climate catalyst. It's happening. The El Nino and El Nina are natural occurring phenomenon in climate. Climate change catalyzes them even more, makes them even more dangerous. Oh, borderline feline. That's a good point. When a right winger is offended, where's the law to defend that right winger? Right? They're kind of alone, standing up for what they believe in, and they're being victimized. Here they are, being so offended by Martin Luther King and civil rights, and there's no representation for them. Sick. How much damage has it done, or has it not arrived yet? So yeah, this is just a prediction. So they're just saying, so you remember how bad the hurricane season was when Katrina happened in 2005. Well, this is what the water temperature anomalies look like. And then look at this. It's twice as bad, maybe even worse. So this comment here from Michael Lowery: the Atlantic Ocean has a lot to say right now, and none of it is particularly good. My take on the deep Atlantic heat, which blows May 2005 out of the water, how it could impact hurricane season, and how it's affecting us today. So yeah, these are warning signs that we're going to have a very, very nasty and damaging hurricane season. Thankfully, Donald Trump is not in charge of the recovery efforts, and neither is George Bush. So maybe people won't be left stranded to be raped on rooftops because help is just not on the way. You understand right-wingers on a scale, market passion? Where does this tutorial come from? James, just... Hurricane Katrina was brutal. It absolutely was. We must accelerate. Yeah. More chaos. That'll fix it. We'll pick up the pieces of the shattered society into a true socialist utopia. Wow, really? Only 20 years? God, it feels like ages ago, Lenny. Wanted to point this out. This is an article from Woke Patriot. Thank you, Woke Patriot. So this is a follow-up to the protest. Yeah, so we're in our Gaza news now. Oh, I know. I'm sorry, folks. Last bit of the stream. Gaza news. Last bit here. Just a couple more clips, and then we're done for the day. 4-hour stream. A 5-hour stream, probably, once we're done. Katrina's so OP. Please nerf. GG's in the chat for Katrina, guys. You showed the news. Woke Patriot posted. Which one? Which news link you talking about, Chem Goblin? But no, so this is a follow-up to the you know, to the pro-Palestinian protest, the incredible crackdown, latest one from him. So let's see here. Let's see here. U.S. response to ICC war crimes by inviting. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. That's a great link. Thank you, Woke Patriot, for that link. Driving to the aid routes and blocking all the aid. Yeah, and it's you know, apparently there's eyewitness reports, or there's some kind of reports of the military colluding with those people that are blocking the aid, letting them know where aid trucks are going to be, and organizing with these protesters to block the aid. The IDF is apparently, you know, on the hush hush. So we will be reporting on that. Real quick though, from Woke Patriot here. Yeah, James, there's nothing to defend. Ethnic cleansing is not a defensible opinion, and it's been that way since the 1940s. So yeah, it's nice to see, you know, decades later, the rest of the world realizing that pushing the Palestinians out of their territory while denying their existence is not a good thing. So Chem Goblin, yes, back to the article here. Yeah, isn't that crazy, VFro? So back to the article here. NYPD drops charges against many pro-Palestinian demonstrators. We saw this during Occupy. You will always see this kind of stuff during left-wing protests. You know, harsh crackdowns. They know they're not allowed to treat people this way. They know they don't have grounds to actually do what they're doing. They do it anyway because it's intimidation. And here we see the NYPD now dropping all their charges, or not all, but a good chunk of their charges, because they were fabrications. Because they were fabrications. It was about intimidating people for standing up for, you know, for Palestinian rights, but really, if you were standing up for your rights in general, you know, for any number of left-wing, you know, ideas and policies and principles that we would be protesting for. Eric Adams wanted to tell the leftists in New York, fuck off, you're not safe here. Israel is recognized as a country. I don't even know what you're talking about. Are you talking about Palestine? But anyway, this was obvious intimidation, and you know, they dropped their charges because they would lose in court, and they would get, you know, countersued and things like that. So they just drop it after the damage is done, after they've broken up the momentum of the protesters, they've intimidated the protesters. Now they drop the charges because they really didn't have anything against the grand majority of people. But the damage is done. It's all about intimidation. Another one from Woke Patriot here. NYPD has been, thank you for the follow, James. NYPD has been weirdly connected to Israel and IDF since Bloomberg's mayorship. Yeah, Eric Adams, you know, doesn't see a single thing wrong with treating the Palestinians like animals. Become Shogun? Okay, Draven. I haven't seen the new show. I hear it's good. But this just gives you an idea of the United States hypocrisy in this. You know, the whole reason why Joe Biden is feeding people in Palestine is because he wants to avoid a major famine before the election. It's got nothing to do with his care for the Palestinian people. Yeah, I hear good things, Draven. But Joe Biden's entire political life has been, I'm a Zionist, I'm pro-Zionist, I'm pro, you know, the erasure of the Palestinian people, one way or the other. He's in a rock and a hard place right now, which is why we're seeing this 180. And kind of like, he's kind of actually not even a 180. He's kind of like, oh, I acknowledge the existence and suffering of the Palestinian people, but I'm also a proud Zionist, and I'll never relinquish my support for this ethnic cleansing entity that's, you know, Bibi Netanyahu spitting in the face of Joe Biden's presidency. I don't, you know, Bibi Netanyahu wants Trump happy to hurt Joe Biden's re-election. Joe Biden, oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Oh, how many more weapons you want? How many more weapons? No, James, the United States is a brutal military empire that exerts its influence and power through force across the planet. No, thank you, James. No, don't donate to me. Donate to a political organization that you want to volunteer for. Donate your time to a political organization. That's how you support News Underground. So U.S. responds to ICC war crimes probe by inviting Netanyahu to address Congress. So that's how war criminals and ethnic cleansers are rewarded. The man is literally doing everything he can to ruin Joe Biden's presidency and is rewarded for it. I mean, there's lack of leadership, and then there's this. Yeah, Lenny, and he was doing that intentionally. Because he didn't want Obama. He wanted Bush. He wanted Trump. And Trump, by the way, gave him everything he wanted and then some. Trump gave him Jerusalem. If Trump was in charge right now, the settlers would have probably already moved into the Gaza Strip. So this is what happens though when you spit in Joe Biden's face, when you intentionally make his re-election prospects harder. This is how you're rewarded by Joe Biden. Pathetic. I mean, it's pathetic, man. Because he's like, don't do the Rafah offensive. Don't do the Rafah offensive. Don't do it. Don't do it. No major offensive in Rafah. No major offensive in Rafah. BB, okay, we'll do 5 or 6 minor offensives. Suck it, bitch. My question is, so, once they finish this ridiculous exercise into Rafah, shuffling everybody around, how are you gonna declare victory against Hamas? You're not. So you're in a rock and a hard place though. Because if Bibi Netanyahu does not declare victory against Hamas after the Rafah offensive, and he's like, oh, well, we got to go back into the north because Hamas is back in the north. Well, that doesn't make him look very competent, does he? So he's in a rock and a hard place. He either pretends like he's defeated Hamas, and then the process of removing him as a president begins, or he pretends that Hamas has not been defeated so that he can keep the war going to help his politics, but it will hurt his politics because it makes him look like a weak leader. There's honestly no good choice for Bibi. That will result in him, outside of him, I don't know, doing his reforms to the judiciary so that he can, not be convicted of the crimes the corruption that he committed. Then on top of that, there's a whole extremist wing with Ben Gvir that's desperately trying to destroy. Well, I mean, so it's Ben Gvir on his extreme right, and then slightly to his left is Gallant, the defense minister, secretary or minister or whatever, saying you can't do this. You can't do this to Rafah. You can't occupy the Gaza Strip. You need to make a statement about how you're not going to occupy the Gaza Strip. So Bibi Netanyahu is in a rock and a hard place in all different directions. A great time, by the way, a great time for a president to exert some leverage. And what does Joe Biden do? Coddle him. Oh, I feel so bad for Bibi. He only spits in my face every opportunity he gets. I feel so bad for Bibi. Great time for Joe Biden to exert a little bit of that political pressure. Doesn't take advantage of it, rewards him, says I support Zionism to the end, and invites him to fucking speak in front of Congress. Yeah, so Mike Johnson came out and said the ICC supports Hamas or whatever, I'm sure. Feel free to post it, Borderline. Israeli soldiers and police tipping off groups that attack Gaza aid trucks. So as hinted before, I think by Borderline Feline. He's really doing the American special big time. Yeah. So real quick.
America should punish the ICC and put Karim Khan back in his place. And if the ICC is allowed to threaten Israel's leaders, we know that America will be next. If the ICC moves forward with it.
Yeah, gee. We can't allow this precedent to be set where America is actually held to account for its crimes against humanity. If we let the ICC get away with convicting war criminals in Israel, we're going to be next. It's a clear admission of guilt of war crimes.
Threaten Israel's leaders, we know that America will be next. If the ICC moves forward with its absurd warrant arrest or request, this is going to be an even bigger international problem.
So I've talked about this before. The reason why we're seeing such the reason why we're seeing such a strong and vociferous pushback against the idea that Israel is committing war crimes is that the foundational lie that supports everything else, that justifies everything else, is that Israel is defending itself against an existential threat. And it's hard to say that you're defending yourself against an existential threat when you're committing ethnic cleansing against a much weaker and smaller population that does not have the military capability of pushing back against you. If that foundation, that lie, that the moment we give Palestinians legitimacy, we legitimize them as a country or otherwise, that our existence will be challenged. The moment that lie is shattered, the justifications for all the brutality throughout the decades falls and shatters. James Clown, it is 100% without a doubt ethnic cleansing. The real debate is whether this is a genocide. But it is without a doubt ethnic cleansing by any definition. But certainly the modern definition of ethnic cleansing, it is 100%. What is happening in the Gaza Strip? 100% ethnic cleansing. You got to stop listening to Destiny. I know he's very pro-Israel. He's very pro-Zionist. He's very might makes right. He agrees with the foundational lie that the Palestinians, you can't legitimize Palestine. You can't give them a country. You can't give them a state, because the moment they get a bit of respite, the moment they get a little bit of peace, they will use that to then attack Israel and I guess be successful in its invasion somehow. So yeah, Destiny believes in that foundational lie that Israel's existence is somehow being challenged by the debate about the existence of Palestine. So, as it was hinted at in the yeah, James, okay, buddy. Okay. You got a lot of slime in your brain, bud. You got to hey, at the very least you're listening to opinions outside of the Destiny pro-Zionist sphere. Oh, hey. Yeah, it does kind of feel like an act. I will agree with Vfro, but I guess we'll entertain your histrionics for now, James the Clown. Very accurate username, by the way. But no, so as it was hinted on in the chat earlier by Borderline Feline. Yeah, Vfro, I'm kind of getting that vibe. He's kind of pushing it too hard. He's playing the part a little too hard. You know what I mean? Hamming it up a little too much, but we'll entertain it for a little longer. Israeli soldiers and police tipping off groups that attack Gaza aid trucks. So, once again, this is, Bibi Netanyahu and the IDF spitting in the face of Joe Biden. Well, if he's drunk, well, then that's a good excuse to be listening to Destiny, I guess. Wish I could prove I'm legit. Well, just stick around. That would be the best way to prove you're legit, is to not just, admit defeat and then head on back to the Destiny caves. Members of security forces giving settlers who intercept vital supplies information on location of convoy, group says. So, more evidence. I if you want to read this, you can. I don't have time to read it, but just more evidence that this is an intentional strategy. But my question is, it does appear to be counterproductive. Like, and this is the problem with Bibi Netanyahu not making a decision about what to do with the Gaza Strip, right? It's like, well, is Israel trying to systemically starve the Palestinians to force some kind of catastrophe at the border to push people into the Sinai Peninsula? Is that what's going on? Well, we don't know. We don't know what the official policy on aid is. Are we stopping all the aid because it's helping Hamas, or are we trying to prevent a starvation incident? What are we trying to do here? I think because we saw just recently with Golan, there's a split in terms of a consensus of what direction Bibi should go in when it comes to the Gaza Strip, and it seems like he's kind of afraid to make a decision about what the future of the Gaza Strip is. He's afraid to make a statement definitively about what the goal is. So I think this kind of stuff is going to continue to happen because I don't think they know which direction they should be going in. You know, they were just told like a month ago, okay, block aid, block all the World Central Kitchen, block all the UNRWA stuff. I think they're starving and terrorizing to push them out. Then they would be more aggressive in blocking the aid. They have been allowing some of it in because of pressure from the United States. 2 Americans and an African man tried to form a coup in Congo, going to jail. Oh, you're tubing. That does sound like the beginning of a joke. Reporter and State Department Spocks engage in fire debate. Quote, "I'm sorry, how do you have jurisdiction?" So this guy's great. I'm surprised he's even allowed to sit there and ask these questions because this is the second time I've featured a clip from him. You know, pushing back against the U.S.'s beyond hypocritical narratives about Palestine. And here's just another example of that. You know, absolutely staggering that this is allowed, you know, that the American people allow their government to lie to them in such a way. But it's even more inexcusable when CNN, MSNBC, ABC, all the major mainstream news organizations don't feature this as like, you know, major news, and they want answers, and they want, you know, they're okay to go along with this. They're like, yeah, well, we play the game. You know, Jake Tapper plays the game, and he's really friendly when talking to these people, and he doesn't push back, and he's not rude. And, you know, that's the problem, is that this journalist here was being too rude. And this is how we get where we are, where, you know, the government becomes untouchable, unquestionable, and is able to basically justify its crimes with lies and you know, rhetorical tactics that wouldn't win you a fucking debate competition in high school. But because it's world politics, because it's geopolitics, because it's power, we let this absurdity continue.
What's that?
I'd like it to open.
I'm just not. You know, Said, I never make predictions.
No, sorry, I was kind of momentarily stunned by your original answers. I forgot my question. But these will be brief.
Like it needs to be said.
Are you okay then with the application for arrest warrants against Hamas?
We do not believe that they have jurisdiction over either of the parties of this
so
conflict,
you don't
and that includes Hamas.
So he's like, you know, this guy's over here. You know, he can't pick and choose. He like he did like the U.S. was totally down for the ICC when they were going after Russia for its war crimes against Ukraine. Totally legitimate. Can you believe this totally legitimate international law organization, you know, calling out the barbarism of Russia? Shame on Russia. Shame on Russia. So now here he is saying, oh, the ICC, totally illegitimate, totally illegitimate. Oh, my God. Can you believe how illegitimate and stupid this organization is? So this journalist is calling him out. So you don't agree that Hamas should also, you know, arrest warrants shouldn't go out for Hamas? Well, I mean, I like the Hamas stuff, but, you know, the stuff that's against Israel, totally ridiculous.
Answers. I forgot my question, but these will be brief. So are you okay then with the application for arrest warrants against Hamas?
We do not believe that they have jurisdiction over either of the parties of this conflict,
you don't think
and that includes Hamas.
You don't think that Hamas leaders should be prosecuted?
We absolutely believe that Hamas should be held accountable. That could be hold on. Let me finish. That could be either through the prosecution of the war effort by Israel. It could be,
in other words, being killed.
It could be by being killed. It could be by being brought to justice in an Israeli court. We do not believe the ICC has jurisdiction over either of the parties in this case because the Palestinian people do not represent a state. Okay. And that includes the leaders of Hamas.
Wow, isn't that great? Isn't that great? The Palestinian people we don't recognize the existence of Palestine, so they don't deserve international law. Isn't that fucking great, man? A nice little technicality to remove your human rights. Wow. What a shining city on the hill.
Obviously, the administration is also troubled by actions that Israel has taken post October 7th. So where's the
James Clown? No offense to you and your statement, but cowards are the ones that stay out of awkward political situations. It's the cowards that allow those awkward situations to turn into nothing debates. What we need are leaders, strong leaders, who take positions on moral questions and lead us forward. I'm sick and tired of the both sides ambiguity. Oh, I don't know. This is complicated. I don't want to take a stand. This might risk my life or my political future or my job. It's the exact kind of acquiescence that allows empires to commit crimes.
accountability for that? Where do the Palestinians go? This is a question I asked Ned a long time ago, over and over and over again. Where do the Palestinians go to seek redress?
So let me answer
they go
this
where the Israelis tell them to go. That's how it
First
works.
of all, in the short term, with respect to questions of war crimes, Israel does have open investigations, a number of open investigations. We made this public when we released our report on National Security Memo 20, including some investigations that have become criminal investigations into conduct by members of the IDF. That is the first instance.
He asked this man, where are these Palestinians supposed to go? And this is his response.
For judging whether someone has committed a war crime or a violation of IDF code of conduct. That's one of the reasons why we have concerns about the ICC. The ICC is set up to be a court of last resort if a country isn't properly holding itself and its personnel accountable.
Criticisms that they didn't have of the ICC when they were going after Russia.
That's when the ICC comes in, not in the middle of the process as they have done here. That said, ultimately, and you know this, Matt, and because we've spoken about it a lot, we believe that there should be the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. And an independent Palestinian state would have the ability to join the Rome Statute and become a member of the International Criminal Court. As
they believe that Palestine should be a state if Israel gives them permission to be a state.
Every state in the world has the right to do, but that is not what.
So where do they go in the meantime?
They are not SOL. I said, first of all, Israel has its own investigations. Second, we have accountability mechanisms here. We have processes that are ongoing to look at Israel's compliance with.
Oh, honey, what a fucking joke! Wow. Is accountability for the IDF and the actions of the Israeli government? Almost never. Almost never. I'm talking less than 5% of the time.
International humanitarian law. So there are places to look at these questions. It's just, in our view, fundamentally not a role of the ICC. And I should say, but remember, we have a jurisdictional complaint here, in that we don't believe the.
You get the point. I don't have any more time for this bullshit. You get the point. If you want the rest of this tripe, it's right here. You can watch the rest of it. Moving on to the next story here. Just more evidence that the Israel is, torturing prisoners. It has been since well before October 7th. I reported on this years before October 7th of the IDF's treatment of Palestinian prisoners. And of course, it's gotten totally out of hand after October 7th. Everything's justified now. I'm talking people whose, hands were bound so tight that they had to amputate the man's hands off. James Clown, if I see you type both sides one more time in reference to this conflict, I'm going to time you out for 30 minutes. It is wildly ignorant to claim both sides on this. October 7th was a travesty. Hamas is a complete despicable organization. There is no comparison to what Israel has done to the Palestinians, to the Palestinian state. There is not a both sides argument to be made here. Not that it's some kind of contest. just read the first. Referring to hostages. Okay, I apologize. Take you out of context. Prisoners held in an Israeli detention camp in the Negev desert are being subjected to widespread physical and mental abuses, with at least one reported case of a man having his limb amputated as a result of injuries sustained from constant handcuffing, according to 2 whistleblowers who worked at the site. You also admit that you're a Destiny viewer. So I question your research. How many articles have I put up? How many news clips and articles have I put up in front of you today, James the Clown? From all these different sources. From a bounty, from a cornucopia of sources. And you're still like, this goes against my research. And it's like, what am I supposed to think about that? Your research. When you talk about you're a fan of Destiny. Anyway, we talked about this, and this describes the amputation. All right, James, I'm sorry. I'm really heaping a lot of shit on you today, but I don't know. You're kind of driving me bonkers. So here, so we got the whistleblowers. We got this article here going over what we've already talked about last week about Palestinians suffering under IDF, being held prisoner, being kidnapped without any trial, without any... okay, James, okay. I'm convinced. I'm now convinced. So... Like I said, this is abuse that has been happening to the Palestinians since well before October 7th. Now, the normal response, maybe from a Destiny-like character, would be, oh, well, then you're saying it's justified? You're saying it's justified by showing you're saying this is justified then, huh? You're saying October 7th is justified. You're saying the violence against the Israelis is justified. Something like that. No. Nothing justifies the barbarism of Hamas and the crimes that they committed on October 7th. Nothing can justify that. What can be said is that this is eventual. That you cannot put people, push them into a corner, create an apartheid state for them, put them in a open air prison like the setup that was and continues to be for the Gaza Strip. You cannot push people to those limits and those extremes and not have blowback. Blowback is a real thing. It's a real phenomenon. It happens in every culture and society that's pushed to the brink, to the limits, like the Palestinians have. I said it before, I'll say it again. If the exact situation that is happening in the Gaza Strip was to be recreated in Ohio, and the people that were trapped in this strip of land the size of the Gaza Strip in Ohio were treated for decades in the way that the Palestinians were treated, the people of Ohio would, Hamas, the Ohio strand of Hamas. Terrorism and blowback happen as a result of how people are treated. Oh, you're saying it's justified. You're saying it's justified. No, I'm not saying it's justified, but I am saying it is eventual. 1 + 1 = 2. And when you treat people like animals and push them into a corner, they do not succumb. They do not bend the knee. They fight with whatever means is available to them. Here's more evidence of the crimes that the Palestinians were enduring. Mr. Clown, I would like you to pay attention to this. This is an IDF soldier who is being interviewed about the crimes that he committed and is admitting to them. So, Mr. Clown, I would like you to watch this. Please don't type. Please listen. Please put the fingers down. and open your ears? This is the reality the Palestinians have been experiencing for decades.
השתוללו בטנטורה, היה משהו נורא. טנטורה היה כפר עשיר, בתים יפים, גרים כמו אירופאים, אתה יודע, וגם אנשים היו לבושות ויפה, וזה באמת היה כפר... אחד אנס שם איזה ילדה בת 16, משהו כזה.
Big smile.
אתה מבין? אבל זה מכוער מאוד, היה לנו בחור אחד, הוא נפטר, הוא היה פרא אדם, הוא לקח פשוט מאוד, ורצח אותם בתוך...
So by the way, we have photo and video evidence of the IDF putting Palestinian children and Palestinians of regular size into animal cages. So this is backed up with photo and video evidence.
בתוך המכלאות. בתוך המכלאות, הם היו במכלאות. אתה יודע, חוטי ברזל כאלה, עגולים כאלה, אספו כל הגברים. הם יושבים שם, כולם, על הרצפה, ובא מישהו ולוקח תת מקלע ומתחיל זה, מחליף מחסנית. מה אתה חושב זה? אבל אנחנו לא היינו כאלה. הוא היה יוצא דופן, הבחור הזה, כן, מה שהוא עשה. והשתיקו את הדבר הזה, והיו חבר'ה שלקחו את הלוויורים ורדפו אחרי חבר'ה ושרפו אותם. זה היה משהו זוועתי, וזה אסור לספר, אני לא אדבר על זה, כי זה יכול להיות סקנדל שלם מהעניין הזה. אני לא רוצה לדבר על זה, וזהו.
3-4 חודשים הראשונים הייתי רוצח.
מה זה אומר?
אני לא לקחתי שבויים. בזמן קרב, אם מישהו ירים ידיים, משהו כזה, לא לקחתי שבויים. זה זעזע אותי עד כדי כך, לא יכלתי לעבור לסדר היום. אם היה עומדת כיתה של זה עם ידיים למעלה, אז באותו יום הייתי רואה אותי, הייתי קוצר את כולם, עד כדי כך.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה?
לא ספרתי.
Killed so many.
יכול לדעת בחיי.
Where's his
היה לי
sanction, Joe
מקלע
Biden?
עם 250 כדורים. תראה, יריתי, נלחמתי כולם. לא יכול לספור.
So, Joker over here, Mr. Clown over here said, ugh, I've seen this. It's distressing. You're lying. You did not see this before. You have not seen this before this moment. And you know how I know that, Mr. Clown? Because the opinions that you were expressing prior to me showing this video tell me that you haven't seen this evidence in your own research. So stop lying to me. Oh, I saw this. It's distressing. No, you didn't. You didn't see that. No, borderline feline. That's going way too far. And not only are you lying to us about having seen this video, you're now both sidesing it. Ugh, well, I can show you a video of Hamas being bad. What I am describing is a systemic, decades-long campaign of oppression against the Palestinians. And you hand wave it away with a both sides. Whataboutism. So, look, Mr. Clown, I've honestly had enough of you today. Okay, I lied about watching video. Do you realize I'm with you on that? Thank you for admitting that you lied, even though I could clearly tell. Go ahead and take a 30-minute break, and maybe we'll see you next time on the News Underground. Thank you for your time, Mr. Clown. Moving on to our final two clips here, what the ICJ ruling means for Israel and its allies. So, you know, the ICJ stuff, you know, obviously no one's going to be arrested. That's the unfortunate reality. But there, like I said before, it's about that foundational lie that Israel is under an existential threat. I'm reading the chat and speaking at the same time. Always a good time in the chat. Oh yes, always a good time. Lots of liars and grifters and Destiny fans. Good Lord. But no, but there's a reason why Bibi Netanyahu and the West is coming out so strong against the ICJ. And this is actually not the first time as well that this has happened. We've actually seen, I think, the United States sanction specific judges from the ICJ in retaliation for other rulings that they didn't agree with. So this is not the first time that the United States has come head to head with international law, supposedly the institution that, you know, was created after World War II to help prevent another Nazi Germany in the United States, and, you know, standing against these institutions in a very hypocritical fashion. But like I said, the reason why we're seeing Israel come out against this foundational lie that their existence is in threat is that if that foundation is destroyed and the world starts not accepting this argument that this is a fight for our existence, Israel, this is about our defense, this is about our defense. If the world starts questioning that narrative, then all the justifications for all the barbarism throughout all the decades is then in the scope, can then be questioned, could then be pushed back on, and of course people can be held accountable for that, for those crimes. We can't have that. We can't have that. We can have a, you know, a little ceremony for the Palestinian people after you know, in the West. Oh, you know, it's so sad what happened. You know, like how the United States pretends to give a shit about the Native Americans that they ethnically cleansed, right? Oh, you know, it's so sad that we conquered you, and, you know, in your memory, here's a statue. After the fact. Once the Palestinian country is completely annihilated and erased, and Israel has full control over the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, okay, then we can talk about how sad and, you know, how bad war crimes are. I'm not upset that you lied to me. I'm upset that from now on, I can't believe you. A quote from Friedrich Nietzsche, apparently, according to Shadowhunter. Yeah. I don't know if that's true or not. I'll just take your word for it. I'm not the Nietzschean expert that I should be. I'm working on it. I'm reading more Nietzsche. I'm probably not even saying his name correctly. But yeah, no, the guy, come on. Quit wasting my fucking time. Oh, I saw that. So distressing. Oh, I shed a tear. Oh, anyway, both sides, huh? It's definitely both sides, huh, guys? Here we'll have land acknowledgement speeches after the genocide. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Statues of the Palestinian. Oh, remember the Nakba? So sad. Anyway, yeah. So, I mean, West Bank is all Israel. There's nothing we could do about it. But anyway, let's get to it here. I'm wasting too much time talking about it. This is actually our final video for the day on the Gaza Strip, and then I have one more bonus video for you, a very important lawsuit that I'm getting involved with. Okay, so you can expect some information on this. So wait to the final video, and you get more information about this big lawsuit that I'm starting, along with Garbage Fuel and their high-powered, expensive lawyers that they've not called me back. Okay, but I filed the paperwork to do this lawsuit, and goddamn it, I'm doing it. And you'll see why in a second here. But let's go ahead and finish this up. What's the reason of the U.S. backing Netanyahu so much? Oh my God. The very, 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 very short answer to that question is that Israel is a very useful military satellite for the military-industrial complex, and, you know, Israel is a very important way to exert U.S. Influence in the Middle East. That's the short, very, very short, generic answer to that question. All right, let's get to the clip. ICJ ruling means for Israel and its allies. What does it mean?
Rejected an order from the International Court of Justice in The Hague to immediately stop its military offensive in the southern Gazan city of Rafah. The court described the humanitarian situation there as disastrous, but stopped short of ordering a full ceasefire. Israel insists its operations inside Gaza is in line with international law.
Far from the front lines of the war in Gaza, Israel's military campaign suffered a major legal blow.
Israel must immediately halt its military offensive.
Yes, Davey, exactly.
And any other action in the Rafah governorate, which may inflict on the Palestinian group in Gaza conditions of life that could bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part.
Yeah, the United States empire understands that it is extremely hypocritical telling other countries how to not, you know, don't be aggressive, don't do this, don't do that. They understand that. That's why they don't recognize the jurisdiction of this body. The cruel reality, the sick reality, okay, folks, about geopolitics is that it's not about democracy. It's legitimately about ruling the world. I know. It's not about the United States forcing you to to plant a U.S. flag in your country, and now Sweden is the United States, and and now Poland is the United States, and Russia is the United States. It's not about that. You get to keep your country, you get to keep your cultural identity, but all the money, all the economics goes through the dollar. It all goes through. That's the dominance that the United States wants. That's the world domination that the United States empire wants. They want every bit of commerce going through the system that they've created, the markets that they approve, the markets that they watch. That's the global world domination that the U.S. empire wants. And, when it comes down to U.S. interests, and when the United States is willing to exert military force, it all goes back to that, about that economic dominance of the dollar. It's all about that. And you can't have international bodies holding you account when the goal is to be to dominate the world. That you can't have one or the other.
The latest ICJ ruling unequivocal about the need for Israel to protect Palestinians and do more to provide vital aid.
The ultimate accountability.
The decision welcomed by South Africa, which brought the case and has accused Israel of committing genocide.
This order is groundbreaking, as it is the first time that explicit mention is made for Israel to halt its military action in any area of Gaza.
Political activism.
Specifically in
only
Rafah.
Thing that's ever worked.
Israel rejects accusations of genocide and the latest ICJ ruling. War Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz said the fight to return.
Yeah, Davey, I know you're an American exceptionalist, and you're constantly pointing that out. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say that you agree with that you believe in democracy, that you believe in freedom and human rights, while also saying, but ultimately, if the United States runs the world and tells us what to do, I'm okay with that too. You got to stand up for one or the other. All right, we either believe in these principles that created America and made America great, or we believe in the things that will ultimately destroy America, authoritarianism and tyranny.
And its hostages would continue, including in Rafah. The ICJ also ordered the unconditional release of hostages being held by Hamas. While the court has no way of enforcing the ruling, it poses a major challenge for Israel's allies.
Yeah.
We have to choose
Makes it difficult.
Between our support to the international institution and the rule of law, or our support to Israel. And both things is going to be quite difficult to make compatible.
That's a representative from the EU.
The ruling is the second judicial blow to Israel this week. The International Criminal Court has applied for arrest warrants for Israel's Prime Minister and Defense Minister over alleged war crimes. Both decisions adding to global criticism of Israel's war.
So there you go. Unfortunately, I do not have time to listen to this incredibly smart, beautiful journalist right here. Sorry to this person. What's your name? DW News, DW.com. So sorry, DW.com. We don't have time to hear your statements. If you would like the rest of this interview right here, here's the link. But yeah, no, to answer your question, look, it's not like I'm saying it'd be instant, but look, there's only one thing that has ever worked in making democracy better and making democracy work for regular people. And that is my 3-step program, aka political activism. That's it. That's the only thing that's ever worked, and that's the only thing that will get us out of this. Now, of course, that political activism is going to become even more difficult if we get a Donald Trump, if we get a right-wing authoritarian, right? That's going to make protesting illegal. So back to Davey's point, who's the devil you'd rather deal with, right? Would you rather deal with China, Russia, or the United States? Well, I'd rather deal with the United States. Same thing with Joe Biden and Donald Trump. I'd rather deal with the neoliberals who at least have to pretend to respect democracy, whereas the right-wingers are taking pride in their dismantling of democracy. So, folks, that's the Gaza stuff, but I have a very important thing I've been wanting to talk about. Okay, this is very important, related to Garbage Fuels. Of course, Garbage Fuel, the #1 drink mix company in the world. Garbage Fuels, of course, made from 100% garbage juice. Sponsor the stream, sponsor the News Underground. Okay? We have the market cornered on garbage. We have the market cornered on liquid sewage put in a bottle and sold in a store. This is our idea, okay? We're way too deep to go back. Lenny is the biggest fan. He, of course, has the most garbage fuel merch of any of us. And, of course, if you yourself want to wear that brilliant, expensive, high-class, I'm talking Supremo quality garbage fuel merch, you can find it right there. There's the link. But folks, look at this. I'm going to have to sue a bitch. Look at this. Over in Germany. Would you drink a beer made from treated sewage water? Excuse me? But millions of people buy garbage fuel, take a sip, immediately spit it out and throw it away in the garbage every single day. Are we're just chicken liver, huh? We're just over here. No one even cares about garbage fuel, huh? Like we're not the innovators. We take the sewage, we take the juice, we put it in the bottle. Look at this. That's our thing. Reuse. Purified sewage. Purified? What pussy? What kind of pussy shit is that? The goal is to raise awareness around water. Come on. Oh, we purify it. Water's treated 4 stages. Treated? No. Treated? No, you scoop that shit up and put it in the bottle. You put the little cap on it and you put it on the shelf. This is not rocket science. Treated. My God, how are you going to make a profit out of this? Filtering and treating your water. Come on, look, you take the drippings from a dumpster that's been left in the rain, and you got yourself a 6-pack right there, folks. Davey, you should do that. The end result is cleaner than German water laws require. Clean water? Where's the flavor? Where's the taste? I've been putting sewage in bottles for years, okay? Where's my global news vertical video short? I can't tell you how many times I've been sued. Oh, I got mercury poisoning. Oh, there was a shard of glass in my bottle. Oh, there was raccoon droppings in my bottle. Oh, I've heard it all. I've been sued for all of it. And this German company, Reuse Beer, I bet it tastes like trash. I bet it tastes like Pilsner. No, you look, garbage fuel is great. You never know what you're going to get. Sometimes it tastes like old Krispy Kreme donuts. Sometimes it tastes like old pizza outside of the back of a Pizza Hut. The great thing about garbage fuel is that you never know what you're going to get. It's a surprise every single time. Am I going to get cancer? Am I going to get some kind of stomach lining disease? Am I, what is this? Like from a dumpster filled with old energy drinks? I don't even know what I'm sipping here. It's a surprise every time. So I'm suing. Garbage Fuel is suing. Once they get back to me, they said that they were going to pay for the lawyers and stuff, and I've started the process, and now I'm getting nothing. I'm getting ghosted once again. Fucking company. They better not leave me with the fucking bill. Again, my favorite garbage fuel flavor is e-girl piss. That's expensive, and that was a rare. Okay, you know how difficult that was to set up? My wife was not happy about the amount of money I was giving to e-girls for their urine. She said I needed to stop that immediately. So let's just say those were special edition. Very limited one-time thing, okay? I can't afford another a threat of divorce. Expected more from German engineering. Treated sounds rather medical. It's disgusting. What are we? We're little toddlers? Oh, well, I don't like fecal particulates in my drink. Cowards. You actually taste the garbage fuel, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, no, your tongue should basically numb out pretty quickly after consuming it, Tongue and throat there, just, I can't feel that shit. That's how it should go. ACLU is on my side. Good. All right, folks, so there you go. That's the news underground. I'll be updating you on the garbage fuel lawsuit as it comes along, okay, as we get more information. These fuckers are not going to get away with this. First it was the Nazis, and now it's this. Thanks, Germany. Big props to Land O Lazy Lizards Lounge. Hardest name on Twitch to say. Thank you for coming in. Big props to Lenny, the #1 Twitch streamer on Twitch. AccidentsWaitingToHappen.com. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to Lenny. Big props to Borderline. Feline. Just this close to Feline. Just this close. Exactly, Davey. Exactly. Big props to your boy, Davey. Thank you again to Chem Goblin. Big props to you. Chem Goblin, Woke Patriot, strategy member, Kurt Cobain. I don't know how to say your name. It's a bunch of crazy Japanese words. I don't know how to say that, but your icon is Kurt Cobain. So thank you, Kurt Cobain, for all your wonderful links. Cruiser Music over there on Kick. Really wonderful to see Kick coming in and giving us Kick's opinion. And it's really, really refreshing that it's not a Nazi from Kick. How nice. We got more people to give props to. Some new viewers here I was really encouraged and happy to see. We'll go ahead and give props to the clown who was pretending to have an honest debate with us while lying to us. So props to you, and hopefully you'll come back. Big props to Clutch Cargo, who's a great streamer in his own right. Make sure you're checking out Clutch Cargo, folks. Vfro, new user Vfro. Thank you, Vfro, for coming in. Loved your comments. Thank you for your intelligent presence here. Thank you for your input. Bfro, good to see you. Hopefully you'll come back to the News Underground. We'd like to see intelligent commenters here in the chat. A stark difference between the host and the chat. We'd love to see it. Never forget, brother. I know that name. Wait, you guys are really Nazis. I thought it was a joke. Oh, the gaslighting. The gaslighting. Yeah, Mr. James Clown there. Yeah. Well, hopefully you learned something, even though I'm pretty sure you didn't. You were trying to play some elaborate game with us. Zeo Duke, welcome. Thank you again. Big props to you, Zeo Duke. Slam Dunkins, lovely name. Thank you for coming back, Slam Dunkins. Haven't seen you in a while. Your Tubing, thank you, Your Tubing. Big props to you for coming back. Thank you. Draven's Lowell. Oh, love to see these names, these old school names, these OGs in the chat. Thank you, Draven's Lowell. Coming in. Let's see, didn't we also have Dari, Mr. Dari there? I think we had Dari as well. But no, big props to you. And of course, all you lurkers, all you viewers that, you know, you don't want to pop in the chat. Maybe the chat's a little intimidating, but you still like the content. Thank you so much. That view is the most important thing you can give me. Folks, I'd like to remind you that the only way to create political change is with my 3-step program. You've heard it before. I'll say it again. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, put your name down to a political organization in your area, something you believe in. Do a Google search. It's right there. There are thousands that need your help and need your time. Because step 3, you're going to have to put in the work. I ain't playing. You got to put in the work. You need to ask yourself once a month, what am I doing for the political movement that I believe in? What am I doing to create change? And if you can get those 3 steps, then you can Coogan suit. Clutch Cargo likes to remind us that it is the only thing that has ever worked, and I would like to repeat that once again. Political activism is the only thing that has ever worked in making life more progressive, more fair, more equitable for mankind. Women didn't get the right to vote by asking nicely. Black people didn't get human civil rights by asking nicely. And we're not going to get a better democracy by asking nicely. The orange outside my house, very weird lighting from the sun. It's Donald Trump's reflection, partisan jokes about Cheetos. I don't know. I'm not good at being a Media Matters hack, okay? The Lincoln Project rejected my resume. We're in front of a horse to protect, and it killed her. That's how powerful the women protests were. Yeah, okay. I was like, what is he talking about? I was like, no, I've heard of that. I've heard that story before. I've heard that story before. But no, the point stands. If we want, you know, hey, there's a lot of bad news today, right? If we want to change this, you know, we're not Superman. None of us are Supermen, okay? But the only thing that works, the suffragettes, yes, thank you, yeah. They weren't asking nicely. Did they recreate that in Red Dead Redemption 2? That's cool. I need to play that. Oh my God. By the way, Red Dead Redemption 1 is coming out for PC. God damn, I'm gonna have to do a playthrough of both of those. They're so good. They're so good. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption. It's a rumor. It's a rumor, but I don't know. I got a good feeling about it. It was just a rumor, but I got a good feeling about it. All right, folks. Thank you again for coming to the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger, aka the realest motherfucker on Twitch, hosting the realest motherfucking news channel on Twitch, and TikTok or fucking Kick and D Live and YouTube and Periscope on Twitter. Yeah, Davey, the controversy from that guy was how much pleasure he was taking in murdering women and black people in Red Dead Redemption. Wasn't that the controversy? Thank you, Lenny. Thank you, Lenny. I'm probably one of the only non-MAGA cats on my work crew. I am the change. Hey, man, it's not easy. You know, the principles, it's you know, principles are often hard to defend and hard to stand for. You know, if having principles were easy, then everyone would have them, right? But your tubing continue to stand up for democracy, and they're gonna get, you know, I'll be interested. I want your opinion of the post after the election. I would love your opinion of your fellow co-workers after the election, assuming Donald Trump lost. I guess I'd love their opinion as well if Donald Trump wins. They're gloating. But I would be interested to hear what they have to say. Oh, it's stolen, it's stolen, it's stolen. Maybe, though. Maybe not. Maybe not. People might be sick of it. Friends always make fun of me for being a Biden voter. If I say something stupid, they're like, I see why you voted for Biden now. Yeah, something about, you know, the overt fascist direction of the Conservative Party turns me off from it. I don't know. What can I say? I hate authoritarianism. Oh, I love it. I think authoritarianism is great. I can't wait to lick boots. I think licking boots and being a cuck to a political party is really manly and cool. Is that what they say? The straw men? The conservative straw men? I love being a boot-licking cuck. All right, everybody. Thanks again. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East, and glory to the Ukrainian democracy. We're going to get this. We're going to get it because we're fighters. Fight. Take care of yourself. Well, Davey, at least they have legitimate reasons. Take care of yourself. That was a joke, obviously. That was a joke. Bad joke. I'm sorry. Sorry, Jeff. Bad joke. Bad jokes. Mexicans rule. Viva La Raza. Thank you, everybody. I've been reading comments on the... Yeah, Chem Goblin, that's a different story. We'll have to get to that one a little later. Thanks again, everybody. Big props to you, Zio Duke.